Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the what if. The cornered Hokage, Kurenai Yuhi, was sitting in a small bar right now. The atmosphere around her was gloomy to say in the least. The smell of sake, foul stench, raked the air, and the people who wanted to forget about their griefs or wanted to drown themselves in happiness came to such a place. But she was different. She was neither sad nor happy at the same time. It had been weeks since Naruto left the village, and she was still trying to deal with the after effects of his actions. A funeral had been held for the deceased Anbu shinobi. Their bodies were already destroyed as per the Anbu code, and the entire village had gathered to mourn the loss of their soldiers. The Hokage had given a tearful speech and many of the people were crying that day. But somewhere deep in her heart, something didn't feel right. Then there was the fact that two of the Sannin had showed up in Konoha, and one of them had almost killed the Hokage. The villagers felt a little safe as Jiraiya and Tsunade were in the village. This was certainly a great relief seeing Konoha had suffered such a devastating blow in their forces, so two of the legendary Sannin being in Konoha would send a strong message to all other villages that Konoha was still strong. "What's on your mind?" asked a feminine voice curiously. Kurenai looked straight and saw Anko looking at her. She had to admit Anko was a damn good friend. She had certainly stood by her side, when the person she loved the most betrayed everything he stood for. "Shouldn't you be with Kakashi? I can handle myself," said Kurenai nonchalantly, and Anko gave a tired sigh. "Yes, you can handle yourself, but I'd like to stay with you rather than Kakashi for now. Seeing him still reading porn irritates me to no end," said Anko with a frown, making Kurenai chuckle a bit. "Something's never changed, do they?" asked Kurenai with a small smile on her face, as Anko was glad she got to see her smile even if it was just for a moment. "How's your training with Guy going?" asked Anko quickly, trying to divert Kurenai's mind from sad thoughts. Now this made Kurenai a little more relaxed. In these weeks she had improved her skills to a great extent. Genjutsu was still her most powerful weapon, and she had invented a few new techniques to help her in battles. Her ninjutsu skills were also improving and she could perform water jutsus well. But her most significant improvement was in taijutsu. Guy may be an idiot, but the man was a tough shinobi. He refined her taijutsu and helped her combine it with her genjutsu. Doing so was not an easy job and she had broken quite a few bones in this process. But it was all worth it. She was certainly not a master. But her speed, strength and reflexes had improved a lot in these weeks. "Certainly very well. Guy is a good teacher, although his talks about flames of youth gets on my nerves," said Kurenai jokingly, and Anko chuckled loudly on hearing that. "If he had his way, then I could certainly see you wearing a green spandex and running around Konoha screaming at the top of your lungs," said Anko mischievously, and the cold shiver which she saw Kurenai feel made her laugh more and more. Both the females slowly drank their sake. This was the toughest phase of their lives till now, and things had turned upside down for everyone, but still. "Thinking about the good old days of Team 7? Asked Kurenai sadly, and Anko was quite surprised that her friend read her thoughts so easily. Team 7, it was a hell of a squad. All of them were so close, and now it all seemed like a dream that would probably not come true. Yeah, I was so happy in that team. None of you discriminated me for being Orochimaru's student, and you kept up with my annoying habits. Even that emo dumbass certainly warmed up to me over time," said Anko with a true smile. "Sasuke has changed a lot. He has become what he was before he met Naruto, and Sakura is certainly not the girl I knew. She has become a lot more cold," said Kurenai sadly, and drank another sip of her sake. "Things change, people change. You changed," said Anko seriously, and Kurenai gave a tired sigh. "What do you want from me, Anko? I'm trying my best to pick up what's left of my life. I know I'm not what I used to be before. The kind and loving Kurenai is all but an illusion," said Kurenai harshly, but was quite surprised when Anko pressed a finger on her chest. "No, you're still there, you've just shut off your feelings. I'm going to ask you something, and I need an honest answer," said Anko flatly, and Kurenai looked at Anko suspiciously for a few moments but in the end gave a hesitant nod. "Shoot, can you kill Naruto?" asked Anko stoically, and Kurenai's eyes widened on hearing that. What answer could she give? The rational part of her was screaming to say yes, but her heart was telling her otherwise. No matter what had happened, she still couldn't bring herself to kill the one she loved. Ultimately, it was the heart who won. "I can't," whispered Kurenai sadly, and Anko smiled a little on hearing that. "Then why did you say you wanted us to kill him during the team meeting?" asked Anko curiously, and Kurenai rubbed her forehead tiredly, making her beautiful raven hair swirl wildly in the air. "It was protocol. He is a missing nin, and I just wanted to let the team know what to do with him. I was pissed, I was frustrated with Naruto, angry at the villagers, angry with the Hokage, angry with myself for failing to stop him go down on such path. Hell, I'm still pissed, and when I find him I'll break every bone in his body, but I just can't kill him," explained Kurenai tiredly, and a few tears slipped from her eyes. Anko wiped the tears from her friend's eyes. She was glad that the old Kurenai was still there. Maybe she could make things better. Even if these times were tough, she truly felt that this would pass. Both of them knew Naruto was not evil, it was far from it. They knew the real Naruto, which almost none of the people of Konoha knew. And they were not going to accept Naruto as a criminal. Even if everything was against him, they were not going to give up on him. Even if he had used them for his own benefit like the Hokage had said, he had still helped them and they would not abandon him at any cost. "Until I hear the truth from your mouth, I won't accept you as a murderer, Naruto. You are like a brother to me, and I am not going to give up on you," thought Anko firmly. "I'm sorry for being such a burden on you," said Kurenai apologetically. "Don't say things like that, idiot," said Anko furiously and bonked Kurenai on the head. Kurenai rubbed her head slowly, but was quite shocked when Anko grabbed her shoulders firmly and made her look straight. "You are not a burden. If you are hurt, then I'll support you. If you are in pain, then share it with me," said Anko vehemently. Never in her entire life had Kurenai seen so passion for her well-being in someone else's eyes except for Naruto. Did Anko really care so much about her? Was she really so much oblivious all these years? "Why?" asked Kurenai slowly. "Because you are my best friend," said Anko truthfully, and for the first time in weeks a large smile appeared on Kurenai's face. A part of her heart felt happy after hearing that. Maybe there was still some good people left in her life. Maybe there was still some light left in their lives. In a small room of the hospital, an old man was silently resting on his bed. Looking at the plain white walls of the hospital made him leave a tired sigh. "Damn, I can't even smoke," thought Hiruzen frustratingly. He still remembered what happened a few days ago, and never in his entire life had he come close to death. Flashback. A few days ago. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a very strong ninja. He had fought in 3 wars, and had been a cage for decades, but right now one could find him sitting nervously in his chair. Well, he had to be nervous as he was soon going to face a really pissed of mother figure, and the fact that this woman was the strongest kunoichi in the world was more depressing for him. Tsunade Senju was not someone whom you would like to piss off, and Hiruzen had failed in protecting the boy, whom she loved as if he was her own child. He still remembered the day, when a tearful Tsunade had begged him to look after Naruto, and not let anything happen to him. And now, before he could think further, he heard loud footsteps approaching his office, and the Ki was murderous. "Here we go," said Hiruzen tiredly, and prepared himself. The door of his office was so violently punched that it broke into small wooden pieces that flew everywhere in the room, and Hiruzen's worst fears came true when a murderous Tsunade stepped in his office. Her entire body was glowing with chakra, and Hiruzen noticed her appearance had not changed since the last time he had seen her. Still the huge bust and long shiny blonde hair with a gorgeous face. A squad of Anbu immediately had their swords around various parts of her body, and she did not even look alarmed. "Disappear," said Tsunade firmly, and in one fast sweep gave devastating blows to the Anbu squad, and in a few seconds they were lying flat on the ground completely unconscious. "You're dead, you senile old geezer," said Tsunade angrily. "I can explain," said Hiruzen, but was cut off as Tsunade punched him straight in the face. The sickening cracking voice made Hiruzen realize she had already destroyed quite a lot of his bones with that punch. Hiruzen tried to stop her, and grabbed her hand firmly, but she gave him a solid kick in his groin, and threw him straight towards the wall. The Hokage realized Tsunade was out for blood, and he had to take her seriously now or else he would die by the hands of his own student. "You bastard, You promised me nothing will happen to my Naruto-chan, yelled Tsunade and gathered a massive amount of chakra in her hands. Hiruzen realized she was going to give him a lethal strike and prepared to defend himself, but he was sweating nervously. Tsunade had monstrous strength and one hit was all she needed to kill him. Shizune arrived at the Hokage's office. She was panting harshly and a lot of sweat was on her face. Seeing her master beating the Hokage sent chills up her spine. She could already feel several Anbu converging on their location in a matter of seconds. The fact that Tsunade had attacked violently and taken out a squad of Anbu was already a major upset. "Tsunade-sama, stop it," said Shizune in a panicked voice. The chakra in Tsunade's hands started taking the form of a tiger, and Shizune knew if that attack hit Hiruzen, he would die. Before she could scream to stop her master, a new person suddenly popped up in the room, and grabbed Tsunade's hands and threw her into a wall. The impact was disastrous as the entire wall was destroyed to pieces of dust. Shizune's eyes widened in shock when she realized who this person was. Right in front of her eyes was standing the strongest shinobi of the world. Jiraiya was leaking a massive amount of Ki, and the fact that the Anbu who had appeared in the room collapsed along with Shizune was a clear answer to the man's power. "That's enough," commanded Jiraiya sternly. His voice was so commanding that for a moment even Tsunade looked at him in shock. "Jiraiya, you," said Hiruzen in surprise, as his most loyal student had just saved his life. "I'm not talking to you, Hiruzen, and I know what you did, so shut the FCK up," said Jiraiya distastefully. Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror, as he realized what Jiraiya had said, and if he and Tsunade were to team up against him, then his death was imminent and that would not be good for Konoha or anyone at this time. "Jiraiya, I need answers right now," said Tsunade seriously, and her hazel eyes bore into the man's soul. Jiraiya didn't even look at her, and went towards the squad of Anbu, and now stood in front of the Anbu commander, who almost had his hand on his sword. The Anbu behind him were in a similar position. "Get your men out of here right now," said Jiraiya stoically. He was dead serious right now. "But," said the Anbu commander in protest but was cut off, when Jiraiya leaned against his ear and whispered darkly. "That was not a request. The fact that you and your Anbu force have played a part in this mission, and know Naruto's truth does not bode well for you. Get out of here Yamato, or I'll kill you," warned Jiraiya, and Yamato took a step back when Jiraiya's ki flared murderously. He looked at the Hokage. He had a lot of blood coming from his face, and many of his teeth were broken, but he gave a weak nod and the Anbu commander and his men bowed one last time before they disappeared from the room. Jiraiya took in a deep breath to calm himself down. Even he was enraged as he came to know what his teacher had done. He was quite surprised when Tsunade grabbed him quickly and looked him straight in the eye, and he saw the tears that were freely flowing from her eyes. "Jiraiya, please tell me, what did they do to my Naruto-chan?" begged Tsunade in a broken voice. Jiraiya's heart broke a little on seeing Tsunade in such a state, and he put a hand on her shoulder to give her some comfort, but his eyes never left Hiruzen as he gave him a disappointed look. "Why?" asked Jiraiya flatly. "It was unavoidable," said Hiruzen sadly. "Unavoidable? Are you out of your FCKING mind? Do you have any idea what you have done?" yelled Jiraiya in frustration. Hiruzen bowed his head down in shame, even if what he had done was right for the village. But as Naruto's grandfather figure, he had failed. "Jiraiya-sama, what do you know?" asked Shizune worriedly. The fact that the Hokage couldn't meet Jiraiya's eyes ran danger bells in her mind. Something horrible had happened, which no one knew. "When did you come back to the village?" asked Hiruzen slowly. He just had enough. He could not bear this shame and decided to come clean. "I was in the village since the past week, and I found out the real truth." "Operation Ghost, you son of a bitch. You used Naruto for your own gains," said Jiraiya accusingly. Tsunade and Shizune's eyes widened in shock when they heard what Jiraiya had said. "Don't you say that. I had to do what was best for the village," said Hiruzen in protest. He was not wrong as a Hokage, or was he? He just didn't know anymore. "Cut the riddles and get to the FC King point," said Tsunade in frustration. "This man standing in front of us used a young boy and sent him on a suicide mission," said Jiraiya darkly. "A suicide?" said Shizune in fear. "Mission?" asked an enraged Tsunade. "Try to understand. If you know the truth, You know what's at stake here, said Hiruzen firmly. Jiraiya grabbed Hiruzen roughly and thrashed him in the wall behind him, and looked at him straight in the eye. I'm not falling for your bullshit. You used Naruto to wipe out Danzo and the entire Root Anbu force who were planning to revolt, then you covered that entire mess up with your Anbu force playing a part in this and framed Naruto as a traitor and a murderer. Isn't that right, sensei? Asked Jiraiya sternly. Tsunade felt as if the ground beneath her had just shattered. Her Naruto was used for such an atrocity. Is this true? Asked Tsunade darkly. And blood was leaking out of her hands. She just wanted to kill this man right now. It is true that Naruto wiped out the entire Root Anbu force along with Danzo Shimura on my orders, said Hiruzen truthfully, and in the next moment he saw Jiraiya grab Tsunade's hand tightly as she tried to kill Hiruzen right there. Calm down. He is still the Hokage. Do you want to make things worse for Naruto? Asked Jiraiya angrily, and Tsunade just looked away. I still don't understand. How can young Naruto take out an entire Anbu force? More so, how does he know about Danzo and Root? I believe you had disbanded Root years ago, Sandaime-sama, said Shizune flatly, and Hiruzen just went towards his seat. Things are not as simple as they look, Shizune. After the Kyuubi attack I diverted my entire focus on rebuilding the village and keeping it safe. In doing so, I failed to realize the threat Danzo was posing, and he restarted Root right under my nose. We never got any hint of his activities until, said Hiruzen slowly. He was hesitant to speak the next part. Until what? Asked Tsunade impatiently. Until it was too late, said Hiruzen shamefully. He really wished to go back in time so that he could change everything, but the fact was he couldn't. What does it have to do with Naruto? Asked Jiraiya curiously. He had a rough idea about what must have happened but he was not too sure, and saying his baseless theories in front of Tsunade was not the right thing to do. He was the Root operative that Danzo trained to kill me and start his rebellion to take over the Leaf Village, said Hiruzen, shocking everyone to the core. This can't be. Naruto was a Root agent. Asked Jiraiya in shock. He had no idea his absence in young Naruto's life would lead to such disastrous outcomes. Meanwhile Tsunade couldn't believe what she was hearing. She knew what Root was. And her Naruto was a part of it sent shivers down her spine. What had he undergone so far? A captain to be precise. However, it was quite the opposite. Instead of supplying intelligence to Danzo, Naruto made me aware about the invasion Danzo was planning. He had joined Root a few years ago. He could see what threat Danzo posed to the village and the people he loved, so he became a double agent and risked his life. But Danzo was far more smarter than any of us and Naruto was not able to find out about Danzo's entire plan until it was too late, explained Hiruzen briefly. Why did he do such a thing? Asked Shizune desperately. Tsunade was in shock right now and Shizune was wary of what further truths were going to be revealed. Naruto was different. He never had a normal childhood until Kakashi adopted him. He had his first kills when he was 6. I'm sure I've told you that, Jiraiya, said Hiruzen seriously, and Jiraiya nodded. It was true that Hiruzen had told him about the incident when Naruto awakened his sharingan. And you never told me about this, both of you? Asked Tsunade furiously, and both the men didn't look her in the eyes. They had thought it was best if Tsunade never knew about this or she would take Naruto away from the village, and that wouldn't be good for anyone. Shizune realized the tension was rising again, and decided to intervene before things could get violent. Then what did you do, when Naruto told you about the invasion? Asked Shizune quickly. I asked him to get away from Root, but he made me aware that somewhere Danzo and Orochimaru had worked in the past. Also he provided me intelligence about some invasion being planned against Konoha. Naruto had performed Black Ops mission all over the world, and he knew many enemies were gathering to take this village out, so he proposed a solution, said Hiruzen seriously. And that was to volunteer for the mission in annihilating the entire Root force, become a criminal, go behind enemy lines, join the biggest traitor of Konoha and report his plans back to you as your double agent. Was that Naruto's solution or yours? All of us know damn well whose solution it was, said Jiraiya disappointingly. How do you know about all of this? Asked a shocked Hiruzen, and doing so he had lowered his guard which led to him getting another punch from Tsunade that sent him straight into the wall. Was that really necessary? Asked Jiraiya tiredly, and rubbed his forehead in frustration. FCKU, said Tsunade angrily. Well, I would like to said Jiraiya nonchalantly, and the next instant he was punched straight into the wall. Shizune was just gobsmacked on seeing this. Were these two the famous Sannin? They acted like teenage kids. This is going to be a long talk, thought Shizune sadly. The same feelings was not being mirrored by the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi was feeling like shit, quite a few of his bones were broken and he was currently lying flat on a hospital bed. It had been a long time since he had such a beating, and he did not resist it. He knew Tsunade had every right to be pissed, and he didn't blame her one bit. And if he had tried to fight with her, then she would surely desert the village. She had nothing left to keep her here, and losing a Sannin at such a time would be disastrous. Hiruzen knew if Tsunade was to be declared as a missing nin, then Jiraiya would protect her as she was right, and the village was wrong, and that would lead to a bloody mess that Orochimaru would gladly exploit. So he had pardoned Tsunade for attacking him in the Anbu on grounds of an accident, and was just restricted to house arrest for a few days. It seems the meeting was disastrous, said Kakashi tiredly. Hiruzen had to admit this man was quite reasonable. Even if Kakashi was not in favor of Operation Ghost, he had still adapted to the situation and was behaving as a shinobi should. He was controlling his emotions, something which Tsunade lacked. "Hi," said Hiruzen disappointingly. Even speaking much hurted him as Tsunade had broken a few bones of his face. "How did Jiraiya-sama found out about the mission?" asked Kakashi curiously. He didn't underestimate the Sannin, but this mission was top secret and only 3 people knew about it. Kakashi's eyes widened when everything made sense to him. Of course Jiraiya would know where to look. He was not the best spy of their world for nothing. "The Anbu commander," said Kakashi sharply, as he realized what Jiraiya had done. "Exactly. He knew I would never tell him the truth. So he secretly came in the village, and for a week he searched for clues. He raided the morgue and found some evidences, then he observed the reaction of the people. The plan which I implemented was foolproof for the general populace and shinobi, and even it could have fooled Jiraiya. But he didn't see Danzo anywhere during this time, and that ran danger bells for him," explained Jiraiya briefly. "Of course he knew about the route and its past," said Kakashi flatly. Hiruzen should not have underestimated his own student. "Yes, and since a major force of our Anbu were taken out as per my statement to the people, he realized apart from me, only the Anbu commander must have known the real truth, and he went after the Anbu commander," said Hiruzen seriously. "That is borderline treason even for a Sannin, and I know the commander. He maybe not be as strong as Jiraiya, but he is definitely not a weakling. He won't break easily," said Kakashi persuasively, and Hiruzen gave a nod accepting Kakashi's point. "That may be true. But Jiraiya used his toads and put him under a very strong genjutsu, and got the truth out of him," said Hiruzen frustratingly. "Why can't things go right for once?" Kakashi's eyes widened on hearing that, and before he could go in further panic Hiruzen intervened. "The commander had sealed everything he knew about Rei deep into his subconscious mind. You can't get such information out with a simple genjutsu, even if it was done by Jiraiya's toads. The only way to find out the truth of Rei is from a genjutsu of the Mangekyo sharingan. That is the only way," explained Hiruzen briefly. Kakashi sighed in relief. For a moment there he was sure that Jiraiya had found out the truth, and he knew Jiraiya would certainly not be willing to keep such a secret from Naruto. Even Kakashi wanted to tell Naruto, but now was not the time. Maybe when this was all over and in a span of few years when Naruto got a little more mature, he would tell him. But right now he had to make Hiruzen believe he was in on his plan, otherwise he would be killed. It was a simple rule of their world. Those who knew too much were the first ones to be taken out. This was a world of lies after all. The sound of a door opening was heard in the small apartment and a person slowly walked in. Kurenai walked towards the couch and slowly sat on it. What a tiring day. After her talk with Anko, she had trained for hours with Guy, and damn that training was painful to say in the least. But she knew she had to do it. She couldn't just give up now. She had to find out the truth from Naruto, and had to make him see his errors. No matter what he had become now, a part of her heart still believed that the old Naruto was still there. In all this grief and thirst for revenge, Naruto had lost sight of himself and it was now up to her to save him. "I know how you feel. Just like there is hole in your heart due to what you have been through, there will be a hole in my heart if I lost you. I can't say I hate you, but what I do know is that I understand you, thought Kurenai calmly. She knew her relationship with Naruto was not stable, but they both understood each other. Maybe they didn't love each other truly, but they did care about each other with all their heart. There had to be a reason for his actions, she just couldn't accept that bullshit reason that the Hokage had given everyone. She was suddenly interrupted from her thoughts when a small crow landed on her window. The small bird made a noise and she went towards the window. Kurenai was just about to take the bird in her hands, when she heard loud banging on the door of her apartment. Who is here at this hour? Thought Kurenai curiously, and turned around to open the door despite the crow's calls. She opened the door and was surprised to see Kakashi standing there. The fact that he was dressed up for a mission and had all his equipment was a sign that it was time. Kurenai, we have received the green light. Operation Wave is a go. We need to move in an hour. The Hokage has ordered you to gather the force, while I will see that the weapons and transport are ready," said Kakashi hurriedly. Naruto had given them the signal and now they had to move right away. They couldn't waste any more time. "All right, let's go," said Kurenai firmly, and went to pick up her gear. In a few minutes both Kurenai and Kakashi went to their respective tasks, meanwhile ignoring the crow that was still on the window. One thing was certain. This invasion was going to be a hell of a ride, and everything was going to change. Operation Wave had just started. Battle of Wave. Captain Naruto. Why? A young blonde little girl in Anbu uniform looked at him disappointingly. In the dark corridors of the base, he stood there all alone. Hands drenched with blood, everywhere around them were dead bodies and time had just frozen for him. You betrayed all of us. You killed all your comrades. You killed me, said the blonde girl accusingly. Naruto looked at the girl for a moment. Who was she? He slowly went towards her, and his hand slowly tried to lift up the girl's face so that he could get a good look at her. As far as the young captain remembered, he had never seen this girl. Just who was this kid? Looking at her made him feel as if he knew her perfectly, and yet he didn't know her. It was so frustrating. So he just decided to ask the girl. Who are you? Asked Naruto curiously. He gently lifted the girl's face, and what he saw terrified his soul to the core. The girl's eyes were destroyed and blood was all over her face, and there was a demonic smile on her face. I'm your worst nightmare. He suddenly woke up with a terrified expression on his face. His entire body was covered in sweat and his eyes showed how terrible the memory was. It had happened again. Every day he would get flashbacks of this blonde little girl. Just who the hell was she? Looks like your plan is failing, Itachi. His memories are coming back. Even after Kotoamatsukami he couldn't forget her completely. It's as if his soul is trying to make him remember, while his mind is resisting it. If this continues it won't be long before he remembers her completely, and if that happens there won't be any place in this world where both of us could hide, thought Kurama darkly. Had he made a mistake in following Itachi? Kurama. Was there a little girl en route forces? Every day this dream keeps haunting me, said Naruto seriously, and the Biju suddenly felt cornered. I don't know clearly. It was madness back then. Root Anbu were trying to kill you, and you were killing them. I can't remember. Maybe it's just an illusion, said Kurama carefully. Sooner or later he knew this was going to cost him a lot. But the Biju knew he had no choice. If he told Naruto the truth, then he didn't know what would happen. The boy had just realized his mistakes, and was trying to trust other people, and if he found that his friend had betrayed him, then he wouldn't trust anyone again. I'll let him meet Kurenai first. If things go well, then I'll try to tell her about Rei as gently as possible. I've made a terrible mistake, thought Kurama regretfully. After that, whatever path he chooses, Kurama would have to accept it, as the Biju was also responsible for this. He just hoped Naruto doesn't make the world pay for his pain. Maybe, I'll go check on the prisoner. I'll release her today, said Naruto with a tired sigh, and got up from his bed. He put on a small t-shirt and a pair of shorts, and went towards the bathroom to wipe his face. Now he could finally look himself in the mirror. He had been freed from his burden and no words could describe how grateful he was to Shin. Ever since he killed Zabuza and Raiga he had become Gato's personal bodyguard, and the head of Wave's Melita. However he still had kept Zabuza's ally, a girl named Haku as prisoner. Why did you wait for so long? Asked Kurama curiously. Tonight Konoha's forces are going to invade Wave, and I want Haku to get Rie out of here. It will be my job to make sure Gato doesn't escape, so I won't be able to protect the girl, and I promised Zabuza. I wouldn't kill her, until she tries to kill me, explained Naruto briefly. What if she tries to kill you? Asked Kurama flatly, making Naruto rub his temple. Then I'll put her down. Everyone deserves a second chance, and after seeing the girl's memory I know she is just another victim of the shinobi world. I cannot make her pay for Zabuza's mistakes, said Naruto slowly, and he opened the door of the small room where the prisoner was. A young girl was currently tied to a wall with seals on her entire body that were preventing her from moving, and suppressing her chakra. She was wearing a pink kimono and her silky black hair were reaching up to her back. Her face was the epitome of feminine beauty. But one look in her eyes could show anyone the girl had lost the will to live. Are you here to kill me? Asked Haku stoically. It was as if she was ready for this. No. Then you must be here to rape me, said Haku flatly, and she saw the young boy approaching her and prepared herself. Naruto sat down in front of her, and removed some of the seals allowing the girl to move a little, and he was proved right when the girl didn't attack him. But just stayed still. I'm not here to kill or rape you. I am a criminal and have done many bad things. But I'm not an animal and have not lost my humanity, said Naruto gently. Says the one who killed Zabuza-sama, accused Haku angrily, and he closed his eyes accepting the blame. Yes, I did kill him for my own purposes. He died as a shinobi fighting till the end. Every one of us fights for something. He fought till his last breath for you, said Naruto shockingly, and Haku's eyes widened on hearing that. You're lying, said the girl in disbelief. Zabuza-sama had said she was just a tool. He fought to protect you till the end, and almost killed me. Even if we were enemies. I understood him. The more we fought the more I realized he was not fighting for Gato. But was fighting to save you, said Naruto with a small smile. He was finally able to forgive himself because of Shin, and he wanted to help people redeem themselves. I was just a tool for him. Don't lie to me, said Haku angrily. The crimes Zabuza did are unforgivable, and the same applies to me. We were both used by the shinobi world, but the difference is we both fought to protect what was precious to us, said Naruto simply, and Haku saw the boy meant what he said. Was this really the boy? Who killed 300 of his comrades? Was he really a criminal as people assumed he was? Zabuza and I both lost sight of ourselves, and kept on lying to ourselves. In his case, he kept on imitating that he didn't care about you. But it was the opposite. You have to accept who you are before it's too late, and I believe that there is still time for you to realize who you are, said Naruto seriously, and started walking towards the door. I don't have anything left to live. I even tormented innocent people of Wave for Zabuza-sama, said Haku shamefully. Then change your destiny with your power. Make sure Zabuza's sacrifice was not in vain. You can hate me forever. But if you make the people of Wave your precious people and fight to give them a better future, then I don't mind bearing your hatred, said Naruto with a small smile. A few tears came in the girl's eyes as she realized how much she meant to Zabuza, and she was precious to him too. Her heart felt free as the man she loved as a father gave his life in trying to give her a better future. Zabuza died as a good man, instead of a bloodthirsty swordsman. Thank you Zabuza-sama, I will keep on living for you, and make amendments for my mistakes, thought Haku firmly. Seeing the smile on Haku's face made Naruto feel happier. This world was not as cruel as it looked. I can't change the past. But I can definitely change the future Kurenai, said Naruto silently, and walked out of the door. Kurenai stood in front of her first response team. This was her first time leading such a big group of shinobi and she wanted to do the right thing. She had 60 shinobi under her command, and more than half of them were genin. There were a few chunin like Izumo, Katetsu, and junins like Aoba, Anko, Gai, Hana Inuzuka, Genma, Asuma, Kakashi and herself. She could see Naruto's friends were a little nervous as this was their first mission, well except for Sasuke and Sakura. Both the kids had been through hell once, and Sasuke had reverted back to his old self and hardly talked to anyone. He had become so cold that people liked to stay away from him, even Sakura didn't talk with him much. Talking about the pink-haired girl, she looked a lot stronger than before. From the small build-up of her muscles and the rashes on her hands, it was a clear indication she had been training hard for the past few days. Shikamaru looked as lazy as ever, but she could see he was being cautious. Ino was trying to act tough for Choji but was failing miserably. Hinata seemed to be a little more prepared than before, maybe it was due to the fact that Neji was beside her along with Ko and a few other Hyuga branch family members. The other members of Team Guy were Lee and Tenten, one of whom was shouting loudly about flames of youth in Sakura's ears, and she chuckled a little when a small tick mark formed on the girl's forehead. Kurenai. Kakashi's voice snapped her out of her thoughts and she took a deep breath. She had to explain the plan. Listen up. Tonight at 2200 hours, we will be moving in. Our intel shows Gato and his associates are located in District 10, somewhere in these buildings, said Kurenai seriously and pointed the targets on the map that was lying on the ground. Do we know their exact locations, Captain? Asked Shino flatly, and she was quite surprised that the Aburame was here. Well, he was a little weird but among all his teammates he was the most trustworthy, as Hana was continuously trying to shut Kiba up. We don't know, Shino. The intel we received may not be correct. Gato is in this building and our prime objective is to capture him. We'll capture the rest too, assured Kurenai firmly. So, we are going in blind, said Aoba seriously. Yes, we currently have 2 hawks with us. Genma, as soon as we get Gato, you get on the bird with that scum and get out of there fast. Ordered Kurenai. Got it. But what about the other hawk? Asked Genma curiously. I'll provide air support and help the ground teams in escaping, when shit hits the fan, said Sakura firmly, and the Junins looked at her seriously. Gaki. Our first mission was against bandits, this time we are up against shinobi. They won't be easy to kill. You will be in a lot of danger, said Anko worriedly. I know the risks. But somebody has to do it. You taught me the mission is more important, and I want to do the right thing, said Sakura willingly, and Anko gave the girl a firm nod. All right, the rest of us will be divided into small teams. Anko will be the leader of Squad 1, Gayu will take Squad 2. Aoba you take over Squad 3, Hana you take over Squad 4. All of you will make a perimeter around the target buildings and keep the enemy forces at bay, while I, Kakashi, and Asuma will infiltrate the respective target buildings and capture the targets. We will seal them in scrolls so we won't have to drag their asses back to Konoha. Watch where you fight, there are innocents in there, watch each other's back, and you will make it back alive, said Kurenai briefly. What about casualties? Asked Shikamaru tactfully. Damn you Nara. Now is not the time for talking about such things. You will not leave any injured comrade behind, am I clear? Asked Kurenai flatly. Hi, said Shikamaru quickly, as he didn't want to be on the receiving end of her wrath. Any more questions? Asked Kurenai strictly. But no one answered, so she just walked away leaving them to prepare for the mission. Kakashi looked at the direction in which Wave was located. Tonight was going to be one of the most difficult missions these young genin would undertake. If only they had Naruto with them, then their morale would have been boosted. It'll be all right, said Anko affectionately and slipped her hand with his own, and a small smile came on the copy ninja's face. What would I do without you? Asked Kakashi with a small chuckle. You'll just spend your entire life reading porn, that's what, said Anko irritatingly, and Kakashi averted his eyes from her. I'm sorry. For not being there for you. Said Kakashi regretfully. But was silenced when Anko grasped his hand firmly. Kakashi looked at his girlfriend, and soon-to-be wife and was quite surprised when instead of seeing anger on her face, he saw a look of understanding. There is no need to apologize. You needed some time alone, and I accept that. When Orochimaru betrayed me, I cut all contacts with people, and what you are feeling right now is completely understandable to me, assured Anko calmly, and for once Kakashi was astonished by the level of understanding Anko had of people, and more importantly of him. Anko, thanks, said Kakashi gratefully, and gave her a light kiss on her cheek. It's going to cost you more than one simple kiss. For leaving me alone all this time, said Anko seductively, and a perverted smile came on Kakashi's face. On that we can agree. Ino, Choji and Shikamaru were currently sitting under the shade of a tree, and they were a little tensed. Well, to be fair, Shikamaru was taking a nap as usual, while Ino and Choji were currently having a small chat. Are there really many missing ninja and samurai in Wave? Asked Choji worriedly. Come on, Choji, we have our senseis with us. And you have trained so hard during these past few days. I'm sure we will accomplish this mission successfully, said Ino reassuringly. You should never underestimate the enemy. Ino-san, said Shino darkly, and a loud, eep, was heard from Ino as she jumped a few meters away on finding the Aburame standing right behind her, and she hadn't even realized it. Shino, don't scare me like that, berated Ino angrily, but the Aburame didn't give her any answer. The small group were soon joined by Kiba and Hinata, and a small, tch, was heard from Shikamaru as Akamaru started licking him. Oi, Choji, don't be so scared. We can kick those enemies back to hell, said Kiba proudly. And Choji gave a weak nod. Still, it's going to be very dangerous out there, everyone, don't let your guard down anytime. Shino is right, we must be cautious of the enemy, said Shikamaru seriously. Well, Shikamaru-kun, all of us have gotten stronger, said Hinata shyly. Says the one who fainted on her first mission. As always, you are pathetic, Hyuga, you're all talk. I wouldn't be so confident if a weakling like you was watching my back, said a voice irritatingly. Everyone was quite surprised when they saw Sasuke standing on top of the tree, and the look he was giving Hinata was of pure hatred. Oi, Tem, don't insult my teammate, said Kiba angrily. Sasuke-san, it would be wise if you kept your thoughts to yourself. Hinata may not be as cold as you, but she is a comrade and we believe in her, said Shino flatly. Comrades. There is no such thing as comrades. When you're out there, it's a fight to survive. You kill or be killed. You guys have not seen anything. But it will be interesting when the reality of this world hits you, said Sasuke arrogantly, and walked away. Everyone was quite stunned after hearing that. Hinata was already on the verge of tears, while the others were trying to contemplate the meaning behind Sasuke's words. Troublesome, that guy, said Shikamaru in an annoyed tone. Shikamaru, what if Sasuke is right? Asked Ino nervously, and the Nara just shot her an annoyed glare. I don't care if he is right or not, he has no right to insult her like this, said Kiba angrily, and was just about to go towards the Uchiha when a voice stopped him. It's no use talking to him, Kiba, said a voice sadly, and this time the rookies were again surprised when Sakura was sitting on the branch of a tree, and none of them had realized she had been present from the start. What do you mean? Asked Kiba in an annoyed voice, and the young Haruno jumped on the ground. It's exactly as I said. Sasuke has changed. Ever since Naruto defected from Konoha, he has lost faith in everything. Naruto was the only person who understood him, and now he is gone too, just like his older brother Itachi. All of you should know what that means, said Sakura seriously. He's more unstable than before, said Shino flatly, and Sakura gave a tired sigh. You could say that. But still it would be good if you guys remained cautious out there. If not for Anko, Kurenai and Naruto's training, me and Sasuke wouldn't have made it past the first mission. It's dark out there, so we'll have to watch each other's backs, and don't hesitate. Ino, Hinata, I know you guys are good kunoichi, and want to protect your comrades, so kill whoever tries to harm your team, said Sakura as gently as possible. Ino couldn't believe what she just heard. Was this the same Sakura that used to get bullied during her childhood, or the one who was her #1 competitor for Sasuke's affection? She's so different. Now that I think about it, every member of Team 7 have changed a lot after he left, thought Ino sadly. I just want to protect everyone, said a tearful Hinata. Sakura, do you believe in our abilities? Asked Shikamaru straightforwardly. But one look in the young girl's eyes gave him the answer. I don't know whether to trust in my own abilities or the choices of the comrades I trust. No one knows how it will turn out, said Sakura coldly, and walked away from the group. Watching Sakura leave made the other rookies question their own beliefs. Were they really true shinobi? Naruto watched the vast ocean that surrounded wave. It was so peaceful out here. No politics, no missions. The calm breeze that was flowing all around him made him feel better. Nono was right. I'm going to retire from Anbu after this mission. I'll try to start a new life, said Naruto hopefully. Nay, Naruto, can I ask you something? Asked Kurama hesitantly. This had to be done. What's it, Kurama? Ask freely, said Naruto freely, as another cool breeze brought a smile on his face. What do you feel about this world? Do you think that the current system of shinobi is right? Asked Kurama seriously, and this time Naruto thought about the question a little suspiciously. What was his friend up to? I won't lie, this world is dark, corrupt, people betray each other for power, money and many other things, and there is a lot of hatred in this world, said Naruto truthfully. I see, said Kurama disappointingly. But there are more good things in this world. Where there is darkness there is light, where there is hatred there is love. When people betray you there are also those who help you. My life is a prime example of both the light and dark sides of this world, said Naruto with a small smile. Would you believe in the same thing if you lost someone close to you again, like Shin and Sai? I don't know what goes on in your mind, even if I'm sealed in you. I don't know what path you will take, said Kurama honestly. He's hiding something, thought Naruto sharply. But decided to keep quiet for now. It will be painful. But I'm not going to give up. Everyone believes in me, and if I lose someone very close to me and if I'm unable to live without them, then I'll find a way to bring them back, that's a promise. There is enough pain and sadness in this world. I don't want to cause any more suffering, said Naruto seriously, and Kurama's eyes widened on hearing that. Naruto. You, said Kurama proudly, and his partner just gave him a nod. Silence followed for a few more minutes as Naruto just observed the calm blue ocean in front of him, while Kurama contemplated the answer he received from his container until. What are you hiding? Asked Naruto dangerously, and the Biju suddenly felt cornered. There is nothing to hide. I just wanted to know how you feel, said Kurama evasively, but the answer was not satisfactory for his friend as his glare just intensified. Don't lie to me, not you. We've been through hell together. There should be no secrets between us, said Naruto seriously, and Kurama felt a little ashamed on hearing that. Could he let such secrets continue any longer, even after knowing Naruto's thoughts about the world? He even said he would bring his precious people back, and if it was someone like Rei then he doubted anything could stop Naruto. Hell, he might just become another Rakuto Sennin if it meant bringing his daughter back. The question was, what choice was Kurama supposed to make now? Believe in Itachi, and prevent another Madara from being born, or believe in Naruto to choose the right path? I can't lie anymore. I'm not like Danzo, neither am I Kami, and I don't have any right to choose how he lives his life. I'll let him decide his own path, thought Kurama firmly, and prepared himself to reveal the dark truth that he had been hiding from Naruto. He knew by doing this, there was a chance that his friendship with Naruto would be destroyed and he was putting the world at risk. But he would rather let this cruel world burn rather than betray the person who understood him the most after the Rakuto Sennin. Naruto, I need to tell you something. Naruto Nichan. A little blonde girl came running and knocked Naruto flat on the ground, and a small smile came on Naruto's face as he saw the vibrant smile on Ria's face. It's good to see you, Ria-chan, said Naruto affectionately, and another person stepped in the room. I brought her here as you asked. She seems to like you, said Haku calmly. There was no bitterness in her voice but there was no sympathy either. It was never easy to forgive a person who killed someone close to you, even if the battle was fair. Where were you, Ni-chan? I waited for you so long, said Ria with a small pout, and Naruto just ruffled her blonde hair gently. Well, I did have to make some arrangements for you. Haku-san and you are going somewhere else. There are other kids like you there. You'll get food, water. There is a lovely lady called Nono there who'll look after you and teach you, said Naruto cheerfully, and the happiness in the girl's eyes increased. Does he really care about her, or is there a motive behind this too? Thought Haku skeptically. She was still wary of trusting this man, but she did care about the little girl as she was innocent and had nothing to do with their world. "You'll be coming with us, right?" asked Ria innocently, and Naruto looked at her lovingly. "I have some work to do. But I'll promise we will meet each other very soon, Imouto," said Naruto firmly, and the girl brought her little pinky finger in front of him. "Pinky promise?" asked Ray seriously. "Huh?" asked a confused Naruto. What did that mean? And why was she holding her finger in front of him? Staying en route for so many years had deprived him of the understanding of how kids feel. He was never a kid and had to mature faster than anyone, and even if he shared a close bond with Konohamaru, he still didn't know how to behave with young girls like Ria. He was quite surprised when Haku came forward, and grasped his small finger firmly and entwined her with Ria's very own. "It's a promise," said Haku lovingly, and Ria hugged both of them happily. Naruto hugged Ria back, and a small tear slipped from his eyes. He had not felt so much better in days. Was this how a man felt when he had a daughter? Ray, he didn't know what he was thinking. But looking at Ria made him remember the little girl in Root Anbu uniform. Was his dream a real truth? Did a girl called Ray really exist? "I'll go pack a few more of my toys that Hakune-chan brought me," said Ria cheerfully, and quickly went to get her toys. "You're not a criminal, are you?" asked Haku gently, and Naruto was a little surprised on hearing that. "What makes you think that? I'm a killer." "Don't be delusional," said Naruto defiantly, but the raven-haired girl saw through his mask. "A killer, or a criminal won't save a girl like Ria. A criminal or a murderer won't have the same love in his eyes that a father has for his daughter. I can see who you really are, Naruto Hatake," said Haku with a small smirk, making Naruto leave a tired sigh. "Just get the girl to the orphanage. I've already talked with Nono, both of you are welcome there. If you want, she is willing to offer you a place there. You can help the orphan kids there, because you know what it's like to be alone," said Naruto suggestively, and Haku thought about the offer. "Maybe I can look after the kids there. This way I can spend some time alone, and can also look after Ria," thought Haku carefully. She just needed some time away from Wave Country, and staying with young kids and helping them was 1,000 times better than seeing criminals roaming freely in Wave. "I'll get the girl to the orphanage safely, and maybe," said Haku hesitantly, and Naruto nodded as he understood what she was trying to say. He looked at the setting sun in the sky, and he used his sensor skills. He could feel the numerous missing ninjas' chakra in Wave, and he increased the radius and was now trying to feel any chakra signatures outside Wave. "They must be here by now," thought Naruto seriously. And there they were. He could feel 60 signatures hiding in the small forest. He could feel a very familiar chakra signature. One which was a little similar to his own. Sasuke, Sakura, Anko, Kakashi, Ino, Shikamaru, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, Choji, it seems everyone has arrived. He had not expected the Hokage to send so many genin considering their opponents were missing ninjas. But since most of Konoha's forces had been sent to the front, Hiruzen must have had no choice but to send them. His eyes widened in shock when he felt that chakra, standing away from the others. What the hell was she doing here? He could never forget this chakra, nor the person to whom it belonged to. There must be a specific reason she was here. He just hoped his crow had told her the truth. A part of his heart was forcing him to meet her immediately, but the rational part of his mind was telling him to control himself and not blow his cover in front of the other Konoha shinobi. "Why did you spare me? I want to know the truth. Zabuza-sama is dead and no one will notice if you break the promise." "Why?" asked Haku curiously. "It's because you remind me of my older self," said Naruto truthfully. "What do you mean?" asked Haku with a frown. "How were both of them similar? You dedicated your entire life to Zabuza and in this you lost sight of yourself, and my path was a little similar. I couldn't even understand the person I loved the most. But I want to change that. After my battle with Zabuza, I was reminded of who I truly was, and I believe I can walk a different path than what I had thought before. I'll make my own ninja way," said Naruto confidently, and his hands clenched tightly. A small smile came on Haku's face and she stepped forward and was now standing beside Naruto, and looking at the calm ocean of Wave made her feel relaxed. "You're right, it was pitch black, The sky was dark as there was no moon to enlighten it. The citizens of Wave were sleeping peacefully, unaware of the ninjas that were going to attack their country in a matter of a few minutes. Kurenai and her group of shinobi were stealthily approaching the docks of Wave country. Genma and Sakura were flying high in the air waiting for the signal to attack. The docks approached near and she raised her hand and all of her soldiers stopped running and waited patiently. Eyes sharp, breaths fast, hands on their weapons ready to kill the enemy. The rookies watched closely as Kurenai pointed her finger forward. Hinata was quite surprised when Tokumo Hyuga, a member of her clan, stepped forward and was now beside Kurenai. She saw him performing the hand seal and the next instant his Byakugan activated. It was known to all members of the Hyuga clan that Tokuma had the best eyes in their entire clan, and the Hokage had assigned him to the strike team, but she believed it was her father who had put him on this mission so that he could protect her. "Captain, the docks are clear. There are 10 guards outside the docks, but judging from the level of chakra, they are low Chunin level ninja," said Tokuma accurately. "What about the rooftops? From the reports we have, it was mentioned that there were many enemy ninja on the rooftops," asked Kurenai strictly, and Tokuma diverted his eyes to the designated areas. "Yes, there are many ninja up there. Most of them are awake and alert. Going in there now would blow our cover," said Tokuma flatly. Kurenai gave the man a thankful nod and he went back with his squad. "Kiba, what do you think will happen now?" asked a nervous Ino. Her heartbeat was increasing every minute. There were enemy ninja out there, and none of them had ever been in combat. "We're going to kick their asses," said Kiba boastfully, and the next instant Hana gave him a hard bop on his head. "Foolish little mutt, keep your mouth shut," said Hana irritatingly, and Kiba growled in return. "Fine, fine," said Kiba quickly when Hana put a kunai on his neck. Why was her brother so childish? They were on a real mission right now. Looking at the faces of the other genin made her sigh tiredly. Things were going to get real ugly. All of them were broken out of their thoughts when Kurenai started speaking on a small device. "Genma, Sakura, both of you move forward. Your primary targets are the shinobi on the rooftops. Genma, use your shuriken jutsu. Sakura, use your arrows. Be as quiet as possible. I'll be following with the others as soon as you strike," ordered Kurenai firmly. "Hi, Captain Kurenai," said Sakura and Genma in unison. As soon as the order was given, Kakashi immediately stepped forward and looked at Kurenai firmly. "Kurenai, going in there blind is suicide. Even if Genma and Sakura take out a few, we would still be outnumbered. The enemy has the strategic advantage here. Please reconsider," requested Kakashi urgently. "I'm well aware of that. That is why I want all of you to wait here for 1 minute. I'll go ahead and perform a new technique that I have developed. It will put the enemy forces in disarray and then you charge with the rest of the force," said Kurenai smartly. "I understand. But I think you should take a few men with you. You're the leader, and taking such risks," said Kakashi seriously, but was cut off when Kurenai glared at him. "Kakashi, I know what I am doing. I've trained day and night for this, and you're forgetting that I am the best genjutsu specialist of Konoha. Stealth is my weapon," explained Kurenai briefly, and Kakashi nodded a bit reluctantly. Everyone saw the 2 birds on which Sakura and Genma were etching closer to their targets, and the next instant Kurenai performed a few hand seals and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. "Everyone, stand fast, we'll be moving in 1 minute, ordered Kakashi quickly. Slowly all the ninjas armed themselves, and waited for the battle to begin. Kakashi saw the fearful looks on the genin's face, and memories of his first mission came flooding in his mind. These kids were young, and this was their first battle. He stepped forward and looked at Sasuke, Kiba, Ino, Shino and the rest of the rookies. "All of you are very brave, you have trained for this day. I don't care what differences you had in the past with each other. But from here on out, you all are comrades. We are up against a tough enemy, and I want each of you to watch each other's backs. Is that clear?" asked Kakashi gently, and he received hesitant nods from the nervous genin. "Kakashi-sensei," said Hinata and Choji nervously, and the veteran ninja put a gentle hand on both of their heads. "Don't worry, Hinata, Choji. I swear to all of you that I won't let any of you die. I won't leave you behind. And that's a promise," said Kakashi with an eye smile, and a small tear slipped from the eyes of the young genin. A small smile came on Anko's face as she saw Kakashi giving the young genin strength. This was the man she loved. Despite all his flaws, Kakashi was a good person. "It's time," said Aoba seriously. Kurenai stealthily hid behind a small boat in the docks. Her murderous red eyes were fixed on the 10 lazy chunin that were guarding the entrance of the docks. "Let's do this," said Kurenai confidently. She quickly performed a set of hand seals and molded her chakra swiftly. Megan. Jubaku Satsu, demonic illusion, tree binding death. The next moment the chunin guards were shocked when giant trees erupted beside them, and in a flash the branches of the trees entangled themselves around their entire bodies. The helpless missing ninjas tried to break out. They even tried to scream, but their mouths were blocked, and in a matter of 2 minutes all of them lay dead on the floor, their bodies cold as ice, but there was a terrified expression on their faces. Kurenai quickly stepped past those bodies. Her genjutsu was a success as her enemies had been killed without any sound. She was quite surprised when she saw 3 ninjas on the house nearby, and they were trying to see what had happened. But it was very dark, so they were having difficulties, which gave her the chance to quickly take out 3 shuriken, which she launched quickly at them. Thud thud thud. The weapons hit the ninjas right in the head, and they fell dead on the rooftop. "It seems your training of shuriken jutsu was indeed helpful," thought Kurenai proudly, and jumped on the rooftop. She quickly had to hide herself as she spotted numerous ninjas on nearby rooftops and some even on the streets patrolling the entire area. She took a deep breath in order to stabilize her chakra. If this technique worked, then her soldiers could quickly curb stomp the front lines of the enemy. Kurenai knew she had to say something to increase the morale of the young genin in her squad, but the fact was she was not Naruto. She wanted the young genin to become ninja in their own way. Instead of giving them false hopes, she wanted them to see their world with their own eyes. And after tonight, she was sure the rookies were going to change. For better or worse, she didn't know. She gathered a large amount of her chakra, and performed a set of hand seals quickly. She had developed a lot of genjutsu in order to prepare herself to face Naruto, and combine that with her increased physical strength and talent in taijutsu, she was sure he was in for a tough fight. And these ninjas were no match for a skilled ninja like her, who relied purely on stealth instead of flashy jutsu. Higai Moso no Jutsu, paranoia technique. She watched victoriously as her genjutsu started affecting the missing ninjas in the entire area. Some of them were swaying heavily, while others were behaving as if they had lost their minds. "Kurenai, we are in position, orders," asked Genma quickly, and a devious look came on her face. "Kill them all." Kakashi saw many arrows and shuriken falling from the sky with the help of his sharingan, and this was the signal he was waiting for. "Let's go," said the veteran sharingan warrior quickly, and the entire force divided into small groups which headed in different directions of Wave Country. The ninjas advanced quickly and entered Wave Country to destroy their enemies. On a high rooftop, a young boy observed the nearby surroundings with a calculative gaze. He could feel the numerous chakra signatures infiltrating Wave, and he knew the battle had begun right on time. His dark blue eyes were looking in the direction where he felt the chakra he was looking for, and it was approaching his position slowly. Stealthy as ever. You have not changed, Kurenai, thought Naruto with a small smirk. What are you going to do? Asked Kurama seriously. He would tell Naruto the truth after his meeting with Kurenai. It's time I stopped running and faced my past. But before that, said Naruto murderously as his eyes shifted to a nearby lighting where Gato was sleeping peacefully. With Squad 1. Anko's squad. Anko and her small group of ninjas were running straight through the western district with the objective of securing the area. She looked at her squad and was mostly satisfied. Sasuke was prepared, and she doubted anything was going to stop this boy. His experience in the past mission was helping him a lot. Behind the Uchiha was Izumo, and the young Chunin was fairly comfortable as he had been on such missions before, and the same could be said for the 4 Hyugas in the rear. Even the shy Hinata seemed a little confident that before. Maybe it was due to the fact that her brother Neji was beside her. Take them out, said Anko quickly as she saw a group of 30 shinobi charging right at her. The next second Sasuke jumped high in the air, and Anko saw a shuriken in his hand and she immediately realized what he was up to. Shadow Shuriken no Jutsu. The next instant numerous shuriken were fired straight at the approaching missing ninjas. But it seemed they were prepared for it, as a few of them had already performed a set of hand seals. Doten Doryuaheki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Jutsu. All the shuriken were effortlessly blocked by the large earth wall that rose in front of the missing ninjas. Everyone, fight carefully. These are not bandits or thugs, they are ninjas, warned Anko loudly. The next instant many enemy ninja jumped over their earthen wall and fired a lot of their kunai, shuriken straight at them. Neji, the young Hyuga, stepped quickly in front of his squad, and the rest his comrades watched in shock as he performed his jutsu. Hakusha Kaden, Hinata and the rest of the Hyuga were quite astonished when the young branch member deflected each and every projectile aimed at his squad, by rotating quickly. Ni-san. You are so strong, thought Hinata in awe. Hinata, don't let your guard down, said Neji loudly as a ninja shunshined right beside her. Neji was quite surprised when he saw the missing ninja falling dead on the ground with a kunai lodged straight in his head, and it was fired by Sasuke. This was the only reply he got from Sasuke before the young Uchiha charged forward along with the rest of the Hyuga. Despite his uncaring and cold nature, the Uchiha had protected his sister, and that shocked Neji. With Squad 2, Guy's Squad. Dynamiku Entora, Dynamic Entry. A loud crushing noise was heard as Guy gave a devastating kick to a shinobi that sent him crashing on a nearby wall. Dynamiku Entora, Dynamic Entry. Guy was quite surprised when the enemy beside him received the same devastating kick and was taken down instantly. His eyes beamed with pride when he saw his favorite student beside him. Yosh, well done, Lee, let's show them the power of youth, said Guy enthusiastically. Lee was wearing a green spandex and had the same hairstyle as his sensei. It was as if he was a mini Guy. The young genin gave Guy a vibrant smile in return. Hi, sensei, let's show them the power of youth. I'll take out each and every one of them. If I'm not able to do that, then I'll run all around wave 5 times, said Lee cheerfully, and a few tears came in the Junin's eyes. Lee, Guy sensei, Lee, Guy sensei. Will you two shut up? Screamed Tenten angrily, and she fired another round of her kunai at the enemies. The rest of their squad also started engaging the enemy forces. She was grateful that Sakura and Genma were already eliminating the ninjas on the rooftops and were making their way to Gato's headquarters. Come on, Tenten, show your youth to your youthful opponents, said Lee cheerfully. Lame. This was the only thing that crossed across Tenten's mind as she looked at her teammate and sensei's antics, even during battle. With Squad 3, Aoba's squad. Aoba blocked a swipe of his opponent's kunai, and kicked him hard in the face, while launching a kunai straight in the enemy's face that killed him instantly. There they are. He was quite shocked when a large number of shinobi started approaching his squad from all sides. Troublesome. We need to fall back, said Shikamaru urgently as he blocked a kunai aimed at Choji. We need to get out of here. They'll kill us all, said a fearful Choji as he dodged another punch from his opponent, and gave him a sharp kick in return. The Akamichi boy felt really horrible when he saw the number of dead bodies around him. Everywhere around him was blood, and the terrifying screams was making him shiver in fear. Shikamaru, left side, yelled Ino loudly. The Nara boy ducked instantly as a hail of kunai passed just an inch above his head. If not for Ino's warning, he would have been dead. Ga, FCK. Shikamaru and Ino's eyes widened in horror when they saw Choji and Ikumi falling flat on the ground with numerous kunai impaled across their entire bodies. Choji. The young genin rushed towards their fallen comrades quickly. Tears were already dropping from Ino's eyes as she saw blood flowing from Choji's bodies. He was hit really bad. A kunai in the chest, one in the stomach, and a few on his hands and legs. Shikamaru was in a state of shock on seeing his best friend lying there on the floor. Time had just stopped for him. His mind was being flooded by all the time he spent with Choji, and now. What's their status? Asked Aoba loudly, as he killed another with his kunai cutting across the enemy's throat. The next instant Katetsu, who was fighting nearby, jumped towards the two fallen genin. He put his finger straight on the necks of Choji and Ikumo. What's their status? Yelled Aoba angrily, as he did not receive any answer. They're down. With Squad 4, Hana's squad. Hana blocked a punch from her opponent, and in twist broke his entire arm, followed by a kick to his groin. The missing ninja dropped on his knees and screamed in pain, and she grabbed his neck and in a flash twisted it entirely with the man's body falling on the ground. Her gaze softened a little when she saw how terrified Kiba was. Despite his loud and brash attitude, he was still a young kid. A kid who was struggling to survive. Haijutsu. Mushidama. Shino launched a group of bugs at the nearby enemies which instantly started to drain their chakra. Get them off me. Kiba just froze in his place as he saw bodies upon bodies falling in front of him. Blood was being spilled everywhere and he just didn't know what to do. Shino tapped Kiba lightly on his shoulder, and the shocked Inuzuka looked at his teammate with a terrified expression on his face. Kiba. Get yourself together. We need to support the squad. Don't freak out now, said Shino hastily and went ahead to support Hana. Woof. Akamaru's bark brought him out of shock, and he looked at his partner, and the dog was giving him an encouraging look. Kiba saw how Hana and Shino were fighting. He also noticed the slight blood dropping from Hana's hands as she was injured. Something in him changed as he saw the injury on his sister's body. His blood boiled when he saw a group of ninja on the rooftops who were aiming to kill Hana and his squad. Akamaru, let's go. Woof. The Inuzuka and his partner quickly jumped in the air, and the enemies on the roof were quite surprised when a small tornado approached them. Gatsuga, fang over fang. Hana was shocked when the entire rooftop of the building in front of her was destroyed, but the shock on her face soon turned into a proud smile when she saw Kiba and Akamaru emerging from the debris, and her brother gave her a cocky smile. Moron, said Hana gently, and wiped a small tear that had came in her eye. Kiba. Hana's eyes widened in horror when she heard Shino scream, and she was mortified when she saw a exploding tag glowing on Kiba's roof. Boom. With the aerial team, Sakura and Genma. Sakura fired another round of her exploding arrows and watched in satisfaction as they blew apart a squad of enemy ninja trying to attack Guy's squad. She fired another hail of her kunai and shuriken. It was just a diversionary tactic, and she was proved right again as the enemy started deflecting the projectiles and in doing so left themselves open for attacks. They next instant Squad 2 jumped on them and tore them to pieces. Sakura. I am going to support Squad 3, Aoba's squad. They are in deep shit. If things get worse, I'll get the squad out of there. You stay here and help Guy's squad in advancing, yelled Genma urgently. Hi, sensei. I'll keep them safe, said Sakura promisingly, and Genma gave the young girl a thumbs up. Good luck. Kid, said Genma gently, and started moving with his bird to Aoba's location. Sakura gave the elite Junin a small nod before firing another one of her arrows straight across an enemy's head. She was quite surprised when a small group of enemy ninja were trying to approach Guy's squad from behind. I won't let you, said Sakura murderously, and prepared another bunch of arrows. Boom. Sakura's eyes widened in horror when she saw Genma's bird being struck by lightning jutsu, and it started falling straight towards the ground. Captain Kurenai, Genma's down, said Sakura urgently on her device. No response, Captain, said Sakura quickly. But it seemed the device was not working at her height. She saw Genma crashing on the ground, and from the looks of it, many shinobi were heading towards his position. It all came down to her now. What choice was she supposed to make? She looked at Guy's squad who were quickly moving towards Gato's headquarters from the east side. If she covered Guy's squad, then Genma would die, and if she went to save Genma, Squad 2 would be left open for attacks. FCK. With Kurenai, the young captain quickly sliced her sword across an enemy's throat as his blood spilled across her face. But she didn't stop as she caught an enemy's kunai with her bare hands and in one quick motion struck her sword right in his gut. She had already reached Gato's headquarters while wiping out every enemy that came in her way. It was her job to capture that scum, while Kakashi and Asuma rounded up the rest of the targets. The squads were advancing quickly. She knew some of her men would have died by now, but this was the harsh truth which they faced every day. But everything would be worth it when they got the scum called Gato. Die. She ducked quickly as two ninja tried to swipe her head with their swords, however they were both shocked when she grabbed their legs and flipped them high in the air. The next instant their heads rolled down on the floor, and she wiped the blood that was on her sword. Just a little longer. He should be up there, thought Kurenai seriously. Two ninjas appeared in front of her and performed a set of hand seals quickly, and she realized those hand seals quickly. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball engulfed Kurenai in its fire and a victorious smile spread on her opponents' faces. Got the bitch, Retsu, said one of the ninja with a smirk. Oh, both the ninjas' breath got caught in their throats when a cold metal was pointed at their necks from behind, and they were shocked further when they saw the Kurenai in front of them dispersing into petals. Genjutsu. This was their last thought before Kurenai sliced their necks as a pool of blood sprayed in the room. Everyone underestimates Genjutsu, a pity, said Kurenai coldly. She started running across the stairs quickly. The top floor was close and she knew Gato would be there. Sakura and Genma had already cut off Gato's escape route, so the only safe place for that little shit would be this building. But something seemed strange. The building seemed empty. She had expected a few more of Gato's men trying to defend him. As soon as she stepped on the next floor she was quite surprised when numerous bodies were lying in front of her. She bent a little and checked the blood on the floor. It was not thick. Usually after a certain hours of death, the blood freezes and becomes thick. So it only meant one thing. They have been killed recently, but who? Said Kurenai suspiciously. She knew no person of her team was here, they were all fighting someplace else. Gato's headquarters was the toughest enemy stronghold and she had ordered them to support her while she cleared it out. But during her entire assault, she had faced only a handful of enemies, and her instincts were telling her that something was wrong. She looked around but nobody was there. There was no noise or even any movement, and this creeped her out. It was as if she was in a horror house, and was being closely watched. I need to get moving, said Kurenai firmly, and started climbing the last stairs to reach Gato's office. She grasped her sword firmly as she got Gato's office in front of her now, along with the two dead bodies lying near the door. She silently and carefully started walking towards the door. This was it, her target would be right across this door. The question was Gato alive or dead? If alive, then why was he not running? And if not, then who killed him? So many questions were racing across her mind, and a small bead of sweat rolled across her face and she took a deep breath, as her hand reached the knob of the office's door. 3.2.1. Now, in one quick motion she opened the door and brought her sword forward in order to block the attack that she was expecting. But she was proved wrong yet again. The entire room was dark, and she could not even see her own hands in such darkness. She took a step forward, eyes sharp, and her hands placed firmly on her sword. But nothing happened. She was quite surprised when her leg struck something and when she looked down, she saw two bodies on the floor. She bent down a little and her guess was these were Gato's personal bodyguards. But where was Gato? She carefully got up, and went forward, and as she edged further she could hazily see a person tied to a small chair. She already had a wild guess but decided to confirm her suspicions. The young captain stepped forward and turned the chair, and her suspicions were proved right when she saw who the man was. It was Gato. She quickly checked his pulse and was relieved on seeing that the little bastard was alive, but was knocked unconscious. This raised another question in her mind. Who did all this? Asked Kurenai sharply. Her eyes widened in horror when a dark pair of red eyes activated in the right corner of the room, and when she looked closely a shiver ran across her entire body. Those eyes, thought a horrified Kurenai, as right now she was staring at a very familiar three-tomo sharingan. The sound of light footsteps were heard in the room as the person slowly came forward, and her worst fears came true when she saw his face. It's been a long time, Kurenai. The sorrowful reunion. In a dark room two pair of eyes glared at each other. Time had seemed to stop as the two ninja in their room looked at each other in the eyes. It seemed like an eternity as their eyes just glared at each other. Kurenai looked in the dark red pair of sharingan eyes. In the past those eyes used to make her feel safe but now the only thing they made her feel was anger. A lot of anger. Naruto looked in Kurenai's dark ruby eyes and words couldn't describe how happy he was on seeing her. Even if the room was dark he could see her clearly. But he also didn't miss the sea of anger in them, and irked him a little. Uchiha Naruto. What are you doing here, traitor? asked Kurenai venomously, and a part of his heart broke on hearing her say that. It was funny, he was probably one of the most loyal ninja of Konoha, and yet the entire world viewed him as a traitor. Even the person closest to him had the same opinion. "Hello, Kurenai," said Naruto gently, and his calm voice seemed to anger her even more as he saw her grip on her sword tightening. "I asked you a question, traitor," asked Kurenai murderously, and Naruto sensed her chakra rising to danger levels which only meant one thing. "Can we please stop with the genjutsu, Kurenai?" asked Naruto tiredly as he felt a cold metal on his back, and a smirking Kurenai was standing right behind him. However, she was quite surprised when he disappeared in a flock of crows. "It seems he is still strong in genjutsu, there's no choice," thought Kurenai tactfully. "Naruto, stop hiding outside the window. I want to face you, not your stupid clone," said Kurenai angrily, and she heard a small "HN" from outside. "TCH," said the clone standing in front of her and disappeared in a puff of smoke as the real Naruto stood in the window. As the dim light in the sky fell on his body, she saw he was wearing a dark black cloak over his entire body and dark blue pants. Surprisingly, he did not have his face mask on and she could clearly see he was still good looking. But then her eyes shifted to the headband on his head. A crossed headband. "So, it was all true. Did you really did all this, Naruto? Did you kill 300 Anbu of our village and stole the forbidden scroll? Answer me," yelled Kurenai ferociously, and she heard a tired sigh escaping from his mouth. "Yes." Boom. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as Kurenai destroyed the entire window and the wall around it, with a single punch. "If I had not jumped, it would have turned really ugly. She's serious. I need to put an end to this quickly for both of us," thought Naruto seriously as he landed on the surface of the ocean. Gato's building was right beside the ocean so that he could escape from the sea in case of an attack. The young captain's eyes spotted a lot of ships burning in the near distance, and he realized Kurenai's soldiers must have destroyed the escape ships. And there was only one person who could do this much destruction. "Sakura," said Naruto with a small smile as he remembered his friend. He wondered how much had she changed. Splash. He heard a small splash behind him, and he didn't have to look behind to see who it was. Kurenai was right behind him, and he saw she was wearing her regular Junin uniform, but there was a large white haori on her back, and he spotted the words, "Captain," written on her back, and it brought a true smile on his face. But when she looked at him with her murderous ruby eyes, he realized she was not here to talk. "I'm going to drag you back to Konoha where you will be punished for your crimes," said Kurenai coldly, and now stood in front of him. "Kurenai, the time for talking is over," said Kurenai furiously. Clang. Metal clashed against metal as Kurenai's sword was blocked by Naruto's kunai, while her left hand was being held firmly by his left hand. "So, she brought me near a water source to fight with me on even grounds. My fire style against her water style," deduced Naruto tactfully, as he tightened his grip on her hand while she tried to push him further. "Naruto, you need to tell her quickly, this can turn really ugly," advised Kurama urgently. "I don't think she wants that," said Naruto sadly. The next instant Kurenai used her left leg to give him a sharp kick on the ribs, but he easily spotted her movement with his sharingan and blocked it with his leg. "HN." Naruto was alarmed when he saw the smirk on her face, and his fears were proved correct when he saw hundreds of Senbon coming towards him from the sky, and it was fired by one of her clones. "Shit. She formed a water clone without hand seals. She wants to take down both of us," thought Naruto quickly. He knew those Senbon would indeed have paralyzing poison on them. She was really serious on capturing him and was even willing to harm herself. "I'm not letting you go," said Kurenai seriously, and she tightened her grip on his hands to the point blood started leaking out of his skin. The Senbon edged closer, and what happened next shocked Kurenai to the core. Amaterasu. In a flash, the shape of Naruto's sharingan changed into a shuriken, and when she looked up, she was quite alarmed when all her Senbon as well as her water clone were being burned in some mysterious black fire. She felt a harsh kick being delivered on her stomach that knocked her a few feet away, as her opponent back flipped a few meters away. "What is going on?" thought Kurenai painfully, as she started healing the bruises on her stomach. "Listen to me, Kurenai, you are making a mistake," said Naruto painfully, as he felt his entire body being burned from the inside. Kurenai watched in surprise as blood leaked from his left eye like a river and he was panting harshly. But still his eyes were the same weird shape which she had seen a moment before. The raven-haired genjutsu mistress was quite shocked when Naruto dropped on one of his knees and coughed up a lot of blood. "What are you doing?" asked Kurenai warily. From her past with Naruto she knew genjutsu was his weapon and what she was seeing might just be an illusion. Naruto tried to look at her but his vision was blurry, because right now he was seeing 3 Kurenais in front of him and they too looked hazy to him. "Don't use your Mangekyo, your body can't take it anymore," said Kurama sternly, and Naruto tried to stand back up. Sweden. Hahenryu, water release, rapid crasher. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the sound of a tidal wave approaching his position. He could not see properly but performed a set of hand seals quickly. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. He used his sensor abilities and pointed the right spot from which the tidal wave was coming and a large fireball was fired from his mouth, and he was proved right as both the jutsus clashed with a loud bang, and steam flowed everywhere. To his bad luck mist started floating everywhere around him, and combine that with his blurry vision put him at a real disadvantage. She copied my silent killing technique too, just how strong is she? Thought Naruto in wonder. He took out a small kunai to defend himself from any attacks. It all seemed like a déjà vu to him, being caught in one of his most prized techniques. Naruto knew Kurenai was a talented Junin. But it seemed she had trained like hell in these past months and had greatly developed her skills. A sharp noise was heard followed by another, and Naruto's eyes widened in shock when he felt numerous weapons cutting across his entire body, and the fact was they were laced with lightning chakra, which sent jolts of shock across his entire body. The next instant he suddenly lost his balance as someone dragged him below the water. "FCK!" screamed Naruto in pain as a kunai was stabbed right in his chest. He kicked his attacker and jumped straight towards the surface, and he was quite surprised when he saw a smirking Kurenai on front of him. "It's over," said Kurenai victoriously, and her assumptions were proved correct when he dropped flat on the floor. "What did you do to me?" asked Naruto in a rough voice. He couldn't feel a damn thing in his body. "You are paralyzed right now. I'm not stupid enough to fight you head on, but you are holding back." "Why?" asked Kurenai flatly. "Because I don't want to harm you," said a voice behind her in a cold tone. Kurenai's eyes widened in horror when she saw Naruto standing behind her. He had already lost his cloak and as a result was bare-chested and she could clearly see the scars on his chest and his well-toned body. But one thing that shocked her to the core was the Anbu tattoo on his right bicep. She didn't know what was going on. Kurenai looked at the Naruto that was lying on the ground and it disappeared in the ocean. "A Mizu Bunshin." "How?" asked Kurenai with a frown. Clones used to get destroyed on even a slight attack, and yet his clone stood so many attacks. "Look where we are standing, it's the sea. I can control my water clone and can send as much chakra as I want to him as through the water. It might be difficult for normal shinobi, but for a sensor like me it is not that difficult. Due to constantly receiving chakra from me it could withstand all your attacks. You have grown stronger. To think you would push me to use the Mangekyo," said Naruto proudly, and this time Kurenai caught the word, Mangekyo. She analyzed every moment of their fight and everything started to get clear for her. "When our water and fire just you clashed, you used those 5 seconds to replace yourself with a water clone, but you took off your cloak in order to completely hide yourself in the water, while I fought with your clone. The more I look at you, at your eyes, I don't know who you are. You are not the Chunin Naruto I knew, the one that was the leader of Team 7 Inches," said Kurenai sharply, and Naruto gave her a praising look. "Accurate as always. No wonder you were made a captain of the team leading this mission," said Naruto calmly, and Kurenai pointed her sword at him. "Why do you have an Anbu tattoo?" asked Kurenai seriously, but she had a feeling the answer was already in her mind. "You're right, I'm Captain Naruto Uchiha, 11th Squad, Root Anbu Forces," said Naruto flatly, and this time the shock was evident on his lover's face. "What did you say?" asked Kurenai very sternly. "You heard what I said. I am a Anbu captain, acting on the orders of the 3rd Hokage of Konoha," said Naruto truthfully. Naruto hazily saw Kurenai appearing before him and gave him a sharp punch that sent him stumbling a few feet back. However, he did not have time as she jumped high in the air and attempted to give him a deadly kick on the head. He quickly brought his hands up and blocked the kick. But he felt a lot of pain when the kick connected. Her taijutsu had gotten a lot more stronger. She used his hands as a base and leaned down and in a flash gave him a solid punch that broke his nose with a sickening crunch. Damn it! When did she start hitting so hard? I just wish my eyes were a little better, thought Naruto frustratingly as he dodged her kicks and punches, which were a lot more stronger than he last remembered. You know, you kind of deserve her punch for putting her through so much pain, said Kurama casually, making Naruto sweat drop on his friend's antics. Thanks for the support, jackass. You're a great help in this situation, said Naruto sarcastically, and the Biju just gave him a snort. Naruto blocked a kick aimed for his chest and jumped right above Kurenai's head and in an instant gave her a slight thrust on her shoulder, making her stumble a few meters back. To Kurenai's shock, she felt her entire left shoulder getting numb. She couldn't feel anything there, and it just dropped. I have put your muscles through a shock. Don't try to act hastily or your left shoulder would be permanently damaged, warned Naruto sternly. However, his explanation was cut short when the Kurenai in front of him dissolved into water and he felt a massive chakra behind him. Sweden. Mizoripa, water style. Violent water wave. Naruto cursed his luck as the water wave was just 5 feet behind him. He didn't even have time to perform a ninjutsu. Amaterasu. The flames of his most powerful fire attack clashed with the water wave and quickly overpowered them. He felt a large part of his chakra vanishing by performing his Mangekyo attack, and he collapsed on one knee. 2 windmill shuriken emerged quickly from the smoke, and this time Naruto's danger senses kicked off as the shuriken passed right through his Amaterasu's flames and were heading straight for him. He mustered all his strength and jumped high in the air and the shurikens passed right below him. But in doing so he let his guard down for a second. Kurenai appeared right above him and gave him a devastating kick. But at the last second he dodged the kick aimed for his head, but in doing so, his left shoulder had to bear the attack and it sent him crashing in the water. Damn, when did she start hitting so hard, thought Naruto painfully as he stabilized himself on the surface again. Again he coughed up a lot of blood as the virus started harming him more and more. Words couldn't describe how much pain he was in, both physically and mentally. He saw Kurenai standing in front of him, and the only thing he saw in her eyes was disappointment. Why did it have to end like this? Why did you do this? Asked Kurenai sadly, and he slowly got up on his feet. I did all this to protect your dream, to protect all our friends, and the village your parents and my best friend gave their lives for, said Naruto truthfully, and Kurenai threw a kunai at him which he caught effortlessly. What kind of rubbish is this? Don't tell any more lies, said Kurenai defiantly. It's time I showed you the truth, the reality of who I am, and what I did, said Naruto darkly, and his right sharingan looked Kurenai straight in the eye. With Squad 3, Aoba's Squad. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball burned down a group of waves Melita, and the next second Katetsu jumped over another group and started engaging them. Aoba dodged another punch and cut his enemy's head off with the help of his kunai. His squad was in deep shit. 4 of his soldiers were already down while 2 were in deep shock. His perimeter was getting breached slowly and it wouldn't be long before they were wiped out. Captain, enemies on the right, screamed Katetsu frantically. Aoba's eyes widened in horror when he saw 2 of his Chunin fighting on the right, getting overwhelmed by a bunch of missing ninjas. The young Junin jumped straight towards Shikamaru. Nara. Get your ass in line. Isho and Saido are gone. Stop the enemy on the right, yelled Aoba angrily. Shikamaru looked at his commander, and one look in the young Genin's eyes showed Aoba the boy was in shock, and the same could be said for Ino too. You are a Genin of Konoha, behave like one. Fight. Shikamaru heard Aoba's orders, but his eyes were just fixed on Choji. He still couldn't believe his best friend was gone. Just a flash, thought Shikamaru sadly. Bastards, yelled Ino angrily and charged right at the enemies approaching from the right. FCK, said Shikamaru in frustration and ran after his remaining teammate. He saw Ino jumping straight on Iwa missing ninja, and she started stabbing him again and again with her kunai. But the young Nara saw two other ninjas on Ino's sides and his moved quickly. Kujima no number jutsu, shadow imitation technique. All the missing ninjas nearby were quite surprised when they couldn't move, and when they looked down they saw they were being held by some shadows. I'm gonna kill you. With Genma. Genma fired another one of his senbons which hit a samurai straight in his head. He fired another senbon and it hit another ninja in the neck and both of them fell flat on the ground. The young Konoha Junin spit out a lot of blood, and his eyes shifted to the large hawk that was lying on top of him. To make things worse there were some debris of a broken wall on top of the animal. He was stuck, and his legs and left arm were broken. Genma saw another group of ninja approaching his position and his hands picked up the two senbon in his left pocket. So this is it, huh? Well, I guess it wasn't too bad, said Genma with a small chuckle. He was a ninja and was prepared for situation like this. But no amount of preparation can make you accept this fact. He fired his last two senbon, but both of them were easily deflected by the enemy. The next second they fired a couple of exploding kunai at his location and he closed his eyes accepting his fate. Doden Doryuheki, Earth Release. Mud Wall Jutsu. A loud explosion occurred and dust flew everywhere, and Genma hazily saw a couple of arrows falling from the sky. The next instant a young pink-haired girl jumped in front of him and he realized who this was. Sakura, said Genma tiredly. The young genin fired another one of her arrows and it exploded in front of the enemy killing a few of them. Genma-sensei, are you alright? Asked Sakura worriedly and came by beside him. Yeah, FC King great, my legs are busted. This bird and the debris on top of it are too heavy, and you'll probably need two other people to get me out. Get out of here, I told you to cover Guy's squad, said Genma harshly. Sakura, Kiba's hit, he's hit bad, we need a medic right now. Sakura heard Hana's voice on her device and she cursed her luck, besides Kurenai she was the only medical ninja in the force. Go save the boy, I'll hold these idiots as long as possible. You know it's the right choice, said Genma gently as silent tears fell from Sakura's eyes. No, Sakura, I won't leave a comrade behind. You hear that? Said Sakura angrily, and the next second she started removing the debris on top of him. This is an order. Get out of here, said Genma angrily as he heard voices from a nearby alley. But she didn't hear him and kept on trying as more and more tears slipped from her eyes as her efforts were proving futile. A small smile came on Genma's face as he saw the young girl trying to save him with all her heart. He grabbed her hands gently, and she looked at him angrily. Sakura, we are surrounded. Do not make this a personal fight, look at the situation rationally or you'll put yourself and your comrades at risk. In any case, all you kids are the future of the village, I leave the village to you, said Genma seriously. There they are, wipe them out. Both the Konoha shinobi saw their enemies near them, and Genma was quite surprised when Sakura made 5 earth clones. She pointed her finger at one of her clones, and looked at her straight in the eyes. 2 of you will go and heal Kiba. 2 of you will support Guy's squad from the rooftops and the last one will get Aoba's squad out of wave. Is that clear? Asked Sakura sternly. Hi! Yelled all the clones in unison and hopped on the bird. You idiot! Said Genma angrily, but was stopped when she put a soft hand on his shoulder. Genma-sensei, I won't leave you behind even if it kills me. Why? Someone taught me to fight for my comrades and never abandon them, said Sakura with a small smile, and went ahead leaving a shocked Genma behind. With Squad 1. Enko's squad. Enko was carefully observing her surroundings. Her squad had cleared all the enemies in the western district and had formed a perimeter in order to protect Asuma, who was currently wiping out enemies and capturing Gato's associates in the few buildings that were ahead. She had to admit her squad was quite skilled. Sasuke had wiped out every enemy that came in his way without any hesitation. He was more ferocious than before, while the Hyugas had all done a fantastic job in defending the squad against incoming attacks. Apart from Hinata and Amy, everyone had did their jobs perfectly. However, she was quite worried about the other squads. Guy and his team had secured the northern side while her team had secured the western side, and so far they had not suffered any casualties. But Hana's squad was currently busy in the southern side of Wave, and last she heard they had lost a few men. Even Kiba was hit, and she knew Hana would be having a lot of trouble in handling the squad when her little brother was on death's door. Aoba's squad on the eastern side was on the verge of being wiped out. They had kicked the hornet's nest. There were a lot of enemy barracks in that area and they became alert the moment fighting started. Genma was down, so their plan of extracting Gato from the sky had failed. Sakura was Mia. Sasuke, Tokuma, Shinji, shouted Anko roughly, and the three men appeared before her quickly. What's the status of the other squads? Is Sakura alright? Asked Sasuke quickly. Aoba's squad is in deep shit. Genma is down so we don't have any air support. As for Sakura, she's missing in action, said Anko truthfully. I'm going, said Sasuke flatly and got up to leave but Anko stopped him. We don't know where Sakura is. I know how you feel, but right now I need the three of you to reinforce Aoba's squad and assist them in falling back to the docks. Sasuke, you are a skilled fighter. Tokuma can defend the squad perfectly with Shinji assisting him. Your Sharingan and their Byakugan will help Aoba in turning the tide, explained Anko briefly. But what about this sector? If you send us there, you will lose your strength. Asked Tokuma seriously. I know the risks. But if Aoba does not receive any help, the entire squad will be wiped out. The enemy is busy with Aoba's squad while Kurenai is clearing the main building. If Aoba's squad falls then they'll head straight for her and Gato will escape. This is an order from your commanding officer. Get Aoba's squad to safety and keep on engaging the enemy forces until Kurenai gives us the green light, said Anko strictly. But, said Shinji in protest, he had a bad feeling about this. Silence, hissed Anko angrily, and the young Hyuga shut his mouth. He was a mere Chunin and disobeying a Junin during mission would account to treason. Sasuke looked at Anko for a second. She was right, they could not lose an entire squad in this situation. It would destroy the entire morale of the strike team. She's right, let's go, said Sasuke flatly, and the other two Hyuga agreed albeit a bit reluctantly. Anko watched worriedly as three of her best men went to save their comrades. She didn't know if her decision was absolutely correct and was ready to face the consequences but she couldn't just leave Aoba's squad to die when she had men on her hand. However, she missed the evil smile that came on Sasuke's face, and the changed shape of his eyes. With Squad 4, Hana's squad. Splash. Blood spilled all across the area as Hana's ninja dogs tore apart two of the enemy ninja. Her heartbeat was faster than ever as currently in her arms was her younger brother. Her clothes were stained with his blood and she could see a large portion of Kiba's stomach was split open. Taijin, enemies on the left. We have to cover Hana while she gets Kiba to the house on the corner. Throw smoke bombs, said Shino commandingly. The young genin on Shino's left threw a couple of smoke bombs, but the next instant a couple of kunai came straight towards Taijin. Shino watched sadly as another one of his comrades fell. He could hear the enemies coughing badly, but it wouldn't be long before they broke through. He could see some of the Chunin were badly injured and were laid on the backs of Hana's three dogs. There was no choice. Kyan, said Shino loudly. A young genin with spiky black hair came running beside him. The look on the boy's face was enough to show Shino he was scared. Shino remembered the boy as one of the few civilian children who passed the academy. Kyan, you take Korra and the injured to a safe house which my bugs have found. It's 5 minutes from here, and there are no ninjas in that area. I'll cover you, said Shino calmly. Shino, let's get out of here. We can make a run for it, said Kyan hurriedly. They'll break through and with the injured we won't be able to move quickly. I'll stall them for some time, and join you at the safe house. My bugs will guide you there. Now go, said Shino sternly. Kyan looked at his classmate hesitantly. He knew the Aburame was a level-headed person and was a far better fighter than him. If Shino said this was the right choice, then he would believe in him. Got it, but you better be right behind us, said Kyan strictly, and the Aburame gave him a firm nod. Kyan was just about to fall back when Shino grabbed his shoulder firmly. Tell Hana, it will be fine, we'll make it out of her alive. All of us, said Shino promisingly, and Kyan wasn't sure but he saw a faint smile on the Aburame's face. Kyan offered his hand to Shino, and the young Aburame was quite confused by this, but shook it regardless. You better be right behind us. Shino senpai, said Kyan devotedly, and the Aburame was quite shocked on hearing the word, senpai. Hi, let's go Korra, said Kyan loudly, and the frightened girl was more than ready to oblige the order. Shino watched patiently as his squad disappeared and his bugs alerted him. He saw the smoke vanishing and prepared himself. I guess we all have jobs to do. Hana was running quickly, beside her was her squad, or what was left of it. She had heard about Shino's decision to stay back, and words couldn't describe how proud she was of him. The Abarame's bugs could suck the enemy's chakra and it could buy the squad time to fall back. As for Shino, she saw a group of Shino's bugs lingering around an abandoned house around the corner. The Abarame had chosen the correct place as the house was the perfect hideout and could be used to treat the injured. Hang in there, everyone, said Hana encouragingly. Quite a lot of her men were injured and so far 5 of them had died in the line of duty, while one was Mia. She kicked open the door of the house, and looked at her men who were capable of fighting. Stand guard around the house. Kyan helped the injured into the house. Korra keep watch on the perimeter along with Tatsu and Suiren. We have given Kakashi enough time to capture Gato's men. Now our only priority is getting our comrades out of here. Understood, asked Hana seriously but in a gentle manner, and her comrades gave her a weak nod. Hana-sensei, Shino is still not here. He said he would be here, said Kyan worriedly as he didn't see the Abarame anywhere. Hana gently put a hand on the young genin's shoulders, and looked at him straight in the eyes. He'll be here, just wait. We won't leave him behind. Till then, we all have jobs to do, said Hana gently. Hi, said Kyan sadly, and Han quickly led an unconscious Kiba and Sakian into the house. Korra took a deep breath and got on the rooftop while her comrades stealthily hid in the shadows. Hana was right, they all had jobs to do. Hana gently laid her injured brother on a small table, a lone tear slipped from her eyes. She couldn't watch him like this. How could such a thing happen to her kid brother while she was around? It was all her fault. Hana-sensei, Sakian is bleeding badly. I need your help, said Kyan hurriedly. Kyan, I'm just a vet, but I'll try to heal the wounded as much as I can. I want you to stop Kiba's bleeding until Sakura gets here, said Hana seriously. Even if her brother was injured, it was her duty to protect her injured men. Duty came before anything. Kyan moved towards Kiba and put his hand on the young Inuzuka's stomach. It was so hot, and a few of his flesh was badly burned. They needed a medic. With Sasuke, the young Uchiha was silently running behind him too, comrades. Toka was in the front and scanning the entire area with his eyes, while Shinji was in the middle, with him in the rear. Sasuke, I see Aoba's squad 2 blocks ahead. But there are a lot of enemies around them, said Tokuma honestly. How can you see from so far? Even with your Byakugan, it would be too far I think, said Sasuke innocently. You fool, Tokuma has the best eyes in the Hyuga clan, his eyes can see through the toughest barriers and look on for miles. He is the main branch's best shinobi, said Shinji boastfully. Oh, asked Sasuke in shock. Shinji, don't boast in fro, said Tokuma irritatingly but was cut off as a kunai pierced straight through his neck. What? Screamed Shinji in horror as the person who had stabbed Tokuma was none other than Sasuke. Shut up, said Sasuke in an annoyed tone, and his Sharingan's shape changed and Shinji suddenly felt himself mesmerized in those eyes. That was easy, said Sasuke with an evil smile, as he effortlessly put Shinji under his genjutsu. He didn't know his Mangekyo was so powerful. G-U-H-W-H. Sasuke's gaze shifted to the struggling Tokuma on the ground. He was trying hard to stop the bleeding from his neck. But it was futile. What? I told everyone before, there is no such thing as comrades. As for why I did this, you don't need to know. Amaterasu, said Sasuke darkly. The next moment Tokuma's lower half of the body started burning but the man couldn't even scream, as his neck was bust open. Tokuma watched in horror as Sasuke came forward and stabbed a kunai right in his skull. Sasuke then attached a few exploding tags on Shinji's body, and slowly started walking away. Boom! An evil smile came on the Uchiha's face, as blood rained down everywhere as Tokuma and Shinji's bodies were blown to nothing. These are good eyes. With Squad 3. Aoba's squad. Sensei, I can't hold them anymore. They are breaking free, said Shikamaru urgently, as he tried to hold the incoming missing ninjas. 7 of his injured comrades were lying flat on the ground, including Ino. She was hit straight in the chest and was bleeding to death in front of him. Aoba and Kotetsu were holding the enemy forces at bay from different sides, but they were tired, and it was only a matter of minutes before they were overrun. Hold them as long as possible, don't let them get through. Use your kunai to kill them, said Aoba urgently as he dodged another shuriken. I'm out of weapons, and these 30 ninja are too strong for me, said Shikamaru tiredly. He was just a genin and his chakra reserves were low. He had killed a few of the enemies with Ino's help, until she was shot down too. Boom boom boom. The remaining members of Squad 3 were quite surprised when exploding tags rained down from the sky and started destroying their enemies. One after one the enemy ninja were getting butchered and Shikamaru didn't know why, but it made him feel good. A hawk landed right in the center and Sakura jumped of it. Come on, get the injured on it. We don't have much time, we must retreat to the docks, said Sakura hurriedly as she went to pick up Ino. She was quite worried as she saw her childhood friend being hurt, and gently lifted her up. Sakura, said Ino painfully, but was stopped when her friend put a finger on her lips. It'll be fine, I'm getting you out of here, said Sakura gently as a few tears came in her eyes. She was quite confused when Ino pointed a finger to her right. Sakura's eyes widened in horror when she saw Choji's body lying flat on the ground and there was a pool of blood around him. No. This can't be happening, thought a horrified Sakura. Don't leave him, said Ino tiredly and fell unconscious, leaving a shocked Sakura behind. Shikamaru ran towards Choji. He just wanted to get his friend out of here, but he was quite surprised when Aoba jumped in front of him. What are you doing? Said Shikamaru angrily. Aoba, another squad of enemies. We need to leave now, said Kotetsu urgently as he loaded the last injured Konoha ninja on the hawk. There is no room anymore. We are leaving the dead here, said Aoba stoically, and the next instant he caught Shikamaru's hand as the young Nara tried to punch. You bastard, I won't leave Choji here, said Shikamaru furiously. Slap. Shikamaru was shocked when Aoba gave him a harsh slap and painfully made him look at the hawk, and the injured on it. The hawk can't take any more weight than it already has. Even if it could take the weight of 7 dead bodies, it wouldn't be able to fly faster and the enemy will get us. This is my order, get on the bird Nara, shouted Aoba angrily. Shikamaru just freezed in shock as Aoba's words sunk in, and his horrified eyes just froze at Choji's dead body. Choji is my friend, said Shikamaru in a hollow voice. He just couldn't take it anymore. In the past many bodies have not made it back. These guys are not any special, said Aoba coldly and lifted a protesting Shikamaru. Are we really doing this? Are we? Said a trembling Sakura. But Kotetsu grabbed her firmly and jumped on the bird. There is no other choice, said Kotetsu sadly, as the bird started flying in the air. Shikamaru's eyes were just fixed on his friend's body. The reality of their world had hit them. His friend was gone, and he couldn't even get his body back to the village. The frustration, the pain, the sadness, the anger, all took a toll on him. With Squad 4, Hana's squad. Hana was quite alarmed when someone just kicked the door of the house. But she was quite relieved when she saw Sakura standing in the doorway. However, there were 2 of them. Where is Kiba? Asked one of Sakura's clones instantly. Who's the real Sakura? Asked Hana angrily. She's busy defending another squad. As a result, she sent 2 of us here to heal the wounded. Now where is Kiba? Do you want him to die? Asked Sakura angrily. However, before Hana could reply, Sakura spotted the young Inuzuka and ran towards him, while the other clones started healing the other injured shinobi. Hana was quite surprised by the girl's ability to keep calm under such situations. Most of the genin had freaked out, but then again Sasuke and Sakura had been a part of the famous Team 7 Inches and had already seen combat once. He has burns. But they are not very serious. But there are a few shrapnels in his stomach. What's your name? Asked Sakura quickly to the boy in front of him. My name is Kyan, said the boy hesitantly as he watched the girl putting her hand in Kiba's stomach. Kyan, Hold him steady. I'll have to remove the metal pieces from his stomach. It will be painful and he might try to struggle. Hold him steady," instructed Sakura seriously. And Kaien gave her a quick nod. He then grabbed the Inuzuka firmly. Sakura gave him a small nod, and pushed her hand deeper into Kiba's stomach. The young Inuzuka screamed in pain, and blood spilled all over Kaien and Sakura's faces. But Kaien held him tightly even as the young Inuzuka tried his best to break free. Clang clang clang. Hana watched painfully as Sakura removed the harmful metal objects from her brother's body. It was one of the most painful things she had ever seen, but it had to be done. "I have stopped the bleeding, and am healing his wounds. Hana-sensei, he has lost a lot of blood. If we don't get him out of here quickly he'll die," said Sakura honestly. "We'll stabilize the injured first. Where's the bird?" asked Hana seriously as she healed the wounds of a young genin. "It is evacuating Aoba's squad. Gato's associates have been captured. The bird will come to get us soon," said Sakura truthfully and wiped the blood of her face, as Kiba's bleeding stopped. "That's good. Keep on healing the others," said Hana flatly. Sakura looked at the older Inuzuka. One question had bothered her since she came here, and she decided to ask Hana about it. "Sensei, where's Shino?" But one look in Hana's eyes was all Sakura needed to know. With Kurenai, the young captain stood on the ocean. Her eyes were fixed on the person before her. Tears were rolling down her eyes as she looked at the person in front of her. Naruto just looked at her calmly. He knew it must be very hard on her, but there was nothing he could do about it. He sensed Kakashi and Asuma's chakra signatures approaching their position, and realized his time with her was short. "Kurenai, I don't expect you to believe me, and I have put you through a lot of pain. I have no excuses. I claimed that I loved you, when I didn't even know the meaning of the word," said Naruto sadly. Kurenai averted his eyes from him, and Naruto knew this was his chance to say what he truly wanted to say. "I treated you like a child, always lied to you. I failed at everything, and I didn't listen to anyone and only relied on myself. I don't know if your actions are right or wrong, but you are not totally to be blamed for that," said Kurenai silently. She had made a lot of mistakes too. "Kurenai, every shinobi is used by this world. In your case, you wanted to do the right thing and protect your friends. But in doing so, you lost faith in us," said Kurenai truthfully, and Naruto accepted the fact as it was the truth. "I tried to control you with my sharingan. Without thinking about your feelings, I wanted to force you to kill me, and free me from my pain. What I did, what I became was also due to the choices I made, and it is my fault. I don't deserve your love, and from now on you can live your life free from any lies, free from me," said Naruto calmly. "I don't know if I can trust you anymore. I didn't even know the real you until now. I don't think I can love you like before," said Kurenai honestly and looked at him straight in the eyes to make her message clear. She was quite surprised when Naruto gave her a nod, and slowly started walking towards. "There's nothing more to say. I told you the truth and the mistakes that I made. If I hadn't lied to you, then I wouldn't have to stand before you like this. Oh, always lied to you. But now I want you to know this," said Naruto lovingly. He stepped in front of her, and kissed her forehead gently. She looked in his eyes, and for the first time she saw a truthful look in them, and he had a small smile on his face. "You don't have to forgive me, and no matter what happens I'll be there for you forever," said Naruto lovingly. Kurenai watched sadly as he slowly disappeared in a flock of crows, and silent tears fell from her eyes. More on A New Beginning. Kurenai silently watched the vast sea in front of her, specifically the place at which a few moments ago the man she loved had stood. She didn't know what to do now. Did Naruto really tell the truth? Or was he lying even now? There was no one except the Hokage who could verify Naruto's story. But more than that was the question of what was her relationship with Naruto. Did she love him? Her thoughts that drifted back to the conversation she had with Naruto. Flashback. A few minutes ago. Kurenai glared at the man standing in front of her. She was angry at him. No, she was pissed. What kind of rubbish is this? Don't tell any more lies. You killed 300 Anbu to protect your friends, protect the village? Asked Kurenai mockingly. A tired sigh escaped from Naruto's mouth as his hands raked through his silky blonde hair. This was to be expected. After the way Hiruzen had spread the lies, it would be hard for anyone to believe his true story. I'll tell you the truth, of what I am and what I did for Konoha. But only if you listen to me first, said Naruto seriously, and his sharingan swirled wildly in order to show her he was serious about this. Kurenai looked at him for a few seconds. All this time she wanted to find the reason behind his actions, and now she was getting the chance. She didn't know if he would tell her the truth or not. But if she didn't listen to him now, she would regret it for the rest of her life. I'll hear what you to say for old time's sake, said Kurenai sadly, and Naruto gave her a thankful nod. He pointed his finger at the Anbu tattoo on his body. Kurenai knew such tattoos were given to the Anbu by the Hokage himself when they joined the force. This was her first time seeing it, however she did know that the signs and the design of Naruto's tattoo was the same as mentioned in the history books of Konoha. My real name is Captain Naruto Uchiha, 11th Squad, Root Anbu Forces, stated Naruto patiently, and Kurenai got a little curious. He had said this moments ago. What is Root? I've never heard of it. I doubt Konoha ever had such Anbu forces, said Kurenai sharply, and Naruto knew majority of the shinobi never knew of Root, and if not for the involvement of Konoha's Anbu force in framing him as a traitor by providing fake evidence to the general shinobi, this mission would not have been possible. It was a secret force started after the Second Great Ninja War by Danzo Shimura. He was one of the 3 elders that advised the Hokage before being dismissed a few years back, said Naruto patiently as he wanted her to understand each and everything in detail. Kurenai didn't know much about this Danzo. Hell, she had never even seen him. But a man called Danzo did exist, and what Naruto was saying did match with the records that Konoha had. So this Danzo was the leader of this Root Anbu. I don't understand how he can run his own Anbu force. Anbu are under the direct control of the Hokage and only work for him, said Kurenai suspiciously. This organization was started after getting permission from the Hokage, and both the forces had worked together in the Third Great Ninja War. However, it was disbanded after the war, said Naruto briefly, and this confused Kurenai a little. Why would such an efficient force be disbanded? It would severely affect Konoha's forces. Naruto understood what she was thinking, and decided to make it clear what Root really was. Root started getting involved in various illegal activities and sometimes even performed missions not approved by the Hokage in secret, and when the Hokage found the truth he disbanded it and stripped Danzo of all his powers from the force. But that was not the main reason Root was disbanded, said Naruto sharply, and Kurenai's tactical mind was slowly understanding each and everything. They must have done something inhuman even for Anbu, said Kurenai suggestively, and Naruto nodded hesitantly. In Anbu forces you are personally selected by the Hokage after taking into consideration your skills, years of service, your ideologies and many other factors. And even after that they have to go through extensive training which only 10% of the cadets survive. Root also followed the same procedure except for the final test, said Naruto regretfully as memories of that night came back in his mind. Kurenai saw the broken look on his face and she didn't know why it hurt her. She wanted to just go there and hug him, but the rational part of her mind was telling her to hear the entire truth before making any hasty decisions. How was the final test of Root different? Asked Kurenai skeptically. She had a feeling it was not something good. The way he had described Root, it sounded like a hardcore organization. You have to kill your best friend. For the first time in her life Kurenai found her legs shaking. The mere thought of killing Anko made her shiver in fear. Her eyes widened in shock and anger. But when she looked at Naruto, a more horrible conclusion came in her mind, one which shook her to the core. She shakily lifted her finger at him, even her voice trembled. Did you? Said Kurenai in shock but was cut off when she saw the tears dropping from his eyes, and her worst fear came true. Yes, I killed my best friend. His name was Shin, said Naruto truthfully, and Kurenai's shock further increased when she remembered something. You told me Shin died while protecting you from the villagers. You lied to me. Said Kurenai angrily, and this time Naruto got irritated. What was I supposed to say? That I am a Root Anbu captain. I killed my best friend and have been assigned the task of stopping Rout's coup. said Naruto furiously. He was guilty, but there were some things he had been forbidden from speaking at that time. Even if he wanted to tell her, it was just not possible at that time. A coup? Asked a further shocked Kurenai. With each passing moment she was disgusted with the things Konoha had done. She could never believe that her just village would allow such a brutal practice. Even Anbu were human in the end. Do you remember the day when you started training me in genjutsu? Asked Naruto patiently. He knew all of this would be too much for her, as a result he was trying to take it slowly. Hi, said Kurenai hesitantly. She didn't know how all of these things were connected, but the way he was saying them had slowly started making sense to her. That was the day I first met Danzo and joined Root. That day I found the truth of my parents. The day I realized how dangerous Danzo was, and the day I became a spy in Root forces for Hiruzen-sama, explained Naruto briefly, and he saw Kurenai's eyes soften a little. The anger in her eyes reduced as she realized why he joined Root. You joined Root to keep the Hokage informed about Danzo and possibly help him in stopping Root from doing something drastic, said Kurenai gently. The more she heard the truth, the more her heart understood the young shinobi in front of her. Hi, Danzo was illegally operating Root, and I couldn't just tell the Hokage immediately. Danzo had deep contacts in the village and would probably go into hiding if caught. I had to act rationally, or a full-blown war would start in the Hidden Leaf village, a war that would consume many innocent lives including my friends. So I started training in Root and investigated everything I could about Danzo and his forces, his plans. I made some friends too. But as time passed they were reduced to nothing more than mindless drones who followed Danzo blindly. Mere killing machines, said Naruto bitterly and clenched his hands tightly. If he could go back in time he would have stopped such a thing. Naruto, said Kurenai sadly. He bared such an enormous burden on him for all these years, and even after that he helped her, Anko, Kakashi as much as he could, as a friend, as a brother, as a lover. However, Danzo knew more about the sharingan than I thought. In order to test my loyalty and my ability to kill my emotions, he set me up in a death match against my best friend, and the only choice was to kill him or get killed. My objections went unheard and I prepared myself for death. But Shin knew how dangerous Danzo was, and he was suffering from an incurable disease, so he sacrificed himself for me and entrusted me with the task of protecting Konoha from Danzo's madness, said Naruto with deep regret. A lone tear slipped from Kurenai's eye. She had been so wrong. To think he had to watch his best friend die for him would have been an unbearable memory. He looked her straight in the eye and she saw the shuriken-shaped sharingan staring at her sadly. This is the Mangekyo sharingan that awakened that night when Shin died. Those flames you saw just now are a power of these eyes. The Mangekyo sharingan is the ultimate stage of a sharingan, and can only be achieved by killing the person very dear to you or when you go through an unbelievable trauma. After the Kyuubi attack, Danzo had spied on the Uchiha clan and had obtained this fact, and made me kill my best friend in order to awaken these eyes. Explained Naruto in thorough detail. The links slowly started connecting in her mind, and with each second her hatred for Danzo stared increasing. Were these eyes so necessary for him, to even make you kill Shin? Asked Kurenai sympathetically. These eyes are capable of even controlling the tailed beasts. Do you understand the meaning of this? Asked Naruto seriously, and Kurenai was amazed by hearing this. Were these eyes so powerful to even control a Biju? Kurenai's hands tightened to the point blood started dropping. Danzo made young kids kill each other just for the sake of power. Naruto saw the impact this revelation had on her and decided to explain the rest of the truth quickly as Kakashi and Asuma were edging closer and closer. I became a Root captain after a few months. And that was when I realized Danzo's true intentions were to organize a coup to overthrow the Third and establish himself as Hokage. He had increased his forces by recruiting young orphan kids illegally, and with our help wanted to rule Konoha as the ruler. And that was the day I made a choice that led to this, said Naruto seriously, and now Kurenai was really wary of hearing the answer because deep down in her heart a horrible feeling had started to develop. What did you do? Asked Kurenai hesitantly. I informed the Hokage about this and requested to wipe out the entire Root Anbu along with Danzo Shimura by my own hands. If Kurenai had been shocked before, now she was mortified. He had already bared so much pain for a village that didn't respect him, except for a few selected people in Konoha. No one gave a damn about his existence, and yet You. Did. All of this for the village that didn't respect you. You went as far as wiping out Root. Why? Asked Kurenai pleadingly. Naruto was truly a mysterious person, and she doubted she would have understood the implications had he told her about his decision at that time. She was quite surprised when he gave her a firm gaze. Just how strong was his will? The village suffered a lot in the Kyuubi attack. People lost their friends, parents, loved ones, children. Even you lost your father. What the villagers did to me was not right, and there can be no excuse for that. But ultimately it all comes down to you, the path which you want to choose. I could have got my revenge on the villagers by following Danzo. But there were people who loved me and cared for me despite me being a Jinchuriki. Kakashi, Enko, Hiruzen, Amiko, my friends, and you, said Naruto with a bright smile on his face which brought a few tears in her eyes. Why did you sacrifice yourself for Konoha? Why did you do so much for us? Said Kurenai painfully, and he gave her a small smile which surprised her. To forsake your nation and your village is the same as abandoning your child. Many countries have been destroyed in the past, as well as the harsh life that awaits people without a country. And no matter what darkness lies in the village, I will forever be Konoha's Naruto Uchiha, said Naruto proudly, and the raven-haired beauty was astonished by his will towards his village and the ones he loved. All this time, I could never understand you, or even help you. You were perfect, said Kurenai shamefully, but was stopped when Naruto raised his hand. Kurenai, never say I was perfect. I accepted the mission, but I was suffering. The guilt of killing my friends, my comrades, my teachers was hounding my soul. I always lied to you and never told you the truth. I toyed with your feelings despite knowing the path that awaited me, just for my selfish feelings. I stopped listening to anyone, and only cared about my pain. I wanted to escape, and in doing so, I made the biggest mistake of my life, admitted Naruto honestly. What do you mean? Asked Kurenai suspiciously. I placed you under my strongest genjutsu and ordered you to kill me, said Naruto with deep regret. He immediately had to avert his eyes from her. The mere thought of looking her in the eye scared him. What did you say? Asked Kurenai murderously, and her chakra flared dangerously, and Naruto could feel the anger clearly radiating from her. He somehow gathered a little courage in order to say the entire truth, no matter what the outcome may be. It's the truth. The night we had sex I used my sharingan on you and used the ultimate genjutsu and placed an order in your mind to become stronger, in order to kill me, said Naruto shamefully. The next instant he was sent sailing in the air by a monstrous punch and he felt a severe pain. He somehow regained his balance and landed on the water surface again as blood leaked out of his mouth. But his eyes were staring at the sea of anger in Kurenai's eyes, and he knew she had a right to be pissed. What he had done was very cruel, and it clearly showed how little he cared about her feelings despite claiming to love her the most. Meanwhile, Kurenai now understood why she was having the strong desire to kill Naruto a few weeks ago. This man had forced her to kill him. Was she just a toy to be used and thrown whenever he liked? You bastard. How can you do this to me? I gave you everything I had. My body, my soul, my love, and you played with my feelings. Do you have any idea what you did to me? All those days I was forced to think of ways to kill you day and night. No matter how much I wanted to stop those thoughts, they never went away until a few days back. Why? Asked Kurenai furiously, as some of Naruto's blood dripped from her knuckles. I made a mistake which I deeply regret now. I released the genjutsu a few days back when I realized how selfish and self-centered I had become. After I wiped out Root, I left the village without even caring about the effects of what my actions would do to. I'm worse than scum, said Naruto distastefully. Kurenai didn't know what to do. Did he even realize what he had done? For a person who was so mature and sacrificed so much, how could he even think about doing such a thing? So, it's all about you, huh? Your pain, your suffering. You suffered and sacrificed a lot for us, but how can you do such a thing to me, Naruto? IFC King loved you, damn it, said Kurenai frustratingly. For his part, Naruto didn't utter a word and was listening to her calmly. He had to make up for his mistake no matter what. If your story is true, and what you did was for the village, I can forgive you lying to me. I can even forgive you for not telling me anything but to order me to kill you just because you couldn't take it anymore. After caring so much about me, after going so far to protect me. You had no right to do this to me, said Kurenai vehemently. I'm sorry for causing you so much pain, said Naruto honestly. Arg, yelled Kurenai in frustration. Say something good to her, advised Kurama calmly, and this confused Naruto a little. What do you mean? Asked Naruto cluelessly. Moron. Do I look like a matchmaker to you? Use your stupid brain for once, said Kurama irritatingly, and a light blush came on an embarrassed Naruto's face. He looked at the frustrated and grieving Kurenai in front of him and realized it was his duty to ease her pain. He didn't know if this would work. But it was worth a shot. Kurenai, I know I screwed up and I can understand if you are angry at me and wouldn't want to see my face ever, but you were the best thing that happened to me. You became my friend, my teacher, my guide, my lover, said Naruto emotionally, and Kurenai looked at him with a painful look in her eyes as she remembered the happy memories of the past. You were there for me every time. You made me strong. You taught me self-respect and dignity. You taught me genjutsu. You gave me so much without expecting anything in return, and words cannot describe how much grateful I am to you. I am an idiot, and to be honest I was really naive when I said I loved you. Hell, I'm still naive, but I really care about you, said Naruto hesitantly. Her gaze softened a little when she heard him say that, and for the first time she could not feel any deception in his words. I even wanted to marry you, and maybe have a small family someday, said Naruto sadly. He knew such a thing was nearly impossible after what he did. Meanwhile Kurenai was stunned after hearing that. Even he had the same dream of having a happy family with her in the future. She wondered if the circumstances had been the opposite and she was in his place, what would she do? But I know I caused you a lot of pain, and I'm truly sorry for that. If I survive this mission, then I promise you I'll make it up to you. I'll do whatever you say, said Naruto promisingly, and Kurenai looked at him with a tired look on her face. Even after knowing we may never be together, that I may never love you again, asked Kurenai flatly. She knew now he was caught and his answer would show her his true feelings. But deep down she knew no man would ever waste his time after a female if she just ignores him or outright dislikes him. I promise. Those words shocked her to the core, and she looked at him and found a warm and gentle smile on his face. His eyes showed her he did mean it. Why? Asked Kurenai aggressively. Why was he so thoughtful about her? I'd rather have you in my life as a friend than not having you at all, said Naruto honestly, and he was relieved when he saw the anger on her face disappearing slowly. How can I trust you? Asked Kurenai doubtfully. I just need a chance. One chance is all I need. Can you do that for me? Flashback end. A tired sigh escaped from her lips. She was in a huge dilemma right now. He had told her it was him who had given the information about Wave's defenses and he had a few more objectives to complete. She had tried to ask him about the mission, but had only gotten this response. It's better if you don't know for now, it's very dangerous. But if you want to know the truth about my defection, then ask the Hokage. She clearly remembered his words. A million thoughts were going through her mind. Would it be right to trust him again? Guess my only answer is asking the Hokage. Naruto, I don't know if I can give you a chance or not, at least not until I talk with the Hokage, thought Kurenai tiredly. This night had been very shocking for her. And she knew she had a lot of things to think about and make critical decisions about her life. But first she had to fulfill her mission. And that meant getting her men out of Wave. Two people quickly landed beside her, and from the looks on their faces and the condition of their clothes it clearly showed they had been through hell. Kakashi and Asuma panted harshly. Things had gone way south for their strike team. Did you get the targets? Asked Kurenai quickly. There was no time to think about her personal issues now. Hi, Kurenai, we have kicked the hornet's nest here. Aoba's squad took substantial casualties and had to fall back. The entire Wave militia is headed this way, said Asuma urgently, and Kurenai was a little worried about Aoba's squad. I have already informed Anko's squad to fall back to the docks, and assist Hana and her squad who have been holed up. They have got many injured in their squad, including Hana's younger brother Kiba. His condition is critical, said Kakashi seriously, and Kurenai nodded quickly. Do we have any Mia missing in action? Asked Kurenai urgently, and she saw the distress clearly in both of her comrades' eyes. Captain. Sasuke Uchiha, Tokuma Hyuga, Shinji Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Genma Shinraoi and Sakura Haruno are missing in action. We have lost all contacts with them, said Kakashi flatly, and Kurenai was shocked to hear Sasuke and Sakura were missing. Those two kids were really close to her. There was no in hell she would leave even one of them here, no matter what condition they may in. Asuma, you link up with Guy's squad and evacuate and collect the bodies of all our fallen comrades. Here are the extra scrolls one brought for sealing the bodies, said Kurenai quickly and handed the scrolls to the veteran Sarutobi. You thought about this? Asked a shocked Kakashi. Kakashi, link up with Anko's squad and help them in getting Hana's squad out of this shithole. Keep an eye out for Shino Aburame, he must be in that area, said Kurenai firmly. Hi. But what about you? Asked Asuma hesitantly. I'll get Sasuke, Sakura and Genma out of here. If I find the others I'll help them too. My clone has already sealed Gato, so our mission is finished. We've all got jobs to do. Any questions? Asked Kurenai seriously. Neither of the men said anything, and the young captain looked at her subordinates straight in the eye to make her order clear. Dead or alive, no one gets left behind. This is an order, said Kurenai authoritatively, and both the men nodded. In the blink of an eye both the men vanished to rescue their cornered comrades, while Kurenai went in the other direction to get her former two teammates out of this place. In the bloodied streets of Wave, one lone kunoichi blocked another hail of kunai aimed at her. She was badly wounded and had already lost a lot of blood. Her vision was getting hazy with each passing second, and at this rate she would die in less than 2 minutes. She looked at the form of his comrade who was trapped. Not yet, not yet. She was a kunoichi of the leaf, and as a medic it was her duty to protect her comrade. Sakura weakly fired one of her last arrows, which hit a samurai straight in the neck as the man collapsed on the ground. Gah! She screamed in pain as another hail of kunai hit her in the legs and she collapsed on the ground. The enemy was enjoying in killing them slowly. Shit, I'm out of chakra. I've only got one exploding arrow left. This is it, thought Sakura sadly. She knew what the enemy would do if they captured them. She would be raped over and over until the enemy got tired and would be killed then, while Genma would be given a painful death. Looking at the exploding arrow in her hand left her only one choice. I'm sorry, Genma-sensei, said the girl defeatedly. She edged closer to her injured comrade and sat beside him. She looked at the dark sky. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined herself dying like this. But she knew she had fought with everything she had, and now it was time for her to die with honor. Her hands shakily went to light up the exploding arrow as silent tears fell from her eyes. She missed her parents, she missed her comrades. She would really miss Naruto, Sasuke, Anko, Kurenai, but the mere thought of her friends brought a smile on her face. This world is merciless, said Sakura to herself. She remembered how brutally her comrades had died today. How cruel humans were. She had seen what being a ninja truly meant. But it's beautiful too, said Sakura with a small smile as she remembered all the good times she had with Naruto and Sasuke, their jokes, their smiles. Her eyes widened in shock when an exploding tag landed right beside her, and her instincts kicked in. She quickly picked it up and threw it away. But she was quite tensed when she found herself surrounded by the enemy from all sides. She didn't know why, but looking at the evil smiles on the faces of the men made her more angry, and her desire to kill increased. Get the bitch, we'll have some fun with her, said one of the Kiri missing ninja gleefully. One of the men quickly came forward and grabbed her roughly by her hair and lifted her high in the air. Not bad, Katsuragi, a little underdeveloped, but still I prefer the younger ones, they scream so much, said the man lecherously, while the other ninja laughed a little on hearing that. Her blood boiled, and in one quick motion she punched her fingers straight in the man's eyes, as blood erupted like a fountain. No, yelled the man in pain as his eyes were destroyed, and he fell flat on the ground. Why am I still fighting? Why am I still struggling? Thought a shocked Sakura as the enemy ninja charged at her. She prepared to defend herself with whatever strength she had left. But she was quite surprised when the enemy ninja grabbed their kunai and in a flash sliced their own throats. Two people landed right in front of her, and her eyes widened in shock and relief when she saw the Uchiha symbol on one of the person's back, while the kanji, captain, clearly written on the tall woman's haori. That was easy, said Sasuke with a frown clearly etched on his face. Kurenai easily put the enemy in her genjutsu and made them commit suicide. He had to admit this woman was a little dangerous. Kurenai turned around and looked at her student proudly. To think she held the enemy for so long was really quite an achievement. I'll have to nominate Shino and you for a medal, and possibly even a promotion for displaying such brave actions. I really hope Kakashi can get the boy back alive, thought Kurenai worriedly. Sasuke, get Genma out of these debris. I'll take Sakura with me. We need to move now, commanded Kurenai, and she was not sure but she heard a light, tch, from the Uchiha when he looked at Genma. Kurenai-sensei. Sakura's tearful voice snapped Kurenai out of her daze and she bent down and healed some her wounds. You did great today. You saved Genma's life. To risk your life for an injured comrade is a very noble thing. Now let's go back home. I'm sure your parents will be happy to see you back home, said Kurenai with motherly smile, and gently wiped the few tears that fell from Sakura's eyes. I couldn't save Choji, said Sakura regretfully, and Kurenai got a little sad when she heard about the young boy's death. Tch. Who lives or who dies is not up to us. That fatso must have been slow and the enemy got him. I've had enough of this, said Sasuke irritatingly as he placed an injured Genma on his back. Sasuke, don't say such things in front of her, scolded Kurenai angrily. The young Uchiha just gave a disappointed snort and started running away without another word with Genma on his back. He has changed, said Kurenai disappointingly. Just what was the Uchiha up to? He had told her that the two Hyuga with him were ambushed by the enemy and had been killed. He had to destroy Tokuma's body as he didn't have the cursed seal due to being a main branch member, while Shinji's body was badly mutilated in a blast. Kurenai was a little suspicious about his explanation. But she knew the boy may be harsh, but he was definitely not a traitor. Or was he? Let's get out of here, said Kurenai tiredly as she gently lifted up the injured Sakura on her back. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of violent coughing could be heard in the vast forest outside of Wave Country as a young blonde boy weakly walked through the forest in the dark night. Blood was leaking like a river from his mouth and his entire body was on fire. His vision was so hazy that he could barely see a few feet ahead of him. All in all, he was in a very bad condition. Naruto put his hand on his mouth again as another violent pain emerged in his chest and blood leaked out of his mouth. He collapsed weakly on the ground and started panting heavily. Why am I feeling so tired? Asked Naruto painfully. Your body has entered the second last stage of the virus. As a result, it has slowed down all your senses as well as reducing your speed and ability to fight with your full power. The fact that you had to use the Mangekyo twice against Kurenai is a proof of how weak your body has become after your battle with Zabuza and Raiga, explained Kurama sternly. He really wanted to make his point clear this time. I, said Naruto tiredly, but he couldn't speak as his coughing started again. Naruto, at this rate you will die in a few days. Fighting against 2S rank ninja is one thing, and it is worse in your condition. You can't expect to come out without a scratch. You have neglected your medical condition far too long. As soon as you reach the orphanage, inform the Hokage about everything that has happened till now and get medical help, ordered Kurama strictly, and Naruto chuckled a little. Since, coughed when. Did, cough. You, start, ordering, me? Asked Naruto jokingly, and he heard the Biju giving a snort. Since the day you started disregarding your own safety. If you die, I die, remember. It'll take a few years for me to be reborn again and all the same shit will happen again. I'd rather stay with you than some other stupid Jinchuriki, said Kurama flatly, but his voice did have a pleading tone in it. Hi, no need to get so emotional, stupid fox. Teased Naruto with a small smirk on his face. Shut up, said Kurama irritatingly. Thanks for the advice back there, things wouldn't have gone so well without your help. I finally feel free from my guilt, said Naruto happily, and a large smile came on his face when he remembered Kurenai saying that she understood him. And that was all that mattered to him. He was not going to give up. No matter what happened, he would get her back. It seems things are changing, thought Kurama silently. However, the Biju knew he would soon have to make a critical choice. One which would determine Naruto's future. Rising from the ashes. A swift and firm knock was heard on the door, bringing Nono out of her thoughts. Her eyes shifted to the wall on the clock which marked 3 a.m. Her hands silently picked up the kunai hidden in her dress. Despite living a retired life, she was once a root Anbu Black Ops, and was now the only other survivor besides Naruto. She knew no ninja would ever attack before alerting their enemy, but it was good to be careful. Her eyes shifted towards the sleeping form of Haku and Ria on the far side of the room. Both of the girls had a busy day and were currently resting. Haku was a really nice girl and had been a great help ever since she joined the orphanage, and honestly Nono needed someone like her. Taking care of so many children on her own was a really tiring task. But now she could rest a little, and it was all thanks to Naruto. She slowly edged towards the door and her sharp eyes noticed a dark shadow behind the door, and judging from the shape of his hair she recognized who it was. "I'm glad you're finally here," thought Nono happily, and hurriedly went towards the door. Instantly her hands twisted the knob of the door, revealing the person she was expecting standing right in front of her. Her eyes went towards his face, but something happened. Thud. The veteran medic's eyes widened in shock when Naruto collapsed on her shoulders, and now she could clearly see what condition he was in. Blood was leaking like a river from his mouth and had stained his entire cloak, and he had bruises on his body indicating signs of a fierce fight. Her motherly instincts kicked in as her heartbeat increased tremendously on seeing him in this condition. She quickly grabbed him in a fierce hug, and the next instant her loud voice echoed across the entire house. "Haku, prepare for operation now. A man's terrifying scream echoed across the dark corridors of the base as his lifeless body fell flat on the ground and started forming a pool of blood beneath him. A young teenage boy with light gray hair sighed tiredly as another one of the messengers was killed by his master. He gently adjusted his glasses as a few of the slaves dragged the body out and cleaned the messed up floor quickly. "You know, it's really hard getting talented messengers these days, and you just kill them for fun," said Kabuto in an annoyed tone. The person sitting in front of him was none other than the famous Snake Sanin. Orochimaru was a tall man with extremely pale skin and waist-length black hair. He had a long face with pronounced cheekbones, golden eyes with slits in his pupils and purple markings around his eyes, a reference to his snake-like nature. "That foolish midget Gato, I told him to keep his greed in check, and now everything is messed up because of him," cursed Orochimaru furiously, as his monstrous chakra flared in the entire room. Any common man would have dropped dead by now, but fortunately Kabuto had been with this man for years and had grown accustomed to this behavior. And Orochimaru had a reason to be pissed. Gato was the primary sponsor in their invasion. Despite being a greedy bastard, that midget had a lot of resources, and when the time came Orochimaru had planned to use Wave's army in the invasion too. "What were you able to salvage from his mansion? Did Konoha get their hands on something important?" asked Orochimaru seriously. However, he was relieved when his assistant shook his head in negative. "No, Konoha just captured Gato and his associates. Since we didn't keep any documents in Wave, no harm was done. Gato's army are in chaos and the daimyo's private army would soon take over Wave. It's a lost cause," Orochimaru-sama explained Kabuto briefly. Kabuto frowned a little when he saw a maniacal smile spreading across Orochimaru's face, and it really creeped him out. "Kukuku. It seems Sarutobi-sensei has finally grown a pair of balls and is trying to deal with threats to Konoha." Gato was taken out as he had came out in public, and it landed him right in front of the daimyo's eyes. "Even the Hokage has to obey a direct order issued by daimyo," said Orochimaru manically. However, Kabuto gave him a firm gaze. "Orochimaru-sama, they have captured Gato. We know his associates don't know anything about our plans, but Gato has some information that can damage the invasion," advised Kabuto tactfully. However, the Snake Sanin just gave him a predatory smile. "You don't need to worry about Gato, that fool won't be able to reveal anything. It's already been taken care of," said Orochimaru flatly, and a confused expression came on Kabuto's face. Orochimaru noticed the look on Kabuto's face and an annoyed snort escaped from his mouth. It seemed his student still had a long way to go. "You do remember that I was once a root Anbu Black Op, right?" asked Orochimaru suggestively, and he saw realization dawning on Kabuto's face. "I see. You really think ahead of your enemies, congratulated Kabuto slyly, as his master gave him a firm nod. The young boy started walking out of the room when his master's voice stopped him. Kabuto, try to find replacements for Gato quickly, we will need powerful allies for destroying Konoha, said Orochimaru seriously. He was no fool. Despite his strength and the army he knew Konoha had Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, the entire Anbu Black Ops and the newly formed strike team that had single-handedly stormed into Wave and had emerged victorious in capturing Gato. What about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Rumor is he is quite strong and deeply despises Konoha. Our spies in the village have confirmed the fact that he is a traitor and has really decimated Anbu Black Ops. Plus he has the Forbidden Scroll, which can be really helpful for your cause, suggested Kabuto smartly. We shall see. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself staring at the white ceiling on top of the room, and he didn't need any further hint to figure out where he was. Balls, cursed Naruto loudly. He didn't want to show weakness in front of Nono as it would just increase her tension, but once again Kami had landed him another mess. His life really was one complicated mess. However, he had traveled quite a distance on foot and his condition had worsened along the way. It was really a wonder he had been able to reach Nano's house and had then collapsed. Or maybe he did have a strong will. He had a long way to go and things were going to get more difficult from now onwards. Naruto slowly tried to get up but was a little surprised when he felt his hand was being buried under something soft, and his eyes widened a little when he saw Haku sleeping peacefully on his arm. Her silky hair were currently falling on her face and the young Anbu captain got a light blush on his face as he just stared at the beautiful girl. Is he falling for her? I've seen crazy shit in my lifetime. But this boy is a real mess. Thought Kurama jokingly. He was ultimately a part of Naruto and as such he could clearly feel how aroused and excited Naruto was. And the Biju didn't know why, but it brought a smile on its face. Maybe he was just having a hormonal change. After all, he was just 14 to 15 years old and getting attracted to beautiful females was only natural. Plus, there was the fact that his relationship with Kurenai was practically in shambles, and maybe spending some time with this girl would raise his spirits. Kurama watched curiously as Naruto carefully pushed away a strand of her hair that were falling on her face behind her ears. He didn't do anything perverted but just settled for looking at her sleeping peacefully. Cough, cough. Kurama watched painfully as Naruto started coughing again. No blood came out of his mouth, however the pain in his chest was still there. The sudden voice quickly broke Haku's sleep as she quickly jolted up in surprise as a light blush came on her face as she realized where she had slept. She quickly regained her composure and hurriedly offered him a glass of water which he quickly gulped down his throat. A relieved look came on his face as he offered her a grateful smile. Thanks, said Naruto gratefully as he returned the glass of water back to the girl. How are you feeling? Do you still feel any pain in your chest? Asked Haku worriedly, and this seemed to intrigue Naruto a little. Not to sound rude, but I'm perfectly fine, said Naruto cheerfully. However, she just rolled her eyes on hearing his statement. Stop trying to act like a superhero, think carefully about your medical condition. No matter how powerful a person may be, he still has to look after his health. Something which you clearly don't understand, said Haku frustratingly. Just how could he be so careless about his own health? However, Naruto just gave her a disarming smile and it irritated her more. He was still acting like a little kid. But before she could beat some sense into him, he said two words that shocked her to the core. Thank you. Naruto could clearly see shock evident on her face and decided to explain his reasons for saying those words. Thank you for bringing Ria here and helping Nono, and for not killing me while I was knocked out, said Naruto honestly, and this time Haku couldn't hide her shock as no words came out of her mouth. A light blush came on her face as he slowly got out of the bed, revealing his well-toned chest. Nono had healed all of his injuries and had stabilized him. She still couldn't understand how that woman could cure such grave injuries. However, something was different about him. He seemed more relaxed and the sea of sadness in his eyes was not visible now. It was as if he had overcame his past and was finally moving on. You seem different than the last time I saw you, said Haku curiously, as he just gave her an understanding look. I think now. I didn't fight the enemy. I fought with myself and the real enemy was in me. My journey's still not over, and there are still many challenges ahead of me, as I'm sure the dark side of my soul would still be there, fighting against my light side for what a friend called possession of my soul, explained Naruto calmly. Haku intently listened to each and every word that came out of his mouth, and somehow she could clearly relate herself to his pain. Both of them were so similar to each other. They were used by the shinobi world and had fought on the dark as well as the light side. She was quite surprised when he gently grasped her hand and looked her straight in the eye. But we made it this far, and we have an obligation to fulfill. We have to teach others what we learned and try to find a meaning to this life, and I'm really happy that you are helping these kids, said Naruto gratefully, and gave her a small smile. Silence followed between them as both of them looked at each other in the eye. For Naruto, she was someone who he could completely relate to. They had been enemies once, but as time passed he realized she was just like him, and it ultimately warmed his heart. For Haku, he was an enigma. He had killed Zabuza, who was very dear to her, but at the same time he had given her a new chance at life. He had given her an opportunity to redeem herself. Even if he kept on saying it was to fulfill his promise to Zabuza, she knew somewhere deep down in his heart he cared about her, even if it was just a little. Back then I really wanted to kill you. Even now it hurts. Zabuza-sama meant the world to me and you killed him. I didn't even want to live, said Haku honestly, and she saw the distressed look on his face. Haku, but that is not how I feel now. Today I really feel at peace with these kids. Thank you for everything, said Haku honestly as a small tear slipped from her eyes. What are friends for, idiot? Said Naruto cheerfully as he just gave her an innocent smile, which clearly shocked the girl. Friends? Asked Haku shakily. Never in her life had she met a person who wanted to be her friend. Back in Kiri, everyone hated her for belonging to the Yuki clan, and after she joined Zabuza she constantly kept on running from one place to another to escape from the hunter squads of Kiri. And those few people that tried to get close to her were quickly scared away by Zabuza and Raiga. Before she could think further, there was a Naruto offered his hand to her, and the next thing she felt was her hand entwined with his as a small smile came on her face. Friends, it is then, said Haku gently with a small smile on her face. It's good to see both of like this. You look cute together, said Nono teasingly, and she chuckled heartily when Naruto and Haku's cheeks got red in embarrassment. However, Naruto was quite surprised when Nono came forward and gave him a harsh bop on the head. That was for showing up on my door. Half dead, said Nono sternly, and said the last two words extra loudly in his ears. Naruto gave her an apologetic look but also signaled her that there was another person in the room. One who was not entitled to hear any information about his disease. Even if Haku was a friend now, there were certain things that she didn't need to know. The young girl quickly realized the awkward gaze the duo was giving her and got the hint. She gave both of them a small smile before quickly exiting from the room. Nono escorted her out and wished her a good night, followed by a slight wave of Naruto's hands. However, things got serious when the ex-root Kunoichi closed the door and activated the silencing seals in the room. The very next second he found himself staring into a pair of murderous eyes as Nono roughly grabbed him by the shoulder. Do you have any FCKING idea what damage have you done? Asked Nono furiously, and Naruto wanted to just vanish from this place. I can explain, said Naruto nervously, but was a little intrigued when Nono let go of him and quickly picked up a bingo book. Leader of Wave Militia, just what the hell are you up to? You came to the orphanage almost half dead, and coincidentally this happened right after a small Konoha team wreaked havoc in Wave. Naruto, I may not be in the Black Ops anymore. But I have a very good idea as to what this all about, said Nono sharply, and this time she saw the young boy sighing again. Sensei, I know I screwed up, and believe me, I am doing my best to make up for it. As for my medical condition, I know you can figure something out. I have also requested further assistance for you regarding my cure. I believe the person would show up in a week, explained Naruto briefly, as Nano's piercing gaze softened a little. Naruto, you are playing a very dangerous game. Even if I care about you, I don't want anything to happen to my kids because of your Black Ops mission. Those kinds of things never end up as planned, advised Nono strictly, and Naruto gave her a quick nod. Even he wouldn't dare risk the lives of innocent orphan kids for his mission. That was also one of the reasons he had asked Itachi to stay away from the orphanage and contact him with the crows. So far he knew Itachi had been busy investigating about Sky Ninja. They sure were a hard bunch to find. I won't let my mission put any of you in danger. Don't worry, you won't have to bear me for long, said Naruto encouragingly. However, Nono shook her head in negative. You can stay here as long as you want. You are family and I don't abandon my family. Just be careful from now on, said Nono tiredly as Naruto came forward and enveloped her in a warm hug. It's good to be back. As both of them comforted each other, Nono realized something. He was not depressed or sad, still some regret could be seen in his eyes. But he was moving on, and for her it was a great relief. You are finally picking up the scattered parts of your life, and trying to make a new start. You have changed, thought Nono happily. In a small cemetery in Konoha several people stood in black robes. Grief and sorrow were clearly evident on their faces as they saw 25 coffins being buried in the ground. 25 souls laid to rest. In the center of the crowd stood one Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was fully dressed in his Hokage robes and had paid his respect to his deceased soldiers. It was times like these that he wished to not have become a Hokage. But life was not fair to anyone, and the 25 shinobi who were being laid to rest were the prime example of this fact. Things never went as planned and the number of casualties Konoha suffered were a lot more. However, the mission had been a success and Gato had been sent for interrogation. However, they won't begin until tomorrow, as currently Inoichi Yamanaka, the chief interrogator of Konoha, could be seen standing in the crowd trying to console a grieving Ino Yamanaka. Beside the father-daughter duo stood Shikamaru Nara. His eyes were cold and had no emotion in them as he watched Choji's coffin being buried. His father was a few feet away from him, trying to comfort a crying Choza and his wife who had just lost their son. Kurenai and Anko stood on the right side and were trying to console a sobbing Sakura. Hana was busy taking care of Kiba, who was at the hospital. He was out of danger and would be able to get back on his feet, all due to Tsunade. The said woman currently stood in a distant corner of the cemetery far away from the others and was supporting a heavily injured Shino Aburame. The boy had multiple fractures and burns all over his body. Kakashi had found him half dead in the streets of Wave, and if not for his bugs providing him chakra he would have been dead. Despite being so heavily injured, Shino had insisted to be here, and for the first time in his life, Hiruzen could see an Aburame displaying so much emotion openly. Everyone who had participated in the invasion were here, except for those who were injured. Kakashi, Sasuke and Jiraiya were also absent. Kakashi had a habit of not attending funerals as it made him remember the death of his father and his teammates. Sasuke was a mystery, and had started showing signs of changing. Jiraiya as usual had some business to do. He was not a person who attended funerals too. While Shizune was busy at the hospital. We have gathered here to remember and honor all those brave souls who fought for their village, and made the ultimate sacrifice to protect Konoha. Each and every one of them is a hero. This is a tough time for everyone. However, instead of mourning their deaths, I wish we cherished that such good people lived amongst us and gave a meaning to our lives, said Hiruzen sadly, and looked at each and every person in the eye. Hiruzen was a little surprised when Choza came forward and stood in front of Shikamaru, as the broken boy just looked at him blankly. Did my son? Asked Choza, but was cut off when Shikamaru answered his question. It was quick and painless. He died doing his duty, said Shikamaru stoically, and beside him Ino was shocked to hear this until she noticed how tightly he had clenched his fists. Shikamaru Nara was a blunt person and would say what he truly felt. However, today he was trying really hard to lie to himself and the others. Thank you, said Choza defeatedly, and then without a word joined his wife, who was still hysterical after watching her son being laid to rest. For once even Hiruzen could feel a lump in his throat on seeing so many of his people being so devastated. And he cursed himself again for not killing Orochimaru that night. Only if he had killed him, then this tragedy would probably not have happened. Remember them for what they stood for, and what they believed in, and protect that thing for which they gave their lives, said Kurenai loudly, and everyone looked at her slowly. But Captain Kurenai, they are dead, said Hinata sadly. However, Kurenai gave the girl a firm gaze. They are dead the day you forget about them. They are dead the day we fail to protect this village. They are dead the day you don't have a place for them in their hearts. I led this mission being fully aware of the danger we were going in, and yet all of you stood beside me. All of you overcame your fears and fought with everything you had. I didn't know each of them personally, but their names will forever be engraved in my heart. Choji, Tokuma, Shinji, Taijin, Zanku, all of them, they will forever be in our hearts and no one can take their memories away from us, explained Kurenai courageously, and Hiruzen was astonished to see some of the people gave her understanding nods. While the rest didn't say anything, but the look in their eyes showed they completely understood her message. We won't remember this day as the day we lost our shinobi, rather we will remember this day when 25 brave warriors gave everything they had for the freedom of those they loved and held dear to their hearts. For heroes, said Kurenai loudly. For heroes. Hiruzen watched proudly as the young woman motivated her people. She gave them the strength to bear this burden and strengthened their will to fight for the village. In a way Naruto and Kurenai were so different and yet they were so similar to each other. One of them fought in the shadows and accepted disgrace to protect Konoha, while the other fought in the light and accepted pain. They were like yin and yang of chakra, shouldering every burden on themselves and trying to lead the people around them to a prosperous future. And for this he was grateful to Kami. There were still shinobi in Konoha who would ensure its existence even after he passes away from this world. Hiruzen sympathetically greeted each of his soldiers as one by one they slowly started leaving as the ceremony was over. Everyone had to strengthen their resolves and pick up the scattered pieces of their life. He watched calmly as Tsunade sent the injured Aburame to the hospital with his father Shibi, and slowly approached him. She did a good job in cheering them up. However small it may look, it definitely had an impact on everyone present here, said Tsunade calmly, as her hazel eyes silently observed the raven-haired beauty who was comforting Ino. It was still hard for her to believe that Naruto was in a relationship with her until he defected. When she first came to know about this, she wanted to rip Kurenai's head off for corrupting Naruto. However, now she really thought that maybe Naruto had not made a bad choice. Kurenai was a strong woman and the will of fire burned brightly in her. She was quite surprised when Hiruzen grasped her hand and gently shook them. This time will pass, and I hope you don't hate Konoha now, said Hiruzen comfortingly. Tsunade was just about to retort when she felt something in her hand. She narrowly saw a piece of paper and her eyes widened for a second, when she realized just what Hiruzen had given her. Your punishment is over and you are free to go, said Hiruzen tactfully, and gave his student a suggestive gaze, and Tsunade immediately understood his message and gave him a small smile. Thank you, said Tsunade gratefully. Finally she would be able to meet her long-lost nephew. Hiruzen watched contentedly as Tsunade went out of the cemetery. He had recently received a message from Naruto explaining his medical condition. And to say the third Hokage was worried would be an understatement. Naruto was literally dying and he didn't even know about it. The situation demanded him to provide assistance and he would make sure Konoha's finest soldiers received the deserved medical treatment. This was the least he could do for the young boy who sacrificed so much for Konoha. I'm sure Tsunade will get you back to full strength. It will be a really interesting reunion. In a dark room of Konoha, a lone Uchiha sat in front of a small tablet. A lone fire burned beside the tablet that showed his face. Sasuke Uchiha looked at the small scroll in his hand and a victorious look appeared in his eyes. These will really help me in creating a new world free from suffering. Going to Wave was really helpful, thought Sasuke darkly. His quest had just began. The ultimate tag team. Two people silently walked side by side each other. Both of them were currently wearing dark black pants and a light blue Uchiha t-shirt on their chests. Their bodies were being covered by a dark cloak and the silent noise of their sandals was the only sound that could be heard in the entire area. Both of them were males. One of them appeared to be in his mid-teens while the other was a little older than him. However, these two men were the most dangerous criminals of Konoha that were feared all across the elemental nations. Naruto closely observed the road ahead of him. He had been constantly walking since the past 2 hours and his partner had no intention of having a chat, and this was pissing him off. His face was covered by a light blue face mask, however his eyes were currently fixed on Itachi who stoically walked beside him. "Gah, even a damn machine is more livelier than you," complained Naruto loudly. For his part, Itachi never even flinched on the insult. "We are on a mission and it is important to stay on guard," a shinobi can be attacked at any moment, said Itachi seriously, and he was a little amused when he saw Naruto's eyebrows twitching. For your kind information, there is not a single person in the entire area, said Naruto irritatingly, and he was surprised when he saw an inquisitive look appearing in Itachi's eyes. I know you are a censor. But how efficient are you? Asked Itachi respectfully. This was a topic that interested him. From childhood, he had a tendency to learn everything about shinobi. From various jutsu, to weapons and even battle tactics, he had a craving for knowledge. It was not just to become powerful but to gain a deep sense of understanding of the world he lived in. That was the reason he was miles ahead of his peers and was one of the most powerful ninja of his now near extinct clan. In the few days that he had known Naruto, he had observed him keenly. The boy was kind and gentle to the people he loved, and he had observed this fact when he saw Naruto around the orphanage kids. However, that didn't mean that he was less dangerous. Naruto may be young and a little naive, but there was another side of him that Itachi respected a lot. He was a Black Ops captain, and had undertaken the most dangerous and painful missions for Konoha. In a way, Itachi could really see himself in Naruto with a few different traits. Well, I can sense up to a few miles. I'm far from perfect, but I believe I can take care of myself, said Naruto curtly, and a small invisible smile came on Itachi's face as Naruto smartly deflected his question by not telling him his true skills. It was a trait of a true ninja, never trusting anyone and fighting in the shadows. And he was right. Both of them had known each other just for a few days, so it was logical if Naruto didn't trust him completely. But there were other things that were more important right now. Itachi's dark black eyes shifted to the setting sun in the sky and the retreating figure of the birds. It's going to be dark soon. We'll have to finish it tonight, thought Itachi calmly. Itachi, why are we nearing the ocean? Asked Naruto skeptically, as the older Uchiha stared at him blankly. It seems his sensor skills are far more greater than he claims. We are still miles away from our destination and he can feel the presence of the ocean. He is truly your son Kushina-sama, thought Itachi proudly. Naruto may look like his father, but he inherited the Uzumaki blood and sensory skills from his mother. Itachi remembered how his mother used to praise Kushina for her sensory skills. She was really a unique kunoichi. And it seemed her son had taken after her greatly. Have you received any training in naval combat? Asked Itachi sharply. This was a question which he really wanted to be answered. Their enemy had great numbers and the only viable option would be stealth. Yes, I have received training in naval warfare. Does this mean the Sky Ninja are hiding in the ocean? Asked Naruto smartly, and his partner gave him an affirmative nod. Precisely. I have been investigating their whereabouts for the past few weeks and I discovered very interesting facts about them, said Itachi seriously. As far as I know, the 5 great nations destroyed Sky Country and all its citizens in the previous war. They were surrounded from all sides, which would mean they would have secret underground bunkers in which a few must have survived until the other villages left their country, explained Naruto briefly. Hiruzen-sama told me you were perceptive. I see that as the truth, said Itachi stoically. Thanks for the sarcasm, robot, retorted Naruto bemusedly, and he was not sure but he saw Itachi's left eyebrow twitching an inch. However, the older Uchiha had a lot of patience in comparison to his relative, so he decided to ignore the light jab and continue the debriefing. Your assumption is right. A few survived and after the war ended they took shelter as civilians, and for the next few years they increased their numbers while a handful of them gathered resources and weapons for their army, explained Itachi in detail, and he saw Naruto already trying to determine the various outcomes that could happen. And Orochimaru must have discovered this and offered them a helping hand. That snake sure knows a lot about this world, said Naruto frustratingly. The fact that their enemy was still ahead of them did not sit well with him. Don't underestimate him. He is a Sannin and had access to most of the secrets of Konoha. He is a man who knows when to hide and when to strike, just like a snake, chided Itachi as Naruto rubbed his temples tiredly. So how many idiots do we have to kill? Asked Naruto impatiently. The only solution to their problems was getting rid of their enemies, and that was exactly what he wanted to do. A tired sigh escaped from Itachi's lips. Naruto was definitely Kushina's son as he had inherited her trait of impatience. Looking at the empty road ahead made one thing clear to Itachi. It was going to be a long walk. Konoha. A curt knock was heard in the empty district of the Uchiha clan. The sound of firm footsteps could be clearly heard, and after a few moments a person slowly opened the door of the house. Sasuke looked at the person in front of him with disdain clearly present in his eyes. He had a lot of important things to do, and this person was one of the last human beings he would ever want to see. "What do you want, Hyuga?" asked Sasuke angrily, as his dark sharingan activated and glared at poor Hinata that was standing in front of him. "I want to talk to you," said Hinata with as much confidence as she could muster. However, Sasuke had other plans. "Go away, I don't have time to deal with a pathetic kunoichi like you," said Sasuke disrespectfully, and tried to slam the door in front of Hinata. The young Uchiha was quite surprised when the Lavender Beauty stopped the door as she planted her right hand firmly on it, as her Byakugan activated. "I said I wanted to talk, and I mean it," said Hinata harshly, and looked at Sasuke menacingly. "Interesting. Let's see what this bitch is up to," thought Sasuke bemusedly. This was the first time in many years when he had seen Hinata showing some courage. "You have 2 minutes, and no, I'm not going to invite you in my house," said Sasuke flatly, as he saw Hinata suggesting they went inside. Hinata was sad on being treated like dirt, but she expected this from a person like Sasuke. She only wanted to meet him as there was something which she wanted to know. "Fine, I'll get to the point. What did you do with Tokuma and Shinji?" asked Hinata flatly. Ever since Naruto left the village, she had seen Sasuke becoming more dangerous day by day. And the look in his eyes just before he went to save Sakura sent shivers down her spine. The fact that Tokuma was the best member of the main branch after her father did make things more suspicious. She was damn sure a man like him wouldn't be taken down by militia of waves so easily. And it happened so easily. Then even Shinji died and both of their bodies were not found. Most of the Hyuga had accepted the fact that their clan members died in the line of duty, but Hinata did not know why, but she thought there was a dark mystery behind this. Who would have thought she had a FC King brain? TCH, though she was just a stupid fangirl of Naruto, thought Sasuke distastefully. This girl could become a real threat for his plans. It was best if he stopped her now. "Like I said before, we were surrounded from all sides and an exploding tag landed beside Shinji. The other Hyuga jumped on it, but the blast was too powerful and killed Shinji too. Even I was blown several feet away. When I went to save them they were already gone," said Sasuke flatly. Hinata narrowed her eyes at her classmate. His eye movements and the way in which he was speaking did not evoke any suspicion, and it seemed he was telling the truth. But this feeling. "I don't believe you," said Hinata honestly, and she saw an angry looking appearing on his face as his grip on the door tightened. "I don't have to prove myself to you. The Hokage and Kurenai have accepted my statement. If you want to see the truth, go to Wave and try to find their bodies. Now get out of my house," said Sasuke angrily and slammed the door harshly in front of Hinata. Hinata looked at the retreating form of Sasuke with the help of her Byakugan. He was up to something and she would find out about it. At the southern gate of Konoha, a tall busty blonde woman could be seen standing happily in front of the large gates. Beside her was her student who too had a happy look on her face. "Good luck, Tsunade-sama. I wish you a happy journey," said Shizune happily. Her master had a happy look on her face and it only meant one thing. She was going to see her long-lost nephew, and this was the only good news Shizune had heard in weeks, and seeing Tsunade happy made her day. "I can finally meet him, Shizune, and when I find that idiot I'm going to beat him to a pulp for acting so recklessly," said Tsunade murderously, and Shizune's sweat dropped when she saw Tsunade clenching her fists tightly. "You do remember that he does not know you personally, right?" asked Shizune hesitantly. "Of course he remembers me. Who the hell took care of that brat and washed his shit?" asked Tsunade sharply, and this time Shizune smacked her forehead in frustration. Jiraiya was really a bad influence for Tsunade-sama. "Kami, Tsunade-sama, he was an infant at that time. How can he remember any of us?" asked Shizune in disbelief, and she was further shocked when the Senju in front of her was surprised from this revelation. "It is true, women do gone insane as they get old. I thought men were like this," thought Shizune in wonder. Tsunade quickly regained her posture and gave her best commanding face to her student. There were times when she would make herself look like a fool in order to cheer her student up. Hiruzen had requested her to let Shizune stay in Konoha, as many shinobi needed an experienced medic like her. Tsunade knew her student too wanted to meet the young boy and was disappointed when she was not given permission. It was painful, but it was the right thing to do. So, in her effort to cheer her up, she had acted like a fool to bring a smile on Shizune's face. And it seemed she was successful as Shizune laughed a little. "Tsunade-sama," said Shizune happily, as she hugged her teacher. An action which was reciprocated by Tsunade too. "Don't worry, you will see him soon. Just make sure things stay in order at the hospital, and keep an eye on the senile old geezer," said Tsunade gently. "Hi. But where is Jiraiya-sama?" asked Shizune curiously. "I don't know, Sensei sent him on some important mission." "Don't worry, he has promised to stay in contact," said Tsunade clearly, as Shizune gave her a nod. Both the women shared one last look before Tsunade quickly shunshined out of the gate in order to meet her long-lost relative. It will be an interesting reunion, for sure, thought Shizune with a small chuckle. Shizune slowly started walking towards the hospital as her eyes calmly observed the peaceful atmosphere in the village. It really felt strange, it had been so many years since she had set foot in Konoha. But she felt a sense of belonging here which she had forgotten. "It's good to be back home," said Shizune happily, as she watched people enjoying their night in the village. At the same time it also made her angry. These were the same people that had scorned Naruto, and yet he was protecting them. It was true that not all the people in the village hated Naruto, and it was not right to judge an entire nation on the actions of a few lunatics. But that didn't mean she was not ashamed of the actions of her fellow countrymen. But the young medic also knew that with passage of time everything changes. People change, and maybe that was what Naruto believed in when he undertook such a painful mission. He was truly a good person for Shizune. She could still remember how the young toddler used to irritate Tsunade to no end, and at times even used to hide her precious sake. Kami, she was so scary at that time, thought Shizune fearfully. Tsunade had wrecked the entire room they were staying in to find her sake but had not found it. It was still a mystery till this day, as to where that little troublemaker had hidden her master's sake. And it seemed Naruto still had the traits of a troublemaker. "Are you Shizune Kato?" asked a young hopeful voice, bringing Shizune out of her memories. She looked around and was surprised when she saw a young girl standing in front of her. She was wearing a dark green t-shirt and a short skirt, while her long pink hair were tied into a nice ponytail. "Yes, I am Shizune. But I don't think we've met before," said Shizune politely. She was a little surprised when the young girl gave a light bow to her. "Hi, my name is Sakura Haruno. I was the medic who had participated in Wave Mission and a member of Team 7, explained Sakura respectfully, as a curious look appeared on Shizune's beautiful face. "Yes, I heard about your actions. You saved the lives of your comrades, you did a good job," Sakura congratulated Shizune happily, and she laughed a little when the young girl's cheeks became a little red. "I did my duty. But I want to ask you something," said Sakura hesitantly. "What is it?" asked Shizune curiously. She was a little surprised when she saw a determined look appearing in the girl's eyes. "Can you take me as your apprentice?" With Kurenai. The young genjutsu mistress sat comfortably on the soft couch of her apartment. A lot had happened in her life, and the more time passed, the more difficult her life was becoming. Ked up life, lack of friends, unfaithful lover and a bunch of lies. The life every kunosehi wants, thought Kurenai sarcastically as she drowned a cup of sake. Ever since she had met Naruto in Wave, she had become a lot more confused. Her entire beliefs about the village and the shinobi were shaken to the core. A few months back she was living a normal life, a good team, a loving boyfriend and a couple of missions. Life was so perfect, but that was all a dream world to her now. Looking back now, she realized that there was always a strange look in Naruto's eyes whenever he was with them. It was a look a person would give when he was about to go far away, and this infuriated her. She smashed her left hand roughly on her couch. Naruto knew what he was getting into, and despite the consequences he didn't want to share his pain with her. "Just what the hell were you thinking? I could have helped you in whatever way I could," said Kurenai bitterly. She had decided not to confront Hiruzen about Naruto's truth as she was not sure her emotions would be in control, and she didn't want to hear any more lies and do something drastic. Her eyes shifted to a small scroll that was lying beneath her window, and she remembered that a crow had appeared there just before her departure for Wave. And there was only one person she knew who had crows as a summon, it was definitely from him. She slowly picked up the scroll and bit her thumb. The thin line of her blood was applied on the scroll and the next second it quickly opened. However, her eyes widened in shock when she saw that it was written in blood and the handwriting was very sketchy. It was as if Naruto was really trying hard to write the message. She focused her eyes on the letter and with each passing word her eyes became a little moist. Dear Kurenai-chan, I have caused you a lot of pain and what I did to you was not right. But I wanted you to know this, that whatever was between us, was real for me. I'm grateful to you and mere words cannot express the feelings which I have for you. The truth is that I lost sight of myself, I lost faith in my comrades and didn't trust anyone, but I didn't defect from Konoha for revenge. It is true that I have killed 300 Black Ops and stolen the Forbidden Scroll, but it was my mission to do so. That's all I can say to you. I cherished every moment that I spent with you and I'm taking those memories with me to my death. I have no right to ask for forgiveness, and even if you hate me for all eternity, I'll keep on loving you, as you are my dream. It seems I won't be able to keep the promise. I'm sorry, Kurenai-chan. Goodbye, Naruto Uchiha. A small tear slipped from her eyes as she read that letter, and she realized that it must have been written when he fought with Zabuza and Raiga. Even near death's door, you still thought about me and realized your mistakes. And everything between us was true for me too. Hell, it still is, thought Kurenai truthfully, as she neatly folded the letter as her eyes shifted to the various pictures on her desk. They had so many moments of them together and it brought happy memories of the past. Every person has flaws and makes mistakes, and the same logic was applicable to Naruto too. Kurenai knew Naruto was not a bad person, it was the different events in his life that made him turn out this way. She had seen the painful memories of his life, and it pained her to see that he had went through so much for a village that did nothing for him. No matter what darkness lies in the village, I will forever be Konoha's Naruto Uchiha. A small smile was formed on her face as she remembered his words. It was true that he had broken her trust, but that didn't mean she could discard the countless times where he had been there for her and every other person he knew. Yes, Naruto had done some bad things, but he had done a lot of good things too. He had brought light into Kakashi's life and had fulfilled his dream of having a family. Naruto had been a true friend to the rookies. He was the one who brought Sakura and Ino out of their fangirl habits and encouraged them to train seriously. He tried to support Hinata and Choji, who had confidence issues. He even befriended Shino, whom people isolated every time. And he had been a good friend to Shikamaru and Kiba too. Sasuke. She could still remember just how much Naruto had helped the boy. He had put aside his personal grudges against the other Uchiha and had brought light into his life. Anko had been so overjoyed to have a foster brother like Naruto who understood her and was the one who brought her and Kakashi together. The Sarutobi family, Naruto had been a true big brother to Konohamaru and had filled the emptiness in the little boy's heart due to the absence of his father. He had been like a grandson and an elder son for Hiruzen and Amiko respectively. And most of all, Naruto had supported her in the worst phase of her life. He had helped in reducing the pain she felt due to what she did to Yakumo. He respected her as a kunoichi and became her student, her friend. As time passed, their feelings for each other increased. He had confessed his love for her. It was true that he was a little naive, but so was she, as it takes two hands to complete a handshake. His only mistake was to order her to kill him by putting her in a genjutsu. At first she was furious, but now she could understand just what made him take such drastic steps. You were being burdened by guilt of hiding the truth from us and not being able to stay with me forever. So in your own way, you tried to make amends for your mistakes, and your depression made you feel that by making you kill me, would make up for the pain that you caused me, thought Kurenai sadly. It was selfish, but he was young, and it was also true that he could not reveal the truth to her. He was under the direct order from the Hokage. But still he disobeyed the order and told her the truth when he realized his mistake and how much pain he was causing her. That showed that he did love her deeply in his own twisted way. He had asked for a chance to make things right, and deep down she knew he was a good person and his good deeds were far more than his mistakes. And he was still risking his life for her in Konoha, despite everything. She gently lifted a small photo as her eyes became moist on seeing the face of a young handsome blonde. who had stolen her heart and was now the love of her life. Just come back home, please. With Naruto. The young root captain calmly observed the scene in front of him. His 3-tomo sharingan was showing him his target and a curious look came on his face which didn't went unnoticed by his partner. Is that what I think it is? Asked Naruto curiously, as Itachi gave him a silent nod. Yes, those 3 ships are the base of the Sky Ninja. The interesting thing is most of the machinery and weapons are made up of chakra or contain it in little proportions, said Itachi seriously, as he took out 2 small scrolls from his pocket. What's the approximate strength of the enemy? We will need a plan because once those idiots become aware of our presence, things can get really ugly. We also have to make it look like Konoha Anbu destroyed them, explained Naruto briefly, as his eyes shifted to the small scrolls that Itachi had laid down on the beach. The older Uchiha gave him one of the scroll, and as Naruto opened it he was intrigued when he saw it was full of explosive tags. Itachi quickly drew a rough diagram of the 3 ships on the sand of the beach. The ships are 3 miles away from our current position and after tonight they will again disappear. The Hokage has sent 3 platoons of Anbu to clean up the mess after we complete the mission, said Itachi calmly, and as expected an annoyed look came in his partner's eyes. Why can't the Anbu handle these idiots? Asked Naruto irritatingly. Because we are dependable and are faster than the men Hiruzen-sama has sent. Also it is our mission to take out every enemy that is plotting against Konoha with Orochimaru, do you understand? Asked Itachi flatly, and he was sure Naruto muttered, fine. I hate being dependable, man, said Naruto jokingly, and he was amused when he noticed an annoyed look appearing in Itachi's eyes. He loved pissing off the calm and cool Itachi, but more than that he needed to do this or else he would go insane as Itachi was the most introverted and shy person he had ever met. Hell, even Hinata was no match for this weirdo. And that was saying something as Hinata was really weird. The Sky Ninja have built equipment that help them fly in the air and provides them with counterattack facilities. We cannot let them launch their fighters at any cost, so I suggest we attack from 2 sides, suggested Itachi as Naruto drew a small dot right below the ships. I take out the ship's engine and chakra supply which will start sinking the ship, while you launch an aerial attack and take out their offensive capabilities. Then as soon as the job is done, we will fry the rest of the enemy in the water. Quick, clean and simple, said Naruto deviously, as Itachi looked at the boy cautiously. I'm glad he's on our side, he's a really dangerous enemy, thought Itachi tactically. Despite his playful attitude Naruto could get the job done and his partner knew that clearly. Precisely, Naruto, under no circumstances you will use the Mangekyo. We must make it look like a real ninja battle between our Anbu forces and the enemy. I know we can destroy them easily with our Mangekyo but that would make Orochimaru suspicious and that is the last thing we want right now, advised Itachi sagely, as Naruto gave him an affirmative nod. Still it would have been more fun with our Mangekyo, joked Naruto playfully, as he picked up his gear and started walking towards the sea. He really gets on my nerves sometimes, thought Itachi frustratedly, as he summoned a large crow in order to get ready for his part. 2 hours later, he patiently lay beneath the bottom of the main ship. The ocean water was cold but it was also peaceful tonight. It was as if it was waiting for the storm that the 2 Konoha shinobi were going to cause. His lone sharingan could clearly spot the massive amount of chakra right above him. Contrary to what he had thought, it was quite easy to sneak up on his enemies. Yeah, you use the camouflage jutsu to sneak up on your enemies which can only be detected by sensors and those with the sharingan and by Akugan, and you expect your enemies to sense you. Wow, you are a total idiot, retorted Kurama sarcastically, as his container just got a small smirk on his face. Kurama was really glad to see this side of Naruto. He was back to his old self. Back to the old, annoying and cheerful person who people loved. He was really surprised that the boy was able to hold his breath for a few minutes underwater. For once the Biju could acknowledge Danzo as a hard-ass trainer. That man may have played a vital role in ruining Naruto's life, but that didn't diminish the fact that he also made Naruto one of the most powerful ninja of Konoha. Whatever Naruto was today was due to Danzo. It included all the good and bad effects too. Remember, no survivors. As soon as Itachi's voice reached him through the device on his ears, he quickly took out his exploding tags and quickly started placing them on the various spots he had marked a few moments ago. 1 on the left, this is the weapons room. Judging from the amount of chakra they have, it must have taken a lot of time and effort in developing them, thought Naruto carefully, as he finished setting up his traps on one of the ships. You have 2 more minutes before I launch my attack. Blow of the explosives on the first ship exactly after 75 seconds. Naruto quickly nodded to his 2 other water clones that had set up the rest of the explosive tags on the other 2 ships. All of them had approximately 60 seconds to escape from the blast radius, which by the way was going to be huge. He quickly channeled chakra across his body in order to increase his speed, an action that was mirrored by his 2 water clones as the small team quickly started distancing themselves from their targets. 10 more seconds, reminded Kurama quickly as his partner quickly prepared himself. His 2 water clones looked at him for further orders as a murderous look appeared in Naruto's eyes and he quickly gave the signal. Kill them all. Boom. The next instant the trio quickly performed the ram hand seal and the entire ocean shook violently as waves upon waves of shockwaves quickly spread through the entire ocean. As expected, Naruto's water clones could not bear the shock and quickly dissolved in the water, but that didn't stop Naruto from quickly jumping out of the water, and what he saw next surprised him a lot. Kage Kunai no Jutsu, Shadow Kunai clone technique. The young shinobi couldn't believe his eyes as hundreds of exploding kunai rained down from the sky and started decimating the already distorted Sky Country ninja who had no King clue as to what was happening. Gah! On the left, the ship is sinking. Hundreds of such cries could be heard across the entire ocean. Their strategy had worked marvelously, and within seconds the once mighty Sky Country ninja were being destroyed like rats. He saw Itachi flying on top of a large crow and his partner was clearly raining down death from the skies, and the burning ships as well as the bodies dropping into the abyss of the ocean was a proof of how deadly Itachi Uchiha was. Each and every kunai hit their targets followed by a monstrous explosion. One of the ships had already started sinking into the ocean and many of the men were drowning in the water. My turn, said Naruto murderously, and his hands moved quickly as he gathered a large amount of chakra. Kurigakur number Jutsu, hidden mist technique. A thick mist started forming in the entire area, and this was the signal Itachi was waiting for as he quickly jumped from the bird and gracefully landed on the deck of one of the ships. He quickly took out his sword and the next instant he quickly sped across a group of enemies, and before they could even realize what had happened their bodies fell lifeless on the ground as fountains of blood erupted everywhere. Where the hell are they? Daisuke, what is the status of the fighters? Yelled one of the Sky Ninja. However, the tall ninja's eyes widened in horror when he saw a giant wall of fire approaching his position and it was blowing up everything that got in its way. Many of his comrades tried to escape and jumped into the sea, but the flames never stopped. Kaden. Goka Mekyaku, fire release. Great fire annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto watched in fascination as Itachi single-handedly destroyed an entire ship within a minute. He knew the man was strong, but to practically see Itachi fighting was a really captivating sight. He demolished. No, he curb stomped the poor Sky Country ninja. It was as if they were mere flies for him. And that was to be expected, as this was the man who single-handedly wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi was a skilled fighter and a deadly assassin, and tonight Naruto was witnessing Itachi's prowess in battle. Naruto's hidden mist technique was preventing the enemy ninja from pinpointing their location. 2 of their ships had already been completely destroyed along with the majority of the crew on it, while the one in front of Naruto was going to be annihilated. Now, Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Gwa hhhhhhhhhh. The water in the ocean swirled violently as 10 enormous water dragons emerged from the dark abyss of the sea and quickly rushed towards the lone ship standing in the ship. Kaboom! Said Naruto deviously, as the water dragons teared the last ship to pieces and killed every last person on it by swallowing them into the dark depths of the ocean. That's a sight I love, commented Kurama gleefully, as the Biju felt his primal instincts kick in as the enemy was destroyed mercilessly and swiftly. These 2 Uchiha really reminded him of someone from the past. Both of them were swift, deadly, and were true ninja. Stealth was the key to their fighting styles, and Kurama doubted that there were hardly any ninja left in the world who could stand up to this destructive duo. Kurama was surprised when Naruto shunshined right on top of a few of the survivors, and the next second a torrent of shuriken was released from his fingers which quickly killed his enemy in a flash. Ah! Fireball shower! A couple of destructive fireballs struck down many of the enemy forces that were trying to swim towards the shore, while the rest that survived were quickly being put to an end by the fierce and swift sword in Itachi's hand. Naruto quickly grabbed the hand of one of the Sky Ninja as he tried to stab him from behind. The young Anbu captain quickly did a 180 and before his opponent could even realize, his neck was twisted with a sickening crunch. Clang! Naruto quickly blocked a kunai attack of two enemy ninja as another 5 surrounded him from all sides. It seemed his enemy was not as weak as they had expected and were trying to fight back with whatever strength they had left. However, the Sky Ninja were quite surprised when Naruto disappeared in a flock of crows, but their eyes widened in shock when all of them felt their feet being grabbed and they were quickly dragged down by Naruto's water clones, who quickly sliced the throats of their opponents, thereby putting an end to their existence. Kaden Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Another couple of fireballs instantly struck down a pair of aerial fighters that were trying to sneak up behind Naruto, as Itachi quickly landed beside his partner as both the ninja watched each other's backs. "How many are left?" asked Itachi quickly, and Naruto used his sensor skills and realized they had eliminated most of the enemy forces. "Summon your crow back. I want to try a jutsu," said Naruto seriously, as Itachi tried to contemplate the offer. However, after a few seconds he agreed. "What are you up to?" thought Kurama curiously, as a large crow quickly passed right beside the Anbu captains and they quickly got on the bird. Itachi watched curiously as the mist started to disappear, and it only meant that Naruto wanted him to witness it, and even he had realized almost the entire enemy force had been wiped out instantly. Both Naruto and Itachi were the strongest Anbu captains ever in the history of Konoha. Missions like these were now small fry to them. They had used the cover of the night and their stealth to sneak up on the enemy, then they had went on to use the enemy's own weapons and machines against them. As fear and panic spread among the enemy, they launched a combined attack and disrupted the enemy's vision, and with their speed wiped out the already crippled enemy forces. This was how they were trained to fight, like true ninja. They were invisible to the enemy, faster than the wind and sharper than a sword itself. The mist in the sea disappeared completely, and now Itachi could clearly see the death and destruction both of them had caused. There were wreckage of the destroyed ships everywhere. The once dark blue ocean had turned blood red, and there was fire burning in many areas. Hundreds of bodies were floating in the ocean, most of them were burnt, some had drowned while the remaining had been cut down by Itachi's sword and Naruto's weapons. A few of the enemy were currently in a half-dead state, and Itachi guessed Naruto wanted to put them out of their misery. He saw the boy performing a set of hand seals which were very familiar to Itachi himself. Raiden Rakurai no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderbolt Jutsu. Gah! Bastards! Kami! Itachi was a little irked when large bolts of lightning rained down from the sky and fried the rest of the enemy forces alive as their screams echoed across the entire area, and looking at Naruto's face shocked him further as there was not a hint of regret on his face. This scene does bring back old memories, thought Kurama in wonder, as flashbacks of his fight with Madara came flooding back in his mind. "Anyone who tries to harm my village, whether they be a friend, a comrade or even my own family, won't be forgiven," said Naruto murderously as his sharingan glared at the hundreds of dead bodies floating in the water. The Sky Country Ninja were now history. But one thing was clear to the world. The ultimate tag team was ready to take on the shinobi world. Kakashi's choice. Both of them were silently walking in the forest as the bright moonlight shined from the sky. Itachi was as stoic as ever, but the interesting thing was that the man didn't even have a scratch on his clothes after such a fierce battle. His eyes curiously observed his silent partner. Ever since they destroyed the Sky Country Ninja a few hours ago, his partner had not uttered a word. He was just traveling silently beside Itachi, and this surprised the older Uchiha because as far as he knew Naruto, he was not a person who could be so silent for hours. Eventually, Itachi's curiosity got him. "What's on your mind?" asked Itachi silently. His partner had his face mask on, so it was impossible for Itachi to gauge his state of mind. Naruto just gave an awkward shrug as he continued walking forward, but Itachi had other plans. "You're tired. Let's rest for a while." "No, it's fine. I have to reach the orphanage by morning." Itachi didn't give any reply to Naruto's lie and went ahead to sit in the shade of a tree. Naruto watched Itachi for a few moments, but finally a tired sigh escaped from his lips when he realized Itachi had not fallen for his lie. He slowly went ahead and sat in the shade beside Itachi, as both of them observed the beautiful, shining moon in the sky. It is never easy being an Anbu. We have to endure and perform things which normal people cannot imagine in their wildest dreams. A true shinobi is the one who protects from the shadows, explained Itachi sagely. I know that, but my entire life I have fought for Konoha in the shadows, never expecting anything in return. Itachi, is it wrong if I want to leave the shadows and live in the light? Asked Naruto hesitantly, as his partner looked at him briefly for a few seconds until a small smirk appeared on his face. You have a girl? Asked Itachi bemusedly, and he was proved right when Naruto's eyes portrayed his embarrassed feelings clearly. Even if his face mask was preventing Itachi from seeing the blush on his face, he knew he had hit on the right spot. Hi. Naruto's reply was short and honest, but his calm and gentle tone clearly described he cared about this person deeply. It is a choice which each person has to make for himself. If you want to live a peaceful life as a regular shinobi, then it is up to you to choose it. But being an Anbu is the only thing I know of, and there are always enemies waiting to harm the village. Won't it be selfish of me to seek personal happiness over the village? For a second Itachi's eyes widened in shock until they regained their stoic look again. So, he was the same as him. The questions Naruto was asking right now were the same questions he had asked himself, before choosing his path. He had no obligation to help Naruto, but Shisui had helped him when he was at such a point, and Itachi didn't know why, but he felt it was his duty in helping Naruto choose his path. Yes and no. Nani? Asked Naruto in confusion. It is selfish of you to desire light by avoiding the duties you can perform as Anbu. But, it is also right if you think about yourself as a person who has dreams and people whom he loves. Because in the end, we are humans. Itachi. Naruto, I am the prime example of what awaits you if you choose to stay in Anbu Black Ops. Most of the people who join Anbu don't survive, but those who do remain alive never end up the same. Nobody leaves Anbu as the person they were before they joined. But each and every one of us can at least have that satisfaction that we gave all we had and executed our duty towards the nation and the village, even in face of death. So, you are saying that the path which I am following is the correct one? Asked Naruto curiously, but Itachi shook his head in disapproval. It is not my place to decide, every human is different. Maybe staying in Anbu is the right choice for you, maybe leaving the service and being closer to the ones you love is the right choice, and you should not consider those feelings as selfish. I see in the end Danzo did twist your personal feelings no matter how much you deny it. A frown came on Naruto's face as he felt a little assaulted. He was in complete control of his emotions, there was no way Danzo screwed his head. That's not true, I made all the decisions on my own accord, said Naruto vehemently. No, it's completely the opposite. Think about all the things you did, whether they be good or bad. For whom did you perform them? Asked Itachi flatly, and as a machine the answer flew right out of Naruto's mouth. Konoha. Whom did you kill your root comrades for? Konoha. For whom did you lie and betray the people you loved? Konoha. Who is more important, Konoha or your Nakama friends? Kono. Itachi sadly watched as the young boy's eyes widened in shock and horror. The truth of his life was presented right in front of his eyes. From the moment Itachi had seen his eyes he had realized the path which Naruto had chosen was forced upon him. Just as being a Jinchuriki was forced upon him by his father himself. He had observed the boy since the past few weeks, and there were very interesting things he learned about Naruto. Whenever he was near Nono, Haku and the orphanage kids he was his natural self, and he was truly happy. But whenever he was on missions, Itachi saw and felt the burden he was carrying over his shoulders. He was an Anbu not by choice, but by force. This is called as brainwashing, a common trait seen in majority of Anbu Black Ops and more so in Root. Every decision you made was due to the purpose of protecting Konoha at any costs, no matter your personal feelings. This was what Danzo taught, right? Asked Itachi sharply. What? R. You, saying? Asked a petrified Naruto, even his hands had started shaking. Danzo really did a subtle job on you. Those ideals he implanted in your head lead you to this day, even if you think you did all the things on your own beliefs. the truth is you were always following the ideals of protecting Konoha no matter the costs. And in your case, the cost was your own happiness and of those people you loved, said Itachi truthfully. No, it's not true, I only wanted to protect my friends, yelled Naruto angrily. Did your actions save them or hurt them? Answer me honestly from your heart, whether the choices you made helped the people you love or made them suffer, asked Itachi sadly. Naruto was just about to answer instantly, when Kurenai's tears came flooding back in his mind. The pain Kakashi, Anko, Sasuke and Sakura had felt. Konohamaru. He freezed in shock, that kid looked up to him as a real brother. All this time, he did what he thought was right without even thinking about how the poor boy was feeling. His shoulders slumped in defeat. All this time he had done everything believing his actions were right, without even caring about the people he loved. In order to save them from Danzo and Orochimaru, he had become like them, by manipulating and lying to his precious people. Naruto, I have no right to tell you whether your actions were good or bad, because I am guilty as well. Even I have become such a person, but there is a difference between us. You can still go back, and live the rest of your life on your own terms. Live freely, think about your happiness, your desires, your love. Itachi was quite surprised when Naruto enwrapped him in a tight brotherly hug, as a small tear slipped from his eyes. Gee, thank you, I finally realized what I must do. You're a good friend, said Naruto happily, as Itachi's eyes dropped in shame. The older Uchiha tried to hug Naruto back, but his hands felt heavy. The weight of wiping out Rei's memories from Naruto's mind were haunting him. Even if he was saving Naruto from becoming another Danzo, he realized he himself was becoming one. First Sasuke, and now Naruto. Itachi cursed himself. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked up to him and he had betrayed them both in the name of Konoha. His father was right when he said that his suffering would be way worse than his parents'. Just how long was he going to say lies? Just how long would he betray the people who trusted him? Kuso! Screamed Itachi loudly in his mind. This pain was becoming unbearable for him. Seeing Naruto had made him question himself and his actions. A thing which never crossed his mind all these years. Looking at Naruto made Itachi realize that he was toying with people's lives and affecting them badly. In the name of protecting Sasuke, he had screwed up his brother in ways worse than anyone could imagine. If not for Naruto, he feared what maniac Sasuke would have become. Just when would he stop playing God? Today Itachi Uchiha had realized something which he was not able to understand his entire life. Naruto quickly broke the hug and before Itachi could respond he offered his hand to his partner, as a curious look appeared on Itachi's face. Hee, I forgot to ask, would you be my friend? Asked Naruto sheepishly, as a small sweat drop appeared on Itachi's face. Didn't you just say that I was a good friend? Replied Itachi in confusion, as Naruto comically fell flat on the ground. Sigh, that was so lame. Cried Naruto as fake tears fell from his eyes, but then he heard something which shocked him to the core. His eyes shifted upward and he was shocked when he saw Itachi laughing. Was Kami FC king him again? Itachi Uchiha, the biggest stoic emo of the Uchiha clan, was laughing. Even the gods could fall from heaven, but Itachi, laughing. Itachi noticed his partner's gobsmacked expression as a light blush came on his face, which quickly faded away behind his stoic look. It had been so many years since he had laughed this much. What? And nothing. It's getting late. Hey, Itachi, let's race back to the orphanage, asked Naruto excitedly, as he subtly tried to avoid embarrassing himself but was miserably failing. I have no interest in such petty things, said Itachi flatly, as a small tick mark formed on Naruto's forehead. Too bad, I heard Nono got a lot of Pocky for the kids. If you had won, I would have given you a lot of it, said Naruto slyly, and a mischievous grin spread on his face as a tempting look appeared in Itachi's eyes. A chibi Naruto did a small victory dance inside his head, when Itachi gave a small hesitant nod while his face clearly showed how embarrassed he was. Damn you, Sasuke, cursed Itachi comically, as his little brother had told Naruto his greatest weakness. Konoha. Uchiha compound. Sasuke lightly sneezed as his voice echoed in the empty room. He wondered who the hell was remembering or cursing him at midnight. But he quickly ignored such useless thoughts, as his eyes were fixed on the large world map that he had placed at the center of the room. It was a map of the shinobi world, and all the hidden villages, whether they be large or small, were highlighted on the map. There were 2 small dots placed on Iwa, 1 on Suna, 2 on Kumo, 1 on Taki, while there were 3 random dots all over the world. For days he had been working in secret in order to devise this plan. He had no allies to help in this quest to rid the cursed world of shinobi, which caused only suffering and pain to people. Every step had to be taken with proper planning and consideration to avoid all the risks and increase possibility of success. Sasuke knew he was not a young genin anymore, nor he was a brat who dreamed of revenge. If Konoha could do such a thing to Naruto, what was to say if his brother was not another victim of their cursed world? Seeing Choji's death had strengthened his resolve to cleanse the world of shinobi. He didn't care what others would think about his actions. It was true that in this world those who had power could do anything. And Sasuke had a power, and with it he would change the fate of the world forever. He stepped forward towards the map as his fingers traced towards the single dot on Suna. If this plan is to succeed, I need to gather all of them. But before that I will need the Rinnegan. However, those eyes can only be obtained by combining the Uchiha and Senju blood. There is only one Senju left in this world, and with my current power it would be really difficult to take her on, said Sasuke frustratedly. So many difficulties, but he was determined to do this. His eyes shifted to a small family portrait. His father was standing proudly with his hand resting firmly on Itachi's shoulders, while his mother Makoto had her hands placed on a smiling younger version of himself. I've tried, I have tried everything, Ka-chan. I wanted to believe that there was hope for a little happiness in this cruel world. I lost all of you to this world, and I lost myself in revenge. But he came along, a man who I call my brother. Naruto gave me purpose, he brought light in my life, and I finally believed that I could find happiness again. But this world took my brother away from me. It destroyed my savior, and I couldn't do anything to save him, just as I could not do anything to save you. Tears freely slipped from his eyes. He hated this. He hated being alone, and he hated the shinobi world for stealing his last remaining family from him. But now I realize what must be done. Even if the entire world turns against me, even if people call me a monster, a traitor, I will not stop. I will sever the curse our ancestors laid upon us. This is the path I have chosen. The Rakuto Sennin taught humans ninjutsu, which led to creation of shinobi. Now I will purge this curse. Today's season begins. Flames of Amaterasu engulfed the map as it slowly turned to ash, signaling the beginning of the holy war. Next day, Kurenai's apartment. She silently watched the rising sun in the sky. It was really a very beautiful scene. The past few days had been very difficult for everyone in Konoha. The rookies were still trying to get over Choji's death. Kurenai had to admit, when they had embarked on the mission she knew there would be casualties. But this fact was not known to the rookies, and they paid the price. The Hokage was trying to find a suitable replacement for Choji, but so far he had not found one. However, something good did emerge from their mission in Wave. After analyzing the performance of each of the rookies and the desperate need for reformation in their team tactics, Hiruzen had reinstated Hinata into Kakashi's team, going back on his previous decision of sending her to the hospital to work as a medic. Kakashi had personally requested her to be reinstated in the team. He believed she had potential to overcome her fears and become a valuable asset. So after a formal discussion with Hiashi, which was more of an order by the Hokage, the young girl had been given another chance to prove herself, and so far she was trying her best. Surprisingly, Sakura had been accepted as an apprentice of Shizune Kato, who happened to be Tsunade Senju's only student. Guess, I never saw that coming. At least Team 7 is moving on with their lives, except Sasuke, thought Kurenai suspiciously. She had visited the boy's house along with Sakura and Anko, but he was nowhere to be found. However, the boy had turned up for an urgent C-rank mission with the team, but something was off about him. Kurenai had seen the look in his eyes. He was still hurt, and all of them had tried to help him. But he flatly rejected any help from them. She really wished Naruto's mission to end soon, so that he could return to the village and help his lost brother and guide him on the right path. He had told her that Hiruzen did have a plan to bring him back to the village without revealing the truth of his mission, and she really hoped that it was true. She idly wondered how both of them could repair the damage in their relationship. There were severe breaches of trust on numerous occasions, which were mostly on Naruto's side, but she knew he was just following orders, just as she had followed orders during Yakumo's sealing. But she could never deny the fact that both of them loved each other. She had tried damn hard to get Naruto out of her life but had miserably failed. Over these years he had gained a special place in her heart, which no one would ever be able to replace. When he comes back, what should I say to him? He has asked for a chance to make things right, and even if everything was not his fault, we still cannot just continue our relationship from the same point before he embarked on his mission. First of all, I would like if he quit Anbu and totally became a member of Team 7, it would help him start a fresh new life away from the lies and deception that Anbu makes him perform, thought Kurenai in detail. She quickly took out a piece of paper from a nearby drawer and noted down this thought. She knew Naruto was very indecisive in some aspects of his life and it was her job to help him in any way possible, plus even she wanted him to be with her. We should also buy a house of our own. In all these years we have never stayed together under one roof. Maybe this is the reason I do not know many aspects about him. His apartment is way too isolated and far away from the main districts of Konoha. He really did want to keep himself isolated, but not anymore. If he wants us to make a fresh start, he will have to consider these matters. By staying together, I can get to know him more personally and help him deal with the traumas of his past. That Baka always tries to be a hero and hides his pain. A person bemusedly watched as Kurenai wrote down all her thoughts, and it brought a small smile on his face. Yo, Kurenai was a little surprised when she turned around and saw Kakashi standing outside her window. You do know that there is a door, right? Asked Kurenai in an irritated tone, as the man just gave her an embarrassed smile. Now she understood where Naruto got those idiotic traits. Staying with Kakashi for so many years did have an impact on his personality. In many ways he was an exact replica of Kakashi himself. She quickly opened the window of her apartment, allowing the man to enter. So what brings you here? Kurenai was a little intrigued when Kakashi rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and was desperately trying to avoid meeting her gaze. Well, you see, Anko asked me to become more social and stop being a loner. Gomen, but she specifically requested that I get to know her friends, said Kakashi sarcastically, and a tired sigh escaped from his lips when Kurenai started laughing out loud. Kami, I never thought I would live to see this day. Tell me, how persuasive was she? Asked Kurenai evilly, as he sulked in a corner. Well, I wonder if sending 24 snakes to bite of my balls off is her way of being persuasive, whined Kakashi, as Kurenai laughed more and more. Are you going to help me or not? Hi, come, let's have some tea. You can tell me what my best friend is doing to mess up your life, said Kurenai jokingly. Kakashi watched intently as Kurenai prepared tea for him. There was a more deeper reason for him being here. It was his duty to help Naruto, and there was only one person in the world who could help the boy when the biggest betrayal of his life would be revealed. It was true that Anko had asked him to become more social, but he was here for more serious reasons. He gave Kurenai a thankful smile as she offered him tea and some snacks. She was wearing a dark black t-shirt and light blue pants, and he figured she would be going somewhere today. Kakashi saw her looking at him intently, and moments later he realized this was his cue to start the conversation. So, what have you been up to these days? Ever since Wave? Nothing much, looking over reports of the squad. Honestly, I'm really pissed that Gato died before we could get anything out of him. It makes the whole mission pointless. So many of our comrades died. He noticed the frustration evident in her voice, a feeling which he shared too. Orochimaru had really been careful with his plans, and as a last resort he had placed a special cursed seal on Gato which activated when Inoichi tried to enter his mind, to discover further secrets. Fortunately, Inoichi didn't suffer any injury other than a major headache. But it was a clear warning, that their enemy knew they were coming. You think Orochimaru had a hand in this? Asked Kurenai suddenly, and her assumption were proved right when she saw the shock in his eyes. How did you? So, you knew his truth all this time. Tell me, Kakashi, how long have you been lying on Hiruzen's behalf? Asked Kurenai flatly. She saw a tired sigh escaping from his lips. He closed his eyes for a few moments in order to get over the shock. This definitely changed his plans, both for better and worse. Let me guess, he was in Wave and was the one who told you the real truth of his mission. Hi, Kurenai, I didn't know about this before the Hokage summoned all of us to his office. I had to resort to drastic measures to get the truth out of him, and believe me, it was one of the most dangerous things I ever did. It was never my intention to lie, clarified Kakashi honestly. But you still lied. Forget about me. How would Anko feel when you hid such a grave truth about the man whom she loved as her brother? Asked Kurenai flatly. What would you think would happen? Naruto is after Orochimaru, the man who ruined Anko's life. If she knew what Naruto is doing, and Hiruzen ordered him to do so, the very first thing she would do is attack Hiruzen, the goddamn Hokage. Explained Kakashi loudly, as realization dawned on Kurenai. Why, you're right. She doesn't think clearly regarding any matter concerning Orochimaru. She does not. Look, I will deal with her personally, but right now we need to prepare our comrades for a war. Orochimaru is up to something. Hiruzen mentioned the man had plans to invade Konoha. Kurenai, it means an all-out war with a Sannin and his army. Even if Naruto is doing his job, we have to do our parts too, said Kakashi seriously, as she gave him a firm nod. I'm sorry, I was not thinking clearly, said Kurenai apologetically, as he just smiled in return. It's okay. What did Naruto tell you? Was he okay? Asked Kakashi worriedly, as a sad look appeared on her face. He's lonely, tired, and his heart is filled with regret. Kakashi, do you know why I was so hell-bent on killing him the past few weeks? You were pissed, and were not in control of your emotions. It was natural, said Kakashi soothingly, as she shook her head in disapproval. It was not. When I met him in Wave, he told me that he had placed a genjutsu on me, ordering me to kill him after the mission is completed. Kakashi felt as if the ground beneath him had split in two. Was the damage so brutal? If this was Naruto's state of mind, and if by any chance he regained his memories of Rei, then it would be a disaster. Hiruzen was out of his mind. Instead of trusting in Naruto to deal with Rei's loss, he had done something inhuman. And it was all up to him alone, to reveal the truth to Naruto, and in a way that would save everyone from going through another Kyuubi attack. And there was only one person who could save Naruto from going berserk. Kakashi knew Kurenai was the only one who could calm Naruto down and help him deal with the loss of his daughter. He would rather trust in Naruto to handle such tragedy, than play a part in betraying the boy. Naruto was his family, and there was no way in hell he would betray him. Damn it, his state of mind is worse than I predicted. Kurenai, you must understand his position. When Naruto was a kid, he was a bag full of emotions, but everything changed when he joined Danzo. The traumas he went changed him, but he loved you more than anything. I know what he did was not right, said Kakashi frustratedly. Kakashi, this is not something I can easily forget. How can I just pretend when the man I loved ordered me to kill him? Asked Kurenai angrily, as her hands gripped her teacup more tightly. I know what you mean. Look, there are some things you can forgive and there are things which you can't, said Kakashi calmly. Which one is this? Asked Kurenai sadly. That's something which you've got to figure out for yourself. Hi. Silence prevailed between them as Kurenai tried to digest the thing which Kakashi had just told her now. Kakashi briefly watched as she tried to sort out her feelings. If she decided to give Naruto a chance to redeem himself, then he would move ahead with his plan, and if not, I will give him a chance to make things right. But this time, we will do things my way, said Kurenai fiercely, as a wide smile came on his face. Sure thing, Kurenai. I know Naruto told you the entire truth, but there is something he failed to mention. Rather, he had no memory of that truth of his life at that time, said Kakashi mysteriously. What the hell are you talking about? Asked Kurenai in a confused tone, as a serious look appeared in his eyes. I need your help in making things right for Naruto. You are the only person who can do this. But I want you to know that you might even lose your life in this task, said Kakashi truthfully. Kakashi, cut the riddles. I will help Naruto in any way. Despite our differences, he is the man I fell in love with, said Kurenai passionately. What I'm about to tell you is one of the most top secret information of our village. The night when Naruto attacked Root, he came across a little girl who was a Root Anbu, started Kakashi slowly, he had to make everything clear to her. "What does this girl have to do with Naruto?" asked Kurenai curiously. Orochimaru had worked with Danzo in the past. That maniac never trusted Naruto, and he created a replacement for him in case Naruto betrayed him. "Was this girl you mentioned the replacement? I fail to grasp how a little girl could be as important as Naruto," said Kurenai suspiciously, as a frown etched on her face. Something was not right. She was Naruto's daughter, Rei Uchiha, and now she's dead. With Naruto, he silently walked in the small field of the forest. Itachi had went off towards Iwa saying he needed to check on something, but Naruto knew the older Uchiha was embarrassed when he lost the race. His mind was currently preoccupied with thoughts of what Itachi had told him. There were many things in his life which he was not in complete control of. However, he sensed something which made him freeze in shock. This chakra, thought Kurama seriously, just who was this? His dark blue eyes spotted a person walking out of the shadows. Meetings. Naruto slowly unsheathed his sword as his eyes picked up a person emerging from the forest, and it seemed this person was a ninja as his chakra level were clearly of Junin level or even higher. But the alarming thing was that several other chakra of similar magnitude levels were converging on his position from all sides. It only meant one thing. Ambush. Naruto. There are 20 of them. And their chakra is evil. "I can clearly feel it," warned Kurama quickly. "I know." The Jinchuriki muttered only these two words before he stepped up into the center of the field as 20 shadows rose from the ground. However, what surprised Naruto was the fact that they were Konoha Anbu. Naruto was not able to contemplate the intent of his fellow shinobi, but he could clearly sense something was off about them. There was a foul stench in their chakra, just like Anko had due to her cursed seal. Bingo! His assumptions were proved correct when the Anbu around him started getting absorbed in black marks that were emerging from their necks. And Naruto was not surprised when their chakra levels skyrocketed instantly. While his opponents were undergoing their transformation, Naruto faintly sensed another chakra hiding in the shadows. It was so faint that even he had missed it despite being a sensor. If this person was not coming out, then there were two reasons. Either he was waiting for a chance to strike him from the back, or he was the one coordinating the ambush. Anyway, one thing was clear to him, that tonight his contact with Orochimaru's forces was now imminent. "That leaves me without my sharingan," thought Naruto seriously, as his enemy's ki increased greatly. "Naruto, you will lift your sword against your comrades?" asked Kurama in shock. "It pains my heart to fight my brothers, but they have already been lost to darkness. Look at them, Kurama, can you see anything besides an animal? I will free them from this curse." Kurama had to agree with his cantainer's statement when the Anbu's bodies turned blue in color. Their hair grew up to their back as their masks cracked to show their demonic faces. Their limbs turned into abnormal shapes resembling claws, swords, and all kinds of monstrosity. He was further surprised when a clone of Naruto popped beside him. Both of them shared a nod and the clone quickly transformed into a hard shield of steel. In all their times, Kurama had seen Naruto fight with a sword, but never had the boy used a shield as a weapon. Naruto sensed his Biju's question and pointed a finger towards his eyes. "Without my sharingan it will be very difficult for me to predict their moves. Anko mentioned that when she used the cursed seal her power increased 10 times. And I don't want to expose my trump cards like Ryujin Jaka and my Mangekyo right now when someone is watching me from the shadows. I'm Captain Naruto Uchiha of 11th Squad, don't underestimate me. Kakashi trained me to fight even without my sharingan," explained Naruto briefly. One of the beasts roared madly before jumping straight on top of Naruto, as the young Anbu captain quickly raised his shield. However, Kurama was astonished when in a blink of an eye the shield was twisted in Naruto's fingers, and instead of colliding head-on with the transformed Anbu, it cut clean through the man's right side of neck as a shower of blood erupted like a fountain. But Naruto was not done as he channeled wind chakra in his sword, and before the wounded beast could even hit the ground he sliced his head off in an instant. Thud. Kurama was stunned by such a display. For years he had thought that his partner was severely handicapped without his sharingan. However, the Anbu captain standing in front of the Biju was proving this assumption wrong. 3 other Anbu charged madly towards Naruto as the boy got into a fighting stance with his shide at front, and his sword ready to parry the incoming attacks. One of the enemies swinged his claws straight towards Naruto in order to shatter his shield, but the boy already ducked and rolled beneath his opponent as a slicing sound was heard in the entire area. The Anbu's entire body was cut clean in half as a bloodied Naruto emerged from beneath the sliced corpse. Naruto quickly blocked another tentacle with his shield, and in a quick motion he twisted his body and reached behind his three opponents. Rule 38. Never attack an enemy without a firm footing, it will leave your back open to attacks. Naruto's swords efficiently sliced the three Cursed Seal warriors' neck in a blink of an eye. A single person hiding in the shadows was pleased with such a magnificent display. These were some of his best Cursed Seal warriors, and Naruto had eliminated them with pure skill. So, the rumors were true, this man's prowess in battle was indeed magnificent. After all, he was the son of the fourth Hokage. So, this was the boy's prowess in Kenjutsu. This person was surprised when Naruto made a hand seal as the entire sky became shrouded with dark clouds, and moments later rain fell down heavily from the sky. Amazing, he can convert water from the air. So, this is one of his special abilities. Another one of his beasts charged towards Naruto with great speed as the boy made another hand seal as his shield transformed into a spear. Naruto quickly grabbed his transformed weapon and channeled fire chakra into it. His dark blue eyes keenly watched his charging opponent, and in a flash he threw the burning spear towards the transformed Anbu. Kurama couldn't believe his eyes when the spear pierced clean through the beast's skull, and with such a force that sent it tumbling 30 feet away, where the weapon pierced the brains of another 4 beasts before lodging all the bodies in a straight line against a tree as the bodies were quickly engulfed in fire. Another beast charged towards Naruto, however the boy gave a devastating kick to his opponent, pinning him on the ground, as his sword pierced clean through the beast's head and engulfed it in fire. 11 of the transformed Cursed Seal's warriors were killed by Naruto, and the boy hadn't even used any ninjutsu. He fights as if he is the Hachiman reincarnated. Neither Minato or Kushina had such magnificent skills, thought Kurama proudly. Hachiman was considered to be the god of war and a protector of lands in the era before the Rakudo Sennin, a legend whose tales were even greater than the Rakudo Sennin. Kurama had heard how powerful Hachiman was, and now that he thought about it, the sage's mother never revealed who was the father of Rakudo Sennin. The people of the shinobi world still worshipped Hachiman as the greatest warrior of their world. And seeing Naruto's prowess in battle made Kurama question about the possibility of Hachiman being the sage's father. The Rakudo Sennin often told him and the other tailed beasts about the victorious tales of Hachiman. The most interesting thing was the Sage of 6 Paths was considered to be the strongest human born in this world, and his descendants were the 3 famous clans, Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. Each of these clans had produced numerous warriors who were considered to be the greatest ninja of their time. Madara and Izuna were legendary warriors of Uchiha clan, while Hashirama and Tobirama were warriors of equal prowess and skill rivaling that of the Uchiha brothers. Even Minato was a great warrior. He was claimed to be the fastest ninja of their world. Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki were powerful enough to subdue Kurama himself, the strongest Biju of the world. And now there was Naruto Uchiha, who was the descendant of all these 3 clans, and if Kurama's hypothesis and all the glaring facts of history were proof enough, then Naruto was a son of Hachiman, the god of war himself. Kurama watched as Naruto jumped towards 3 of the cursed warriors and effortlessly severed their heads from their necks. One of the creatures grabbed Naruto from behind, but Naruto grabbed the beast by his hair and lifted him high in the air, followed by thrashing the beast on the ground, spilling his brains on the bloodied grass. The ground was stained with blood and flesh of the 15 dead Cursed Seal warriors, and the remaining 5 were scared of the boy in front of them. If this is his power in his weakened state, what kind of monster would he become at full strength? The Biju's concerns were proved correct when Naruto made a hand seal and thousands of water needles fell from the sky, quickly slaughtering the remaining enemies, as the rain falling from the sky cleansed Naruto's body from the blood and flesh of his deceased opponents. Naruto quickly performed a set of hand seals and slammed his fingers on the ground, as the disheveled bodies of the dead Anbu were engulfed in flames which quickly burnt them to ashes. Kurama watched silently as Naruto raised his sword towards a tree on the far end of his right side. "Show yourself, coward!" The boy's thunderous voice echoed in the entire area as he leaked his enormous ki in order to prove how deadly serious he was. Moments later the sound of clapping reached his ears, as a person emerged from the shadows. This person was wearing a dark purple shirt with a high collar, and a white undershirt beneath it, followed by dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand, with a white cloth waistband worn at an angle around his dark purple pants, while his feet were covered by blue sandals and a shuriken holster on his right leg. The person was a male who appeared to be in his early 20s, he had onyx eyes and light silver-colored hair that were neatly tied in a ponytail. He was also wearing a strange headband that Naruto had never seen before, while there were a pair of dark glasses through which the person was giving him a sinister look. "You have 10 seconds, talk or die," said Naruto sternly, as the person slowly lifted his hands as a signal for peace. "There is no point for any more bloodshed, I only wish to have a peaceful discussion," said the person slyly, however Kurama could clearly feel the malicious intent behind his sweet and innocent voice. "By ambushing me in the forest, I fail to fathom how that would prove as a base for a discussion," said Naruto mockingly, as the person pointed his finger on his headband. "That was merely a test to witness your amazing battle prowess. You truly are a warrior of Kami-sama," complimented the person, but Naruto just increased his ki more and more. Both the men glared at each other for a few moments until a sly smile came on the man's face. "You win. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, and I'm a messenger from Orochimaru-sama, one of the 3 great Sannin. If I'm not mistaken, then you harbor a deep hatred for Konoha and he believes we can be of help to each other," said Kabuto smartly, as a small smile came beneath Naruto's face mask. So, the snake had finally made his move. After destruction of Gato and his army, Orochimaru must have suffered a major setback both financially and militarily. And when news of destruction of Sky Ninja would be discovered, then the man's desperation would be beyond limit. But it seemed the snake had become impatient. Itachi was going to take care of the renegade mercenary army of Iwa that Orochimaru wanted to use. Their plan was progressing perfectly, but still he had to act properly or the plan would fail. "And what of it? I have no interest in any business with your kind," said Naruto arrogantly. He knew he had to appear difficult to convince or else he might get discovered or make his enemies suspicious. "Try to understand, we share the same enemy. Orochimaru also hates Konoha like you, and would like to lend you a hand in getting your revenge for the mistreatment the village gave you," said Kabuto slyly, but he was shocked and angered when Naruto spitted on the ground and started walking away. "FCK off, I have no need for weaklings like you." Kurama was impressed with the boy's acting skills. He practically curb-stomped the proposal from Orochimaru. Now they would be able to know how desperate Orochimaru was. However, the Biju suddenly felt very uneasy when a victorious look appeared in Kabuto's eyes. "Too bad, Naruto-kun, we could have given you your mother Kushina and your daughter back," said Kabuto devilishly, and an excited grin spread across his face when he noticed the shock evident in Naruto's eyes. Kurama felt as if the ground beneath him had shaken. This was not supposed to happen. This was bad, really bad. Naruto had frozen in shock. Not a single part of his body was willing to move. His mind was overwhelmed with 2 thoughts only: his mother was alive. And he had a daughter too. Kabuto had to instantly duck as Naruto tried to slice his head off. The boy's anger had skyrocketed and the amount of ki he was leaking was making it difficult for Kabuto to breathe, a feat which only Orochimaru was capable of performing till now. "I'll FC King kill you for sprouting such lies. My mother is dead and I never had a daughter," said Naruto furiously, as Kabuto shunshined far away from him and now stood on top of a tall tree. "It is true that your mother died years ago, but Orochimaru-sama can bring her back. And you were mistaken, you had a daughter whom you never knew," said Kabuto firmly. "More lies. Nothing can bring the dead back except Edo Tensei. And I won't let my mother be controlled like a puppet," said Naruto vehemently, as Kabuto looked at him seriously. "So, he knows about Edo Tensei. Which means he does have the Forbidden Scroll, and seeing his battle prowess and all the information we have obtained from our spies in Konoha, it is true that he is a traitor of Konoha. If I can just maneuver him to our cause, then Konoha would be in ruins. Besides, Orochimaru-sama can bring Kushina back without Edo Tensei, a small price in comparison to the benefit of having a warrior like him on our side. Plus, when Kushina finds out what Konoha did to her son, Kami knows how badly she would want to destroy the village," thought Kabuto briefly. You underestimate Orochimaru-sama, he is the greatest scientist of this world. And he would like to reunite you with your beloved mother. Tell me, Naruto-kun, wouldn't you like to see your mother, to hold her, to embrace her, to be loved by her? I'm an orphan too, so I understand how you feel. Join Orochimaru-sama and we will help you get revenge on Konoha, and return your loved ones to you. Konoha even hid your daughter from you. Kabuto smiled when Naruto's sword fell down on the ground, as the boy couldn't digest such a shocking information. Now he just had to give the final blow. Konoha gave you nothing besides hatred. Orochimaru-sama understands how you feel as Konoha did the same thing to him. Together, we can get revenge against all those who have done injustice to us. Join us, brother, and see all your wishes fulfilled, said Kabuto sympathetically. Naruto suddenly felt as if his entire world had turned upside down. Just what the hell should he do? What if Orochimaru could truly bring his mother back? He had suffered his entire life for a village who never loved him. He wanted to see his mother, to feel her touch, to hear her call his name. It was his dream, and he even had a daughter. When the hell did that happen? Kurenai was never pregnant with his child, plus the prostitute with whom he had sex years ago was dead. Flashes of a certain little girl started occurring in his mind, as his heartbeat increased to tremendous levels. Can you truly bring my mother back? Asked Naruto silently. His voice was so soft and gentle as a cornered child in comparison to that of a warrior moments ago. Naruto, you seriously cannot be thinking of joining Orochimaru? Asked Kurama angrily. Shut up, I don't know what to do. Here is a guy telling me that he can bring my mother back, and I even have a daughter. I don't know what to do. Obviously, he's lying. He works for Orochimaru. Listen to me, Kushina would never want you to work with such an evil man, said Kurama seriously. However, this just angered Naruto more and more. How dare everyone tried playing God in his life? Too bad, she doesn't get to decide. You killed my mother, she sealed you in me, making me a Jinchuriki without even asking for my consent. All my life, people have used me for their purposes and cast me aside when they are done. But not again, said Naruto furiously. No longer would he be controlled by anyone. But Kurama was not going to back down. The enemy had smartly lured the boy into an emotional trap. So, you would betray everyone for your selfish reasons. If you side with Orochimaru, then it will lead to the deaths of all the people you loved. Sai and Shin's sacrifice would be for nothing. I know you want to see your mother, but this is not the way. Don't fall for their lies, advised Kurama sagely. Realization dawned on Naruto. His friend's word brought him back to reality. The enemy was trying to lure him into a trap. But still. Kabuto noticed Naruto's hesitation for a few minutes, and decided to fulfill the task he came here for. Everything had gone according to plan. He had personally assessed Naruto's skills and confirmed he was a traitor. He also discovered Naruto indeed possessed the forbidden scroll if he knew of Edo Tensei. He gently adjusted his glasses. He was a damn good spy. We don't expect an answer from you now. Orochimaru-sama has a legion of warriors that can help you get your revenge. You won't be discriminated there. If you prove yourself, Orochimaru-sama will make you the leader of his armies in return for your aid in destroying Konoha. He will personally meet you at Hirakan Bridge, after 7 days. We hope you see reason, said Kabuto smartly and quickly shunshined away. Naruto was left all alone in the forest. What was the truth? What was he supposed to do? He really wanted to be with his mother. He deserved to be loved after every sacrifice he made. And did he really have a daughter? And if so, then why was he not told about her? Where was she? Ka-chan, what should I do? Asked Naruto tiredly to the skies, but no answer came. FCK. Kurama cursed Kami again as Naruto angrily smashed the ground beneath him with his bare hands. Operation Ghost just got a lot more dangerous. Ray of Hope. He silently sat on the shores of a beautiful lake. The bright moonlight was enlightening the water with its grace. The breeze was cool and relaxed his tensed muscles as he sat in the shade of a tree. He carefully removed his face mask as he looked at his reflection in the water. Naruto was actually surprised when he spotted faint shades of beard grown on his smooth cheeks. Kurama carefully watched as his friend chuckled a little. The boy had not uttered a single word during the entire journey. The Biju could clearly feel the boy's rampant emotions. Naruto was a mess right now. A part of his mind was forcing him to disregard Kabuto's offer, while a small part of his heart wanted to get his family back again. Kurama knew who Naruto really was at heart. Behind the identity of the Anbu captain was a simple boy who yearned for family. In any other circumstances the feelings Naruto had in his heart would not be termed as selfish, but they were dealing with Orochimaru. And even a simple civilian knew the man could not be trusted, and that snake had put the Biju in a great turmoil. Orochimaru had sown the seeds of doubts inside Naruto's fragile mind that he had a daughter. The boy had already started getting faint memories of his now-deceased daughter. If he discovered she was dead, he would fall into a deep abyss of sorrow and guilt from where he would never rise again. But hiding this fact from him would be more dangerous now. Kurama cursed himself for accepting Itachi's plan and betraying Naruto. He had broken the boy's trust, the only human who gave him a chance and considered him a friend. Kurama knew there would be severe consequences, and someone was going to pay dearly. And in this case, that person was going to be him. He blamed himself. He could have stopped that atrocity. He could have trusted in Naruto's will. Kurama, why are you feeling guilty? Asked Naruto sternly. He could easily feel the Biju was stressed about something. The accused person looked at Naruto. What was he supposed to say? Did he even have the courage to say the truth? I'm worried about you. What are you going to do now? Asked Kurama worriedly, and he was surprised when Naruto got a small smile on his face. Do you remember who I am? Asked Naruto silently, as Kurama wondered what his friend meant until realization dawned on him. Those of the Foundation have no names, no emotions. I have no past nor any future, the only thing that matters is the mission alone. His words were said with so much determination, and Kurama was surprised when a small smile came on Naruto's face. And yet, I could never control my emotions. Danzo was right, I was not fit for Anbu, said Naruto jokingly, as Kurama smiled a little. You were not fit for many things, my friend, but you did them regardless. You did the impossible. In my entire life I have never seen a human with so much conviction for his cause. You're a man of honor, said Kurama proudly, as Naruto shook his head bemusedly. You flatter me, old friend. I am many things, but not a man of honor, said Naruto seriously. I'm afraid you are such a man, said Kurama persuasively, as Naruto's eyes shifted to the moon in the sky. A man of honor would put duty above everything else. Shinobi have no honor. We kill, we betray, we lie, we murder, we do every single thing a man of honor wouldn't do. I thought you would have understood this by now, said Naruto flatly, as he picked up a small stone from the ground. Kurama was happy on seeing the boy's honesty. He knew what he was and had the power to say the truth. That itself made him a man of honor in the Biju's eyes. And yet I have seen shinobi protecting people, fighting for the weak, destroying the evil. Yes, there are rotten ninja, but there are good ones like you too. Naruto, you may not believe it, but this world is not so bad. It can change if you have the will to change it, suggested Kurama smartly, as Naruto threw the stone far away in the lake as the object made a splashing sound and disrupted the flow of water. Maybe. Naruto, what is it that you desire the most in this world? Fame, power, love, family. I want to live with my family, that's the only thing I ever wanted. Tell me, Kurama. Did my mother love me? Asked Naruto calmly. Of course, she loved you. Kushina was practically jumping with joy the whole 9 months, and she cried tears of joy when you were born, said Kurama truthfully. However, a frown came on his face when Naruto took out his cigarette and started smoking. A low growl escaped from the Biju's mouth in protest, but his partner casually ignored him for a few moments. Finally, Kurama had enough as he barked loudly, making Naruto sigh in defeat. Can't you just let me enjoy a little bit? Whined Naruto, as Kurama's glare intensified. You told me that you had quit this stupid habit of yours, said Kurama sternly, as a mischievous smile came on Naruto's face, and to further irk his partner he took another deep sip. I told you I would try to leave this habit of smoking, and I'm trying, really, said Naruto mockingly, as he continued his smoking. You're an asshole, said Kurama frustratedly, as Naruto nodded happily. A trait I inherited from my father, said Naruto nonchalantly, as Kurama got a little interested. Naruto rarely talked about Minato. he would sometimes dream about Kushina, but Kurama never saw him remembering his father. It was as if the boy just didn't care. "Do you hate your father?" asked Kurama curiously, as a small tch escaped from his lips. "Considering he made me a Jinchuriki, FC ked up my life for eternity, chose my life as if he was FC King Kami. No, I don't like him very much. He can rot in the Shinigami's belly for all I care," said Naruto harshly, as a tired sigh escaped from the Biju's throat. "Why do pretend that you don't care about him? Even your mother agreed to make you a Jinchuriki in the end. Don't you think you are a bit partial towards Kushina?" asked Kurama hesitantly. "I owe my mother a debt for bringing me in this world. The only thing my father gave me was disgrace and his sperm. He may be a hero for the people, but for me he is a FC King piece of shit, and if I meet him again, I'll kill him myself," said Naruto distastefully. He quickly put his face mask back on. Only a few hours were left for morning and he had to reach the orphanage. His parents were dead, and he had an offer to consider. Kurama watched the boy getting ready for their journey. No matter how much he tried to show that he had no feelings for his parents, one way or another they always came out, and this was his way of stopping any discussion. How he wished that Kurenai was here. She was the only person who could reach his heart. The real Naruto that Kurama knew was in a state of denial. He had pretended to hate his parents for years in order to escape from the pain of being an orphan. If Naruto revealed his true feelings, then he would miss his parents more than ever, and he was doing everything in his power to prevent this from happening. However, there were bigger issues that needed their attention, and it seemed Naruto was aware of this fact. "Don't worry, I know who we're dealing with. I'll think of something," said Naruto calmly. "I'm sure you'll make the right choice." "Konoha. What did you say?" Her eyes widened in shock as her trembling lips desperately tried to re-establish themselves. Kurenai felt as if she was hit by the Kyuubi itself. How in the seven hells was this possible at all? This was just absurd. There was no way it was true. "It can't be the truth. You're lying," said Kurenai shakingly. Not only Naruto had a daughter, but now she was dead. Just how many more secrets were kept hidden from her? She was a ninja too, but never in her wildest dreams had she seen such a treacherous world. "It's the truth. Rei was the girl's codename. I know it's a lot to take in and I will explain everything. But you must calm down," requested Kakashi patiently. He sat calmly as she wiped the sweat that was formed on her forehead and quickly drank a cup of water in order to calm her nerves. She closed her eyes for a few more moments and took a few deep breaths in order to hear the truth. "All right." Kakashi was relieved when she regained her composure and was now looking at him seriously with her dark red-colored eyes showing the strength she possessed, and her courage to hear the truth. He knew it was not going to be easy, but it had to be done. "You said Rei was her codename. Don't they have real names in Root?" asked Kurenai seriously, as he disagreed. "No, Root and Bu are only given codenames. Sai, Shin, Rei, Hino, Baro, these are various types of codenames given to the ninja of Root. Kurenai, I have worked with Root ninja in the past. It's a dark place and Danzo was one of the most dangerous and manipulative person I had the misfortune of knowing. Naruto's codename was Falcon," explained Kakashi briefly, as she nodded in agreement. "Okay, so what's Rei? I mean, how is she his daughter? Did he?" asked Kurenai sadly. Her broken voice clearly showed how desperately she didn't want to hear the answer. It took Kakashi a moment to realize what she meant, but he quickly put a comforting hand on her shoulder and looked her straight in the eye. "Kurenai, you were the only one woman he ever loved. Naruto may have done some stupid things to you, he never cheated on you," said Kakashi reassuringly. "Hi, I want to believe that. But it takes the power of both a man and a woman to bring a child in this world. And there is only one way to do that in this world," said Kurenai silently. She was not a fool. There was no way beside intercourse to conceive a child, however the look in Kakashi's eyes suggested something more devious. "You're right, we cannot bring children in our world without sex." Although Rei was a clone made from Naruto's cells, clarified Kakashi honestly, as something started making sense to her. "So, she's not his daughter, rather just a living breathing shadow clone of Naruto which Orochimaru created with Danzo's help?" asked Kurenai patiently, as Kakashi gave a hesitant nod. "Technically, it is true that Rei is just a clone. But Naruto didn't consider her that. For him she was his daughter, a child whom he wanted to give a better future and provide every happiness that he didn't get for a part of his life, explained Kakashi proudly. There were some traits of Naruto that even Kakashi admired and respected him for that. Naruto may be a person who wanted to bear everything alone, but he was also a person who valued friendship and the bonds of family. He was an orphan just like Kakashi, and as such both of them could understand why he felt so strongly for Rei. Naruto begged the Hokage to spare Rei's life and even threatened to unleash the Kyuubi on Konoha if anything happened to her, said Kakashi gravely. The Kyuubi, said Kurenai in shock. Just how much precious was this girl to him? Hi, as you can see, if anything happened to Rei, it could have caused Naruto to go berserk and put the village in danger. Kurenai, Naruto lost one of his childhood friends during his mission against Root. His name was Sai, and his death shook him to the core. He killed more than 300 of his comrades, people whom he grew up and fought beside with. He lost Sai during the mission. He was not in a right state of mind, and unfortunately Rei died of chakra overuse that night, said Kakashi gravely, making her understand the grave situation. He had to fight her too? Asked Kurenai sadly. Even if Rei was a clone. She did mean a lot to Naruto. On top of that, she was just a child. Yes, it was unavoidable. From the start, Danzo brainwashed her as he does with every Root Anbu. But Naruto did defeat her, but she died of chakra overusage. The Anbu commander found her body in the base, and fooled Naruto into thinking she was alive, said Kakashi bitterly. So many lies. The more I discover about Anbu Black Ops, the more I hate that outfit, said Kurenai distastefully. This just strengthened her resolve to make Naruto quit Anbu. That's why they are Black Ops. They perform dirty jobs that maintains the peace, and we are not supposed to know about it. However, Hiruzen took this mission to another level. What did he do? He was scared about the consequences of what Naruto might do if he discovered the truth. So he wiped Rei's memories out from Naruto's mind and buried her body, explained Kakashi briefly, as she smashed her hand on the wooden table, making it break into pieces. He had no right to do that. The village was not responsible for her death. Naruto would have understood that if he was given a chance to grieve. Hiruzen landed us in a shitstorm by doing this, said Kurenai angrily. Rei may not be his daughter, but she was Naruto's blood. At the very least he had the right to bury her. This just made her even more resentful towards the current shinobi world. Hiruzen was like a grandfather to Naruto, and even he did this to him. After everything Naruto sacrificed for Konoha. Was this his reward? Well, it's already done, but I won't stand by this. Moreover, you cannot be certain that deleted memories from a person's mind cannot come back, and if Naruto finds out he will feel betrayed, and that won't be good, said Kakashi carefully, as she looked at him sternly. Of course he would feel betrayed. Hiruzen did the wrong thing, and you will help me in making this right, stated Kakashi simply, and if her furrowed brows were any indication, then Kurenai Yuhi was definitely confused. How? She watched curiously as he got up from her couch, put his hand inside his pockets, and out came a piece of paper, and that mischievous glint in his eyes made her a little uncomfortable. What are you doing? Asked Kurenai suspiciously, as he gave her an eye smile. Nothing. You are going on a vacation to Saizukuma Island for 7 days. I hear it's quite a beautiful place, said Kakashi victoriously, and the gobsmacked expression on her face was so priceless. Saizukuma Islands were one of the most beautiful and attractive tourist destinations in the entire Fire Country. Grand luxurious hotels, beautiful gardens, the best hot springs in the entire Fire Country, casinos, and it was the best place for shopping. There was not a single thing that was not available there. Clothes, diamonds, and every other thing a woman could ever wish for in her dreams. It was practically heaven for women. And watching the starry look in her eyes made Kakashi a little nervous, as he knew what was coming now. Naruto, you better have deep pockets, thought Kakashi bemusedly. If this plan worked, then it would help bring them closer and she could help him deal with the loss. She was the only one who could do this. He gently coughed a little, bringing her back to reality, as her cheeks went bright red in embarrassment. Well, if you are done daydreaming, you are on shore leave. I already convinced Hiruzen to let you have a small vacation in order to get your mind of things which have happened recently. And he approved it, and he personally gave me the funds to buy you a vacation at any place you wanted, explained Kakashi happily. This is all good, and I'm thankful to you. But we are planning to help Naruto, right? Asked Kurenai curiously. Ah, yes, it just so happens that he is in that region, and being the good kunoichi you are, I'm sure, said Kakashi happily, but was silenced when she jumped from her seat and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Kakashi, said Kurenai emotionally, as a small tear slipped from her eyes while the copy ninja just returned the hug respectfully. No need for that, you are my family. I may have failed in understanding him, but I will do what I can to help both of you. Find him, spend some time together and try to sort out your feelings. It has been a long time since he left, remind that idiot to come back home soon, said Kakashi silently. His voice was a little low and choked, but it was enough to make her understand his feelings. I will, and when the time's right I will reveal the truth to him. Early morning. Orphanage. Naruto calmly walked through the doors of the orphanage, and he was quite surprised when he found Nono standing before him with a bright smile on her face. Kurama was even surprised when the woman came forward and hugged him tightly, as tears of joy ran down her face. Naruto quickly hugged her back and whispered comforting words in her ears. I'm home. You don't know how much it lifts my heart to see you unharmed. I was so worried about you, said Nono tearfully, as he just smiled in return. Well, you don't have to worry now. I'm finally here. Now how about having a good breakfast together? Asked Naruto happily, as she gently broke the hug and put her hand on his face affectionately. We finally found a cure for your disease, said Nono happily. Nani? Yelled Naruto in shock. Even Kurama was overjoyed on hearing this. Things had finally started to turn in their favor now. It's true, and very soon we shall be ready with all the preparations for your eye transplant, stated Nono happily, and the relived look in his eyes brought a smile on her face. Thank you, you don't know how much you have done for me. But what do you mean by we? I mean I never helped you in finding the cure, said Naruto confusedly. However, his sharp ears picked up the sound of sandals approaching from the shadows. You're right. She helped in finding a cure for you, said Nono proudly, as the person came in front of Naruto. His eyes went wide as saucers when he saw that person, who was flashing him a wide happy smile in return. FCK me, said Naruto in shock, as Kurama laughed loudly on seeing the boy's gobsmacked expression. It's been a long time, Naru-chan, said the person happily. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that face, those loving eyes. Was this reality or a dream? Tsunade Senju had finally arrived. Reunions and prophecy. Jiraiya sat nervously in his chair observing the vast green fields of Mount Myoboko. For the past few weeks, he had been investigating about the military activities of Suna, and he did find some very interesting facts which were quickly reported to Sarutobi, who just said that Suna won't be a problem for long. The Toad Sage was still thinking about those words. Just what was Hiruzen planning to do? Was he going to attack Suna? Not likely. Hiruzen was not a person who started a war. It had to be something else. Despite being known as a kind and soft leader, Hiruzen was a veteran Kage. He knew the dynamics of politics better than anyone else in the world. He practically led Konoha to victories in 2 great ninja wars, stopped 2 coups that could have destroyed Konoha. However, he also performed some inhuman acts, leaving Jiraiya confused. As a shinobi who had been through wars and had practically experienced the shinobi world, Jiraiya knew that Hiruzen's actions were extremely right as the leader of a village, but as a person he had failed on many aspects. The only thing Jiraiya was worried about were the repercussions that the future generations will have to face due to their mistakes. And being urgently summoned to the Toad Realm was extremely alarming. In all the years he had known the Toad Sage, never had he called for him so urgently, which only meant something drastic was going to happen. A light cough brought him out of his thoughts as he spotted his teacher standing beside him. The tiny green little toad with a faint amount of white hair on his head would look amusing to many people, but only Jiraiya knew how knowledgeable and powerful the entity beside him was. Fukasaku was one of the 2 great sages of the Toad clan, and was the person who had made Jiraiya a sage by teaching him various sage arts. Why have you summoned me here, sensei? Asked Jiraiya seriously, as the toad took in a deep breath. The great elder Toad has a prophecy for you, said Fukasaku gravely, and judging from the dark and worried tone of his voice made Jiraiya nervous. But I already have a prophecy to fulfill, Finding the one who shall bring peace to this world, said Jiraiya in confusion, as his teacher shook his head lightly. I'm afraid we were mistaken. That prophecy died the day Minato fell in battle against the Kyuubi. The elder told you there would be a person who would lead the people of this world to prosperity, and Minato did that. He improved the relations between villages and the world was heading towards peace, but everything fell apart the day he died, explained Fukasaku briefly. But I have his son, Naruto. He is the child of prophecy. Minato believed in him and I shall believe in his power too, said Jiraiya stubbornly, as Fukasaku shot him one of his most dangerous glares. Jiraiya, if you believe that, then there is no bigger fool than you, said Fukasaku harshly, as an uneasy feeling surfaced in Jiraiya's heart. Why? Because that boy is the destroyer. Time seemed to have freezed as a look of shock, disbelief and horror spread across every inch of Jiraiya's face. His analytical mind simply could not accept this overwhelming fact and was desperately hoping that his ears had fooled him. Impossible, said Jiraiya in disbelief, as Fukasaku looked at him sympathetically. Even he had a hard time believing this fact. It's the truth. In the very near future 2 destroyers will rise who will shake the entire world. It would be a bloodbath which humanity has never seen in its entire existence, said Fukasaku darkly. 2. You just said there was one. And what do you mean by bloodbath? How can I stop it? Asked Jiraiya haphazardly. You can't stop it. The cards have already been played. It won't be long before you will meet the first one, the boy who shall destroy the ninja world, said Fukasaku seriously, as Jiraiya looked at his teacher pleadingly. There must be a way to stop it. I will do anything to stop it. Did the elder say anything else? Asked Jiraiya flatly. No, he only told you to follow your heart no matter what. It's out of our hands now, boy. The sins of our ancestors and ours too have finally brought us to this day, and now the fate of the entire world will depend upon the choices these 2 boys will make, said Fukasaku worriedly. Jiraiya's eyes shifted towards the rising sun in the sky, however instead of being totally yellow in color this one had dark shades of red on its edges. Let's hope they make the right choices. Orphanage. It's been a long time. Naru-chan. Tsunade watched curiously as her nephew just stood there with a strange expression in his eyes. His face was hidden by a face mask so she couldn't guess what he was feeling in reality. I'm so gonna pay you back, Hatake. You made my Naru-chan your clone. Thought Tsunade viciously. Konoha. Cough, cough. Anko watched curiously as Kakashi started coughing as a small smile came on her face. Both of them were currently sitting in a small local shop which just happened to be her favorite dango shop. Oh, Kakashi-kun, seems like you don't like my dango, do you? Asked Anko dangerously, as a small snake peeked through the sleeves of her trench coat as Kakashi got even more nervous when he spotted the creature's predator eyes on him. I think I might have just pissed someone off, said Kakashi shyly, as he scratched the back of his head in a silly manner. Oh, Naruto, sometimes he acts just like you, thought Anko nostalgically. Back at the orphanage, Nono watched curiously as Naruto just stared at Tsunade. Even she couldn't understand what he was feeling right now. Was he happy, surprised, angry? Just what was that strange glint in his eyes as he was seeing his only alive family relative? Suddenly, she realized just what the boy was going through. She saw Tsunade looking at him expectantly, wishing he would say something or react in some way. However, the Senju woman or any other person in the world could never understanding just how historic this moment was for Naruto. For a person who had longed for his real family his entire life, this could be one of the most emotional moments of his life. Both the ladies watched patiently as he tried to say something, but words were not coming out of his mouth nor the faint tear that was waiting to slip from his eyes, begging him to let it go. So, he did the only thing he had done his entire life. Tsunade was a little surprised when he just said those 2 words before storming out of the front door. His voice was so low and weak and that faint tear which she saw in his eyes broke her heart. She felt someone putting a gentle hand on her shoulder, and she found it was none other than Nono who was giving her a knowing look. It's okay. Go, said Nono suggestively, as the blonde Sannin looked at her hesitantly. He's angry and with proper reason. Said Tsunade sadly, as Nono just smiled in return. Trust me, he's far from angry. it's his habit of running away when faced with an emotional situation. He has been like this since childhood, said Nono reassuringly. Tsunade looked at Nono for a few moments, but eventually she relaxed a little as Nono gave her a reassuring smile. She had waited for this moment for years, and now when Nono explained why Naruto ran away she could understand him a little bit more. He was so much like her with his emotional traumas. And that's why I will make sure you don't go through what I had to undergo, thought Tsunade with determination. Nono was relieved when Tsunade regained her confidence as her eyes shifted towards the door through which Naruto had went out. He'll be near the lake, said Nono calmly, as she knew that was the place where Naruto used to spend most of his time. And watching Tsunade go through that door gave her hope. Finally something good had happened in Naruto's life and she was thankful to Kami for that. Lake. The sound of footsteps could be heard heading towards his position. His eyes were currently fixed on the reflection of the shining sun in the lake. The water was so calm and peaceful, and the cool breeze that occasionally ruffled his silky blonde hair brought him a sense of comfort. Another person gently sat beside him as both of them stared at the peaceful lake in front of them. He hesitantly glanced at her, and he wouldn't deny the fact that she was one of the most beautiful women he had seen in his entire life, not to mention his only blood relative left alive in the world. But more than that, she was one of the legendary Sannin and the greatest medic ninja of their world. She was a legend. You can look as much as you want, said Tsunade teasingly, and she smirked a little when his cheeks went bright red in embarrassment. It's not like that, said Naruto shyly. Even Kurama was surprised with Naruto's reaction. In his entire existence he had considered humans to be stupid animals who loved violence. But now that he had lived with Naruto, he had seen what were the factors that determined the path of a person. Every day he learned more and more about humanity, and could understand what his creator had said that day. Humans were not creatures of violence, rather they were creatures of emotions. And there was not a single human in the world who was not driven by emotions. It was Madara who changed his views about humanity, but this boy had showed him another side of humanity. The Biju watched as both aunt and nephew sat peacefully at the shore. None of them said a word and were trying to give each other time. Tsunade-sama, said Naruto slowly, he just didn't know where to start the conversation. You can call me Oba-san. Naru-chan, said Tsunade encouragingly, and it surprised the boy a little. Yeah, look, I'm not good at this, said Naruto hesitantly. I'm not good at being attached. I am grateful to you for coming here, but I don't know where to start. I don't know what we are, said Naruto politely. He chose each and every word carefully as he did not want to hurt her feelings. Tsunade looked at her nephew for a few moments, his eyes showed sincerity and confusion. And given the circumstances, what he was feeling was true. Guess, I'll have to take things slowly. I can't just barge in his life and act like his mother. I may have known him for years, but he has met me for the first time. What should I do? Thought Tsunade briefly. She was not good at taking care of children. Hell, she never even had any kids of her own after Dan died. Naruto was probably the closest person she could claim as her child, and pressuring him on their very first meeting would not bode well for their relationship. Kurama watched silently as the Senju woman put a hand on his friend's shoulder and gave him a warm smile. Then we'll just have to get to know each other. I'm Senju Tsunade. Nice to meet you, introduced Tsunade happily, as Naruto gave her a warm eye smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Naruto Uchiha, said Naruto respectfully, as one of Tsunade's eyebrows raised up a little in curiosity. Uchiha? Asked Tsunade curiously, as he gave her a firm nod. He's registered as Naruto Hatake in Konoha, with Naruto Uzumaki being his original name. Then why does he call himself Uchiha, instead of being called an Uzumaki or Hatake? Thought Tsunade curiously. Well, she just had one more mystery to uncover. Let's go have some breakfast in town. I hear they have quite good food, and it will be my treat, said Tsunade cheerfully, as he tried to deny it. There's no need for that. No ifs and no excuses. Naru-chan, we have a lot of catching up to do, said Tsunade happily, and from the way she was speaking he didn't have any choice. Naruto, I know you have screwed up most your relationships, but give this woman a chance, she does mean well. Trust your heart for once, she's your only living family, suggested Kurama patiently, as Naruto agreed with his partner, albeit a bit hesitantly. I'll be happy to go with you, said Naruto truthfully. And the bright smile that came on Tsunade's face eased his heart and made him happy. A feeling which he had not experienced much in a long time. Sazekuma Town. Naruto and Tsunade slowly walked through the streets. He was hanged into a young 16-year-old boy, with brown hair and an average face, while Tsunade had transformed into a beautiful woman in her mid-30s, who happened to be this boy's mother. Naruto had suggested her to avoid transforming her face into someone who could attract attention, but she had said that she couldn't imagine herself not being beautiful. In the end, Naruto had to just assume that it was a woman's trait and let it go. Besides, there were no shinobi in this town. He had been to this place a few times during his time at the orphanage and as such was well aware of the security measures of this town. This town only had local civilian police force in order to deal with thugs or murderers. Tsunade pointed her finger at a fancy restaurant, and after glancing it for a few moments, Naruto gave her a curt nod indicating his consent. As he walked ahead of her, Tsunade couldn't admire the fact that he was so different. Admittedly, she had only seen him during the early years of his life, but frankly she did not expect Kushina Uzumaki's son to be so quiet and reserved. He had been respectful to her, but at the same time he was also withdrawn. It was as if he was afraid of relationships of any nature, and considering his past and what he had been through, she would not be surprised if he wanted to be a loner. But loneliness brought only more misery and grief. A fact well known to her. If not for Shizune, I would have kicked the bucket a long time ago, thought Tsunade nostalgically. These were one of the few things she had learned from her life. It was too late for her, but he still had a long way ahead of him. She still regretted not being there for him all this time, and a part of her heart blamed herself, thinking that if only she had stayed with him or took him away, then he wouldn't have to join Root and the dominoes of disaster would not have fallen in his life. "You coming?" asked Naruto casually, as he spotted her standing in the same position for a few moments. His voice brought her out of her thoughts, as she gave him a quick nod and followed him inside the restaurant. The place was a little crowded, even though if it was early morning. It's better to stay in the crowd than sitting alone. We can avoid suspicion this way. I'll place silencing seals just to be safe, assured Naruto calmly. I understand. You thought this through the moment I showed you this place, didn't you? Asked Tsunade proudly, so what Hiruzen had told him was indeed right. He truly had the skills to be an Anbu. You were too kind, said Naruto modestly, and quickly signaled her to follow him. Both of them sat on a table towards the far end of the room. It provided quite an exotic view of the town as the restaurant was located on the 7th floor of the building. She watched curiously as he placed 5 silencing seals around their table after giving their order to the waiter. As she glanced hesitantly, he realized just what doubts were going through her mind. I'm a censor, so if anyone is heading towards our direction, I'll be aware of that fact. This place is secure, said Naruto reassuringly. A censor? Asked Tsunade in surprise. Her granduncle Tobirama was also a censor, and finding out that her nephew was also one surprised her a little. Yes. Silence fell between the couple again as both of them tried to think of a topic in order to continue the conversation. Naruto didn't want to hurt her feelings and didn't know her very well, and as such was keeping his distance. Meanwhile, Tsunade did not want to be seen as an intruder in his life, and was trying to find a common ground through which she could build an emotional rapport with the boy. So, the Hokage made you aware about my situation? Asked Naruto carefully, and he was intrigued when she scoffed on hearing the word, Hokage. Yes, that senile old geezer told me you were suffering from a strange disease. If not for Jiraiya, I would have killed that bastard for sending you on this mission, said Tsunade frustratedly. She watched in annoyance as he just freezed in shock. Did she just say what he was thinking? What? Asked Tsunade impatiently. Did you beat Gigi? Asked Naruto in shock, and he was even more surprised when she didn't even flinch. Instead she was proud. He deserved it for breaking the promise, said Tsunade without any remorse in her voice, as he rubbed his forehead slowly. That is probably one of the most insane things I have ever heard. You didn't beat him too much, did you? Asked Naruto hesitantly, as even he was aware of Tsunade's monstrous strength. Ah, nothing much, a few teeth, some ribs and few of his bones. That's it, said Tsunade nonchalantly, and the gobsmacked expression on his face annoyed her a little. And you were not imprisoned or killed for attacking the Hokage? Asked Naruto in surprise, as she gave him a victorious look. Perks of being a Sannin. Besides, they know better than to attack me, said Tsunade passionately, as she cracked her KN knuckles in order to emphasize her point. Women are crazy, thought Naruto nervously. On that we can agree, said Kurama bemusedly. In truth, he was really enjoying this conversation. Naruto took in a deep breath in order to digest this shocking information. Just what crazy things happened in Konoha ever since he left. Look, I know you feel Gigi forced me to do this, but you are mistaken. I chose to do this, it was all me, explained Naruto truthfully, as she shook her head in disapproval. It still doesn't change the fact that he broke the promise which he made to me, before I left the village few years ago, said Tsunade seriously. What promise? Asked Naruto curiously, as her eyes averted to the ground. He promised to look after you. This was the condition which I had laid before I left the village. A choice which I regret deeply now. I'm sorry, Naruto, said Tsunade sadly. She felt a soft pair of hands being laid on her own hands, and when she looked up only to find him giving her a warm smile. You don't need to apologize, I know the truth. I know why you left. I know that you wanted to take you with me but were denied due to the Kyuubi being sealed in me, said Naruto truthfully, as she was a little startled with this revelation. You know, asked Tsunade in shock, for a long time, but that's a story for another time. The point is that I don't blame you for leaving, every one of us has our own pain. I don't want to relive the past, so let's just make a fresh start, Oba-san. Asked Naruto happily, and the smile which he saw on her face warmed his heart. Your parents would be so proud of you. Naruto, you've become a great man, said Tsunade proudly, as a faint blush came on his face but it was hidden behind his face mask. I'll take your word for it, said Naruto curtly, as he just didn't want to talk about his parents right now. I must admit, you grew up into quite a handsome young man. The last time when I saw you, you were a chibi who used to love playing with his toys, said Tsunade nostalgically. Really? Asked Naruto curiously. You really were a naughty child. I remember once you hid my sake bottles and I wrecked up the entire house but I never found them, said Tsunade cluelessly. Maybe, it's better you ended up with Kakashi, said Kurama sarcastically, as Naruto smirked a little on the comment. It must be pretty weird for you to see me like this, the last time you saw me as an innocent child and now as a mass murderer, said Naruto silently. Bam! He was a little startled as she banged her fist on the table making some serious cracks, and one look in her fierce hazel eyes made him step back a little in caution. You did your duty as a Anbu captain. Even I'm no saint. I have killed people too and it's never easy because you can never forget it. But I also remember those lives that I saved, just as you saved the entire village and Fire Country by stopping the coup. Can you imagine the consequences if Danzo had rose to power? Asked Tsunade fiercely. She squeezed his hand gently in order to provide him some comfort. It was true that she had killed but none of them had been her own comrades or friends, and not as many as 300. She was a medic and as such she was slowly able to understand why he was so reserved, why he was not good at relationships. Everything was connected to his past, the events that made him the person that was sitting in front of her. And in her eyes, he was still a child. The boy was barely 15, and no other person except Itachi Uchiha had done such a massive massacre of his own people. The shinobi world was really rotten to the core. She was relieved when he too squeezed her hand and gave her a small thankful nod. It was a start at least. Thanks, said Naruto gratefully. Anytime. Now can I see your sharingan? Nono said you had a mangekyo too. Asked Tsunade cautiously. She had to take a deep analysis about the current state of his eyes before they went ahead with the replacement operation. Hi. She was amazed when a dark red-colored 3-tomo sharingan appeared in his eyes, and before she could even relish the moment it quickly morphed into one of shock when his sharingan started spinning until it transformed into a shuriken with its 3 ends sticking to different corners of his eyes. Amazing, said Tsunade in awe. She had heard the tales of Madara with his mangekyo. But this was the first time she had ever seen such eyes. Well, they are quite deadly but I also cannot deny the fact that mangekyo is a double-edged sword. It does grant me great powers, but also reduces my eyesight with every passing day. I have already lost more than 40% vision in my right eye, and 50% in my left eye. At this rate, I only have a few months before I become totally blind, explained Naruto briefly. That bad, huh? Asked Tsunade sympathetically. Naruto watched silently as she put her right hand on his forehead as a strange green aura glowed brightly. It spread across his entire forehead and his eyes, and he was startled when his vision improved a little. He could see a little more clearly even with his Mangekyo being active. She continued the process for a few more moments, before removing her hand from his forehead only to come face to face with an astonished Naruto. How did you do that? My vision is slightly better than before, said Naruto happily, as a small grin came on Tsunade's face. Well, you do have an awesome aunt like me, so don't worry, I will save your life little Naru-chan, said Tsunade teasingly, as Naruto's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Sensing his anxiousness for an explanation, Tsunade decided to come clear. But she wouldn't deny the fact that it was highly entertaining to rile him up. Okay, I healed a little portion of your eyes. It's not permanent but it will help you for some time until we prepare the clone cornea for one of your eyes, though we must be thankful to my grandfather for that, said Tsunade proudly. How so? Asked Naruto intriguingly. Nono told me that the virus that Danzo injected you with was destroying your body at a cellular level. When I arrived at the orphanage yesterday, she discussed your situation with me and the Hokage had already provided me a detailed report about your situation, so I came prepared, said Tsunade seriously. What do you have in mind? And how does it involve your grandfather? Asked Naruto curiously. Hiruzen provided me a few reports of Konoha's attempts to infuse my grandfather's DNA into young children to recreate the Mokuden. It was a despicable act but I also found interesting information that proved to be vital in finding a cure for you, said Tsunade briefly. I'm listening. Your body is being currently destroyed by a poison which Danzo released through his curse mark. I was able to synthesize a few of my grandfather's DNA portion from the Mangekyo sharingan you brought but it is not enough to heal you, and it is also too dangerous to implant a large amount of Senju DNA in your body as the after effects could prove to be more fatal, said Tsunade suggestively. So, you're saying there is no cure? Asked Naruto flatly, as she disagreed with him. I didn't say that. While we don't have enough of Hashirama's DNA to completely heal you nor is it advisable, I do have another solution. As I am a direct descendant of Hashirama Senju, I too possess a portion of his power and my cells have amazing regeneration abilities. Both of us have the same blood group, and as such I can arrange blood transfusions in your body replacing your tainted blood with my own, explained Tsunade briefly, as a little hope was born in his heart. But it would only replace the tainted blood, my cells would still be destroyed and I will die, said Naruto accurately. It's not like that, my cells may not be as strong as my grandfather, they do have great power in them. We tested this fact, when we attacked the virus in your blood sample with my cells. More than 60% of the virus was destroyed in the first transfusion, and as the number of transfusions increased my cells slowed contained the virus and stopped it from spreading further, and when we implanted a few DNA tissue of my grandfather, the virus was destroyed totally and within a few hours your body cells were back to full strength, explained Tsunade briefly. Naruto was literally flabbergasted with such a discovery, it totally changed the entire outlook. So, your cells would act as the attacking force that will corner the virus, while your grandfather's cells will destroy the virus as well as restore my body back to full strength. Asked Naruto silently, as she gave him an encouraging smile. Precisely, you are going to live, said Tsunade encouragingly, and what happened next surprised her a little. He cried. She quickly got up from her seat and went towards his side, and the tears that were falling from his eyes were certainly not of happiness. They were currently sitting in an isolated corner of the restaurant and as such no one could see or hear them, but it didn't matter to her. Naruto had one of his hands placed on his forehead as tears slipped from his eyes. She gently rubbed his back while whispering comforting words in his ear, but something was off. He should be happy that we found the cure, it's as if, thought Tsunade curiously, until. You didn't want a cure to be found, did you? Asked Tsunade sadly, and she had a pretty good idea why. I'll never forgive myself, said Naruto remorsefully. For what? You did the right thing, said Tsunade soothingly, as he shot her a harsh glare, and that was the moment she realized the pain behind those eyes, and the horrific events of that night which no one could describe in words. By killing my friends, my comrades, my teachers, every day I try to convince myself that this lie is the truth, but it's not. It's not, said Naruto painfully. But Root would have taken over the village. You know what kind of man Danzo was, you had no choice, said Tsunade comfortingly, as he shook his head vehemently. I joined Root to stop that man, to stop the madness from hurting the people I care about. Those people that I killed that night were not monsters, they were innocent human beings forced into a world of darkness with no way of getting out. Danzo was not totally responsible for everything. Konoha and Hiruzen knew about him in the past, and they were the ones who started Root. They knowingly put innocent kids through that torture. They experimented on young children, leading them to their deaths just so they could have a Mokuden user. Asked Naruto angrily. Konoha has done some bad things, but you must, said Tsunade calmly, as he banged his fist on the table. It is you who don't understand. I couldn't stop the coup and ended up killing my comrades, and there is nothing in this world that can take that pain away. A part of me wishes I died that night. Why did I get to live while my comrades died? And the irony is that if I succeed in my mission, and make it back alive, I'll be hailed as Konoha's greatest hero, a hero. So, you're damn right it doesn't make me happy, it makes me sick, said Naruto passionately. Tsunade just didn't know what to say to the boy. Everything he said was the truth. She could claim to understand what he was going through, but the truth was she had no damn idea what hell he had been through. It was as if both of them were caught up in different dimensions. The world is not divided into just the light and dark side, there is another side too. The gray side, where people like me exist, and every time a conflict arises we get caught in the middle of it, and the most painful part is that this nightmare never ends for us. Sasuke, me, my Root comrades and millions of people of this rotten ninja world have been trapped in the middle of this endless fighting with no way of getting out. The only way this nightmare can stop is by our death, explained Naruto briefly. She squeezed his hand gently, as she now realized just how horrible he felt. This is the ninja world, son. The 5 great ninja villages are always at war. They fight for money, land, resources, power, fame, and revenge. The smaller villages and millions of innocent people suffer every day. Even after 3 great wars, this fighting has not stopped. I cannot understand what you are going through, but I do know what it feels to lose someone you love and care about, said Tsunade sadly, as memories of her brother and Dan came flooding back in her mind. Tsunade watched silently as he wiped the tears from her face, and without another word he wrapped her in a warm hug. It hurts, doesn't it? Asked Naruto knowingly, as he gently rubbed her back. Every day. How do you deal with it? How can you make yourself let go? Asked Naruto silently, as she snuggled deeper in his chest with her tears falling on his shirt. I'm still searching for that answer, said Tsunade sadly. Naruto's eyes shifted towards the town and the people living in it. This had to stop. This madness had to stop. Then perhaps it's time to change this rotten world. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.